let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in.
won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the odds, we'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. with you, I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me, light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're lost. Even when I'm gone, like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed, as we watch the stars, and we'll never be apart.
Well, I guess that's a wrap for today.
Seriously, medic? I thought we were going out for a ride.
Okay, but I'm driving.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Whoa, what a pick! What a way to close things out!
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Echoes from beyond the past. The seed is sowed. The spirit knows. May it guide me for I again we wander from.
And welcome back to another round of GB Sports. This time around, we're doing puppy golf again. Oscar, are you ready?
I am ready.
Let's take it to the first hole then. Hole 1.
Oh, and he just goes for it.
Hey, and that's a hole in one.
That's it. That's how we do it here.
Too much yapping, he just goes to business, this guy. Oscar, how long did you channel it?
I don't know.
Half. Half?
Half. Okay, that's for real now. Huge.
No. Oh.
What?
So that's 1.
Mickey?
That's embarrassing.
You are giving false advice. Test swing for the...
What?
It's a test swing for the boys.
Oh my god! That counts! That counts! The test swing has hit the dummy!
Oh my god!
Please bring it back.
Oh my god!
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's move on to the next hole. Let's just say you get 10 on that one.
So this one we're saying it was a full swing? Okay.
Oh, big.
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
Oh, hey, that's barely in, but that is a hole in one.
Okay, go.
Bobby, let's go.
What?
Bobby!
Bobby!
One.
No, don't ulti,
Put the word.
Can't ulti?
Bobby.
Put the word.
Yeah,
you need to
can
E. Okay, try.
Okay.
No.
But don't ulti!
E.
No.
Why?
Use E.
What's a test one? Test one.
Okay, nice.
3.
I'm ready.
Like you guys are distracted.
4.
We are distracting him.
Yeah, it's like you're whistling at the last
5.
moment. Nice. Not bad, Bobby.
Nice one, Bobby. Perfect.
Hole 2. Possible to get this one in 2. That's the fewest strokes you can do it in.
Okay.
Okay, Oscar.
Oh, and it's actually straight into the bush.
Beautiful.
Full swing, yeah.
Holy, that was disgusting. Okay, you can do it, Elias.
Okay, perfect.
No! What? It was not perfect. What do you mean that was perfect?
Oh.
That was
This one is half.
No.
And
Yeah, I figured out this one.
I think we'll give Upset out of strokes on another 10 and put it on 20.
What?
Perfect.
Perfect!
Maybe 4.
Oscar's in disbelief of what you're doing.
What?
Mickey?
Fuck.
Oh,
Mickey.
that's 2.
What the fuck?
Close.
Mickey!
3.
3, 4.
This is like
It doesn't go in.
It does.
Golf pro.
I know with the hat, he really believes
Look
it,
at
yeah.
his expression, he's so serious. Ivan? Oh my god.
Okay. What are we cooking now, Ivan?
Yeah. Huge.
That's 2.
Oh my god!
Same as Mickey.
3. 4. Alright, 5 in total.
Show me that swing.
Nice!
Oh, beautiful form.
And now?
Full match. Oh!
Shot? Bit long.
No!
Okay.
Oh, it doesn't go in.
No, it maybe does. Maybe does. I think. No.
Oh, 6.
Nice. Not bad, Bobby.
Beautiful.
You can watch the full episode of Poppy Golf on YouTube after the show because, of course, first of all, welcome back, everybody, to the LEC as we close out round 1 of the upper bracket. Yesterday, G2 Army reigned supreme over the blue wall, qualifying G2 as the LEC's first representatives at Worlds 2025 and guaranteeing themselves a ticket to Madrid. Today, however, all eyes are going to be looking at MKOI versus Fnatic to see which one of the two teams follows suit, as Fnatic sets their eyes on their first domestic title since 2019, and MKOI looks to lock their spot in Madrid to defend the crowd in front of their home crowd, of course. I'm Ginny, joined with Jack and Odo. Welcome to both of you. We're going to have another banger today.
I'm super excited. I have so many question marks for both teams. I feel like Fnatic, we haven't seen them play in, 4 weeks now?
Pretty much a month, yeah.
It's been so long, so I just have no clue what to expect from them.
Well, the only thing I hope to expect is a lot more, bloodbath today, because I felt like yesterday's series was
was cool, was hype, but I would really want to see today because I think these two teams are more evenly matched than what we saw yesterday with G2 and KC.
I mean, to be completely fair, I think yesterday as well, KCG2, we thought it was going to be a little bit more of a brawl going up against each other. But yeah. Okay, you don't have to put it out like that, but yes, those were my expectations. But today we have Fnatic against MKOI, and for me personally, I mean, you're saying you have a lot of question marks. I think MKOI looks really good as they've ramped up throughout the summer.
I mean, MKOI looks good, but at the same time, Fnatic with Upset and their bot lane, Upset and Mickey, they just inspire so much confidence in me. I've seen such great things from Upset, and I really believe that if Fnatic can get Upset ahead and provide him as a solid win condition, they're going to win the series.
What I really like about this Fnatic lineup right now is the fact that they have clear win conditions, as you highlighted. It's all about Upset. I feel like Razork is always going to Upset. Oscar is playing weak side. Poby is also looking to facilitate Upset as much as possible because, for me, he is the one that will carry this team. But at the same time, looking at MKOI's side or the matchup in general, I feel like it's brains versus bronze today because I think from the side of MKOI, they have been so versatile with Elyoya and Alvaro with the things that they want to do. But also, back to this graphic about Upset, I feel like when he goes at even at 14, there's just a completely different story.
Yeah, the thing is, Fnatic needs Upset to get ahead. And I think that kind of plays into that kind of brain versus brawn that you talk about. Like, if Fnatic don't have a lead, it's really hard to see them playing this like smart macro game slow and not just throw. Like, even with leads, we've seen this team struggle. So they need to be explosive in the early game.
That's also a really scary position to be in because then you're looking at Fnatic and it's like there's this one clear win condition that they have to play with. And if that doesn't actually go as planned, where do you look from the side of Fnatic to be able to translate this into a win?
Well, yeah, it's just the Fnatic bulldozer. I feel like outside of Upset, they don't really have win conditions, but at the same time, I think one of the things that is really lacking right now for the Fnatic roster is the top lane, because I feel like Oscar hasn't really had, the greatest of splits right now. And also pre-facing today, he's facing against Merwin and Elyoya, and these guys back in the day, I feel like when Merwin finds one of these picks that he can counterpick, he can take over the lane, especially with Elyoya's help.
Yeah, I think both of them, you can see, high isolated deaths, kind of the two biggest inters of our league right now. But Oscar is just a lot of question marks for me. And I don't think Merwin has been having a stellar split, but as Odoamna highlighted, like Elyoya and Merwin will make things happen around top lane, where Razork is just not willing to.
Yeah, and then we're talking about that bot lane specifically for Fnatic being where they put their attention. You have the opposite side when we're looking at MKOI. And I guess it's just going to really come down to who and what is going to happen. But when we were looking at Merwin specifically was saying, I will show Oscar who daddy is. Like, this guy's confidence coming into this, and you got to hand it to them. He could translate that.
I mean, Merwin is a scary guy, because I feel like if he has these highs and lows, and sometimes, it's the time where, it's this false sense of security where Merwin, maybe he's not the most lane dominant player again, but then he picks one of his funny counter picks and he completely storms the lane, and especially now into Oscar when he's having a lackluster split, a high number of isolated, there's a lot of unforced errors. He is the one that MKOI is looking to exploit.
Yeah, I do want to say though, I'm still super excited for Fnatic. I feel like they really have what it takes, and I think they're going to win the series.
We've heard that a lot of times before, and it never actually worked out well.
I actually believe in them now. Like, I actually think that they will actually conquer the demons, and they will be able to beat G2 this time around. I think they're the favorites coming into this. I think they're going to continue to play extremely well against G2. I don't think they're going to throw. I think they're going to have mastered their Aracans. I think the early rotations that I'm seeing around drops as well have been phenomenal. You can clearly see the effect that Doffmanning is bringing to this team. And I also just think that when you're looking at the mid to late game, they have some of the best way of gaining leads. So I'm extremely excited to see what Fnatic will do in this game too.
But you want to double down?
I mean, how is he even wrong though? Like, yes, against G2 was a little bit too much, but Fnatic are a fantastic team. They have Poby now in the mid lane. Some road leads to him. Played under Faker, learned so much from him. And it's a team that has so much potential, and they can just continue improving and being this great team that just has so much going for them. And unless Oscar has the worst performance of the year, they're going to win.
I almost believed you, but not really. Okay, well, even though he's the biggest hype man when it comes to Fnatic, I still feel like MKOI is the favorite, the heavy favorite coming into today. Just because they're so much more versatile, and I feel like their job is so much easier. Supa, he showed many times that he has what it takes to bring the fight to upset as well.
Yeah, and also coming through from MSI, I feel like MKOI has leveled up, and they've had that ramp going slowly but surely here on the LEC. But either way, we had Lore catching up backstage with Merwin in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game check-in.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. I'm standing by here with Merwin ahead of today's match. We're standing by the trophy. There's your name here already, but at the end of the day, you could be one step closer to writing it again. Have a ticket to Madrid and World Spot. How do you feel right now?
Really excited. It's been a long time since we didn't play, so it's always good to get back to playing officials, and more if it's playoffs, more hype, there's more things on the line, so we like it. You
were telling me that you think your prediction is going to be 3-1 for you, obviously, but what is this one game that you guys are going to drop, you think?
I think it's Fearless. Sometimes in Fearless, you can throw one draft, maybe you're not that comfortable on one champion, and they play well with all the champions that are missing. It can happen. We are human, we can do mistakes, and I think Fearless leads you to making a bit more mistakes, so I think that's why one game we can drop. Okay, hear me out. Morgana top or Rek'Sai? How likely is it that we see any of that? I like Morgana, honestly, since I saw the buffs. I've been trying it, so I'm excited if maybe I can pull it. We will see today. I know that your bot lane, last time I've talked to them, we're actually happy that you guys are playing Fnatic today, saying that it's the easier matchup. Do you agree still on that after doing the preparation and everything and being about to face off against them? What makes them the easier matchup? For me, I don't really care about the team we face, honestly. But I'm happy playing into Fnatic. I think I know their weaknesses, so I think it's good for us to face them. I think it's a matchup we like, and yeah. Can you give me something about what makes you a better team than them? I think how we play them up. We played better, yeah. All right, and now on the top lane, of course, it's going to be a Spanish versus Spanish matchup. Actually, you have a lot of Spanish rivals at Fnatic. Do you have any message for them ahead of today? Razor and Oscar, maybe. I told them already, I'm going to show who Daddy is. Nothing personal, just that's life. You had to face me today. I'm sorry for you. You can still do it through lower bracket. But yeah, good luck today. You will need it. We will see. You heard the man, Merwin. Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much. And now, Jeannie, over to you with MKOI's jungler, Elyoya. Goat.
Thank you, Lore. We're joined here with Elyoya ahead of the matchup against Fnatic. Do you agree with your top laner, by the way? You're the GOAT. Fnatic is going to need a lot of good luck to be able to qualify here.
Not even sure if Black can save them.
Okay.
Oh la la.
That is definitely a statement. But when we're looking at MKOI specifically, you've gone to Worlds multiple times. You've never necessarily missed it. You're looking at Fnatic, the only time they've missed it was in 2016. So there's a lot of pressure on this matchup. How are you heading into this? What's the mentality like?
It's just, we have the same mentality going into any best of 5. So we have our plan. We know if we execute it, we are going to win. So that's what we will focus on.
Okay, well, thank you. We're going to be heading over to Lore, who's standing by on the other side with Fnatic.
Yeah, because we've heard a lot of MKOI here, but I'm with the black and orange jersey. Guys, with Razor here, we keep on hearing that Fnatic regular season, super good. Usually playoffs, not that much. How do you know for sure that this story is going to be different?
We are completely different team right now. We are going to completely stomp them. So, yeah, we had 2 weeks to prepare. We're unleashed. And Merwin, I'm your daddy, bro.
I'm your daddy, bro. We're going to see this on the Rift in just a few minutes. Razork, at the end of the line, a wall spot, qualification in Madrid. How excited are you right now?
Well, today is a very important day for us. Obviously, qualifying to Worlds, we never missed. And going to Madrid, playing LEC, is where I'm born, so it's going to be a dream.
It's never easy for Fnatic, but the reassuring words from Razor here and the rest of Fnatic for sure are going to bring some joy to the fan. On the end of the line here, a wall spot, and as we said, qualification spots for Madrid. Berlin, are you ready for MKOI versus Fnatic?
You bloody should be, because someone's going to be the papa after this. Who is the offspring? We don't know. Honestly. The jungle hype is there. Merwin's thrown in some shade, which is always nice. I am ready for the biggest scrap that we've had as myself and Dagda. Take you to find out whose DNA is whose.
I feel like I should be called Jerry Springer by the end of this. We'll figure it out along the way. But either way, this is set to be an absolute banger. And I am very, very excited to see kind of what the teams have been cooking. Like, it's been 3 weeks since we have seen Fnatic on this stage. And they've had a little bit of explaining to do for some of the performances that we saw against G2. But I really do think this is a team that over time will have put in that work and be in a much stronger position. And for MKOI as well, I mean, the defending spring champions now stepping up to the plate to try and secure themselves that finals in Madrid and that trip over to the world stage.
We've had a different champion each and every split. We've had different expectations going into each and every split. Movistar KOI, if you didn't see the start of this set split, were very slow off the gate. Double international, that back-to-back hurt them, and it felt like they were slow to adjust to the split. Fnatic had a new mid laner who performed quite admirably, and a lot of people questioned how they would go, and they've kind of been topsy-turvy as well, but in other roles. So it is like, hang on a minute, like with this small break we've had and Fnatic's larger break, what is the form of these two teams going into this best of 5?
But even we were discussing behind the scenes, it feels like the meta in general with some of the champions is completely topsy-turvy as well. So I'm curious to see exactly what the draft does look like coming through. Like, I still think champions like the Azirs and the Yunaras and some of these are still very much ban-worthy. But across the board, we've kind of seen a lot of flexibility when you look at other regions as to what champions are being picked and where exactly they're being put.
Well, we go to pick ban. Let's get this show started. Yunara already off the board straight away. Rumble as well on blue side, which can be rare with the amount of fishes we've had for that game 1, game 2. Pantheon goes alongside with it. Things like Talia still there and available as well. And I'm trying to think, where else do we go, Dacta? Like, what has been the new priority as my biggest other question towards that is like, it's no longer the Varus. I mean, first pick.
Yeah, the Varus is still there though, and the likes of the Talia and stuff are still quite prominent. I'm kind of surprised to see the Rumble and the Poppy priority from MKOI. Definitely feels much more targeted towards Fnatic. Oscarinen has kind of relied going back towards this Rumble.
Yeah.
And now the Vibe gone as well. So things like the Orianna, very high priority. The Varus is going to be high priority, which is going to immediately be taken. But also then, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic just immediately go towards something like a Wukong Orianna or a Zinzao Orianna and just secure a strong mid jungle for themselves here.
Strong mid jungle feels like a bigger takeaway. I mean, getting Orianna Wukong is such a big take when that lethality Varus globally has been not just nerfed, but it has just been so less valuable here as a B1.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are kind of starting to figure out how to fight against this. Like, we've seen champions like Corki going into the bottom lane to try and have that fighting power, having decent wave clear as well towards that mid lane. But we'll have to see exactly what the plan is. Immediate Galio in towards the Orianna as well. So this says to me that MKOI are setting up for something like a Gwen or something like that in the top side for Mirren to provide a little bit more of that AP damage.
Which gives the versatility to Galio, I get it. Civ are going to be locked in first, though. Over to Upset. This is an early AD carrier, but to survive the lane and scale here. Looks like Fnatic are really putting the cards in the team fight front-to-back basket.
Yeah, I think it's going to be trying to get rid of some of that that power here for MKOI for Fnatic as well. Like, we talked about the Gwen potentially being a takeaway in that top side.
Yeah.
Maybe, I was going to say you want to try and limit the support pool here, but surprised to see the Alistar, because generally you're... actually, no, I take that back. The Alistar actually a good ban into the Sivir, and then we're going to have to see basically what they want to try and continue with here. But I do think limiting that top lane pool makes a lot of sense.
Okay. Also with the Jax ban too, maybe it could be something like, you know, the Gwen for MKOI 2 with the AD jungler, I will say. You brought it up for the pick of Fnatic here, but Jax usually one of the good options to take into it. Let's see how we digress with the pick ban pool, because I feel like Ornn is something I was spruiking about the other day. Good engaged tanks in top, like Sion also really spring to mind at the moment with how much good health there is in the game and how much little there is to stop it.
Especially for Fnatic's composition, I think the Sion could work out really well. And even with the game plan that Fnatic have been bringing to the table, which is leave Oscar a little bit by himself, focus on towards Upset and getting him into a position where he's very far ahead. So I wouldn't be surprised fully to see a Sion lock here. And then the question is, what does Mir want to try and answer into? And I imagine Alvaro more than likely going to go something like the Rel along these lines in that bottom side to just round out a nice team fighting composition, honestly, on both sides here.
I like Rel. Good call out, Dave. Okay. Good engage. Fnatic are making it super simple for themselves in game 1. Note that MKOI, they preempted this Galio. We know it's going into an AP mid, but maybe compositionally it has more usages and a bit more flexibility, but now all the cards are going to be on the table. MKOI have to go 4 and 5. Xayah picked up. Okay, Mirwin. Okay, I forgot. when we see Varus, we got to remember in this team, it is more than just meets the eye.
Yeah, going to end up swapping that around. So Mirren going to take that Varus to the top side, providing a lot of that on hit damage. And now it does make a lot of sense.
Like, I was like, forgot the Varus.
Yeah, I mean, the Galio is going to provide the front line that they need realistically, right? And trying to buy space now for this double AD carry. So I think if I'm Fnatic, I want something that is going to do basically be another engage tool and a bit of a frontline tank, because the reason we've started to see a shift away from a lot of these carry top laners is how well do you survive, is going to say in a lane swap, but Fnatic actually just going to answer with its own carry in the top side and go for the Aurora.
And I'd be curious because the Aurora really deals good with melee matchups, but against the Varus, this will be really interesting. I remember MKOI, their option into the Rumble top was this Varus. But now the counter pick for Oscarina, and he's got big shoes to fill because this is going to be such an important matchup for MKOI, especially when top seems so volatile now.
And also, this was kind of Mirren's special build with the Hexblade, which also got some nice buffs as well. So coming through for the Varus could be just a nice angle to see how that is going to try and fare up. But on both sides, you kind of got just very good engage, strong disengage tools coming through from MKOI, and a lot of upfront burst coming through on both sides. So I think for either of these squads, it is very much going to be a case of who can dictate the pace of the early game and start to set up around objectives first for their squad.
It's going to be important. It's going to be crazy, though. Both these teams really don't hold anything back, and I know that's just a quote, that's just an excerpt. There's just something casters say to get you riled up. But Fnatic and Movistar Koi...
Tricks of the secret. You know?
but there's no tricks here. It's all up front because Koi and Fnatic, these are the Barney teams. These are the teams that, you know, go into a pub, have a couple, and they start fighting, right? And Dag, I'm not saying that because you're Irish. I'm just saying that because as an Australian, I resonate with that too. Maybe I am. But I hope you all understand that this series leading towards Worlds has now begun.
Huge amount on the line for both of these squads. And it's a little heartbreaking to see that some of the lines are going to be drawn between friends, but both the Spanish players on either side.
Yeah.
Already, Jojo stepping up here.
He's going around the wall. He's going to be found out. Razork just sends the pole at him. The nice white flag. But yeah, Mickey's not going to commit anything like a flash or an engage. So Jojo will walk it out here as we welcome you to game one.
But it does deny the placement of the ward in that top side. So it means they won't really have an idea as to where Raz... Actually, I say that as Supa making his way onto the bottom side after spotting everyone top side. So they at least get some vision in the enemy side of the jungle to spot exactly what is happening. But Fnatic going to be a little bit more blind as to exactly where Ayoya is going to begin his journey.
Quick note that Mirwin has gone for Comet in this game. It was going to be a question, you know, you talked about experimental Hex Plate. Usually like on-hit builds like Quinsu's that accompany it. It does feel like this game, Mirwin has opted in to be a bit of extra range in a comp that is very committal, very all-in.
Also cool to see Razork starting with the sweepers there. So it moves up into that top side to deny Mirren vision in that top brush.
Yep.
So then you can't actually trade as effectively as Mirren. Essentially what you wanted to do was try and have control of that. So then when you're pushing the wave, if Oscar tries to trade and step into the bush, the minions still continue to attack him, but that's going to be denied now. And giving a little bit less control to MKOI on that top side.
MKOI, meanwhile, on the bot side, are trying to get this 2v2 all in. Very important to note, with Zio and Rakan being together. Feels nice. As crash down from Mickey, though, mitigates a little bit of threat. However, Upset is one who takes the worst trade, and Super and Alvaro are just chilling here. Fnatic most likely to lose the 2v2 and 2 first, going over to Super and Alvaro.
Yeah, MKOI want to try and get that crash on the bottom side, because you can already see Razork moving down from this top half of the map. Ooh, is Mirren.
That's why you pick Aurora. that's why. Oh, damn. It is only level 1 Varus, though, so I completely understand that Mirwin just got chunked out heavy. But regardless, that's going to give Oscarina a lot of this early lane pressure that we're hoping to see our Fnatic's top laner.
Which is going to be huge for Oscarina, because he hasn't exactly had the best of times, and a huge amount of criticism has been levied towards the Fnatic top laner. So coming out with a different pick than we traditionally see for him, and looking good in the early game, if you can get control against Mirwin, it could change a lot of the thought process for a lot of the fans who are kind of looking at Fnatic as a bit of a question mark coming into this play.
And Oscarina's been a big question mark. I think Mirwin has been the person that's always got this flexibility with champions. Might not be like 1 or 2 in the league right now, but I think Mirwin is always near the top, where Oscarina's in question with a high level of variance.
Yeah, whereas I think the best performing for Fnatic has been this bottom lane. I think Upset and Mickey have been the shining light, alongside obviously Kobe coming into the roster. But I do think, especially for like Mickey and Alvaro, these guys have been such stellar performers for both of these squads. And I think it's sick to see essentially the two best supports that we have in the league now fighting it off in this bottom lane.
It's a good way to find him again, I think, as well. Second swear on broadcast, technically, is Mickey's milestones. I mean, this guy has been around for the longest time. Like, it's crazy to see. He really is Europe now. Like, when you think about LEC and European League of Legends, you know, he's up there with legends like Caps. He's just been around that long. 11 titles is wild. And when he's going up against Alvaro, who is this new player for the past couple of years, coming in with big expectation, he's got a big shoe to fill, especially when Mickey gets a double crash down. Razork's coming in, only level 4. Super holds on to Summoners, gets a root back, but it's not a root. His flash now gone, the all-in there. Razork hits him and flashes, gets out with the last auto securing. And just as we hype up Mickey, he does that.
And exactly what we expected from Fnatic coming into this. Focus on that bottom side, because Alvaro and Super have been outstanding for MKOI, and really a point that you want to try and put down in the early game so they can't find that later game success. And unfortunately for MKOI, Fnatic managed to get that play in the bottom side, and this is what we're talking about. Razor could full cleared onto this bot end of the map, and MKOI a little bit overextended. Great flash engage from Mickey, and Super, a good idea here to try and flash, get that CC on towards Razor and try and escape, but just couldn't quite get that third feather to connect. It meant he didn't get the root, and he ends up falling as a result.
Razor getting first blood as well, very impactful to get the sheen here in jungle, and that was before 6. It's not often you talk about how impactful Wukongs can be pre-6 without that ulti, so that first blood means a lot here for Fnatic, especially when we hyped up the bot lane being one of the selling points.
And that's what I was going to say, is that I feel like, you know, Mickey has been around for so long in the LEC as kind of the undisputed king of support.
Yeah.
But then you get to see Alvaro coming in, and honestly, he's dethroned him over the last couple of splits. Alvaro's been exceptional in this bottom lane and has really kind of set the standard that a lot of supports need to try and strive for. But this time around, Mickey showing that this old dog still has a couple of tricks in him.
Definitely going to be about how Alvaro syncs up with the rest of the map. He's helping out Jojo for now. A bit of a battle dance over to this Galio, who previously before on camera we saw get chunked out to less than 100 HP. So already the range advantage from Poby is showing yet another good lane. And I think when people think of the greatest of some time, they do think about his Orianna in the shadow of the king he studied under for many years. Poby's Orianna is a far cry, but still one of his best champions of all time.
Yeah, I think something that will do exceptionally well in this as well, like Wukong and Orianna has become one of the premier duos for the mid jungle, because in the early stages you get a shield and a speed up, which can be very strong for the Wukong, but also then the combo when you hit level 6 is so difficult for squishy members of MKOI to deal with. And I think that's kind of where at least you've got things like the Zaya and that to try and dissuade some of that aggression, but I think Mirren will definitely be feeling the brunt of that pressure as this game goes on. Yeah,
again, top lane has been a major focus. I just quickly want to come back because we don't often get to talk about my GOAT, which is an utter lie, so I'm going to talk about him anyway. My GOAT and my Canadian maple syrup. Like, this right now feels like such a good matchup because Jojo's development this year has been insane. He's really stepped up. He's European now. Maybe he can get some help from Elyoya as they're moving towards Dragon, but Poby, I mean, he's got some great laning stats, as you can see. This Korean import is doing wonders too.
Nice job from MKOI here, though, to push in and get the control over River to contest this Dragon. And Fnatic just not really having the control that they wanted. Steal from Mickey with the smite, though.
Mickey just walked in! Razork didn't even
They're
press
not even
his
the best junglers on the Rift,
That's exactly what John Lennon said, isn't it? Oh, man. That wasn't, like, it's not often we get support steals, but because of the way Spellbook's changed with Smite, early game is a breeze if you get Smite early enough.
I mean, I'm shocked that it's actually still the way, because I think MKOI did a good job of, hey, we're going to move Elyoya in towards mid, force Poby to back off, and then we can re-establish control in River. And it was a great move from MKOI, but Fnatic managing to sneak that one away from underneath their noses. Will give themselves that first Dragon. Then they get the move up on towards this top side as well, so they'll be able to get push. And looking at that, those Void Grubs in 35 seconds should be a decent opportunity for them.
And I think when we're talking about Fnatic's comp, the fact that they steal that Dragon away means so much in the grand scheme of things when you have a Sivir, right? Sivir, Orianna, this big scaling, and may I note that, you know, a lot of the time it has been Rod of Ages Orianna. Poby's going a different path, but regardless, it's scaling. And for Fnatic, that's a big takeaway, the fact that they've stymied this game in the early game a little bit. And as this lane swap comes through, they're in a decent position depending on grubs. Super's just going to receive the wave here. And Razork, excuse me, is now level 6 and around the top side.
Yeah, now level 6 is coming through for the supports though, which is pretty nice. So, pretty big point. So I think for Fnatic, they'll be lucky to just try and take one Void Grub, I think, here. And the early game from MKOI is just very, very strong, especially with Super now hitting 6. I don't know if you're going to be able to fight against like Zinzao with the Galio at the top and the taunts and the CC. So I think if you can get one and maybe walk away, you should be happy enough.
That cheeky one smite and then just leave the rest to the enemy team. Well, for MKOI, they're coming in regardless. There's that singular smite. Razork's going to commit for 2, but Elyoya, as you said, over the wall using Galio, who can enter in. Jojo doesn't have much mana, though. Actually, Jojo's mana pool maybe deterred them, as he's on 200, if that.
Also the roam from Oscarinin. So he ends up pushing in that bottom wave and moving up. So multiple members of Fnatic in the vicinity. So don't feel comfortable, but here we go.
They're going in. Remember that Galio Heroes then is going to be a one tap in. They're going to find Razor, but it's cancelled. He got cancelled through mid, so only the MR shield as Elyoya brings in the sun with the Crescent Guard. Hits Razork to slow the feathers as well. Monkey run, but Monkey can't go far. Super going to get the root down, the first on the board for MKOI.
Nice turnaround from MKOI. Huge interrupt, as you say, from Poby with that shockwave to stop Jojo Pyun from being able to follow through, because that could have been an absolute game changer for Fnatic in that river. But MKOI get one back and managed to at least get something for those Void Grubs.
At least something to the 80 carry as well. So with all 3 Void Grubs going down, a bit more gold in the back pocket here as we crest upon the 10-minute mark. Fnatic are going to get a push in top. Look how late Super's going to be here because they committed deep for that kill. Cannon wave though, so you got to argue it's probably not going to go down, or rather not going to get it. But let's look at the replay regardless as this all-in comes in.
Yeah, I mean, great timing there. Alvaro hit 6 off the wave and immediately MKOI look for the play. But this is what we're talking about, the shockwave interrupting the Galio from being able to join in. But it doesn't matter, MKOI, they're just able to chase them down. Nice setup here, and the kill going across the Super will set him up. And this has been kind of the focal point for a lot of MKOI, is just how good Super's looked in a lot of these team fights coming into summer, and I think he's now in a decent position to try and follow that through.
And we talked a lot about in the back end, like what makes MKOI tick, and there's been conversations about Elyoya, about Alvaro, how they sync up, but I think in the late game, we know the team fighting from Super has trumped beyond all. And that's what's made him one of the greatest 80 carries of our time in our league, right? And time is speculative. It depends on what timeline we're talking about, but regardless, like, he's got Super in his name and he's got Superstar in his game. That's what we're expecting here in this one, is Xayah alongside the Sivir. That scaling element is also there. Let's not forget, like, Xayah, 4 or 5 items. That carry is also insane.
Yeah, the only worry now for MKOI is Dragon is going to be in about 55 seconds. You don't have flash on Alvaro to try and make these big plays, whereas Fnatic now have crested over to level 6 on Mickey. He's going to have a lot of opportunities to try and make these plays happen. And I think that sets up then easier for someone like Razork, who has flashed us as well, to try and make the plays. So I think for MKOI, they're going to have to be a little careful in how they try and approach this Dragon in the next couple of seconds with the lack of summoner spells on some of their key engage tools.
Looking now, Elyoya, what's that timer on the flash? 2 minutes 50, so you're dead on. 25 seconds till the Dragon, as you were mentioning. Jojo should have his ulti up in that time. And again, maybe Fnatic just say, well, look, how strong are we feeling right now? Is one item really enough to fight, and they forego it? But we're going to find out shortly anyway. Dagger, I just love that in this first game, we've had really fun drafts. It has been a little bit slow in terms of kills, but like, I'm just surprised that the Varus and Aurora top hasn't been more explosive. It's been about thought. What would you expect? Mickey gets a double stun up with the Magnastorm. Alvaro returns as though the feathers fly, and where's the damage? Upset autos, helps out, Super dies, but now here's Elyoya getting a double spear as well. He has to 1v3. Crescent Guard comes out, but the low mana on Upset, he's just autoing. That's all he can do with lethal tempo, so Elyoya will survive. Alvaro sleeks out of the back of the fight, as well as Jojo and Poby fighting it out. A shockwave brings him in, and with a bit of dissonance, it's close, but Poby also runs out of mana.
Elyoya just spotted on the ward, sitting there, and Fnatic saw their opportunities to make the play on bot side, and it's kind of been these small windows where MKOI haven't quite got that wave crashed in onto the bottom side that's opening up for Fnatic to find these quick picks.
Elyoya, a bit of a saving grace in the end of the fight, though, and even though a kill goes over to Fnatic, it does still go over to the Monkey King, so Razork is the one succeeding off the early gold. because elsewhere is pretty much even here as we're about 12.5 minutes.
But again, Poby's been doing fantastic on matching every roam that's coming through from Jojo to stop him having that ultimate to engage. But we see here Elyoya spot on the ward, and immediately Razok just uses the pink as MKOI are trying to look for the play, and they're just too far overextended. Great call from Mickey as well to go for Supa, because it means that then you separate out the Lovers duo, so you can't get that extended retreat from Alvaro. And Upset then able to not quite finish off Alvaro, but still gets one. And then Alvaro has to run for the hills. It's just too many members of Fnatic still left.
Why am I surprised that Fnatic just keep playing through bot? Look, he's here again! Shattering Strike, crash down. Alvaro tried to save the play with the boomerang coming back in. Supa might be dead again. Razork lives here. This is his home.
And you can see it there at the bottom of your screen, just how often this man is in the bottom side of the map. It is absolutely absurd. And now Fnatic starting to pick up the pace here. A 1k gold lead, another dragon to their name. And you already kind of highlighted this there. It's not like they don't scale well into the rest of this game either.
Yeah. I mean, I see a Sivir. I say scale. Sivir.
Scale.
Oh, I was meant to say scale. I already messed it up anyway. But you said it, you know? That's where you fill in my...
Scale.
Yep. Perfect. All right, we are a...
Duo?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
see, he reads my...
Sandwiches.
That's right. Well, meanwhile, Fnatic on bot turret. After Dragon goes down, it's 2 dragons. It's plating for the Sivir. Trying to defend their place of honor as Alvaro sets up. Galio here, his entrance good, and Mickey crashes down his Magnet Storm on his dying breath as the Cyclone kills Supa again, but this time Elyoya is none the wiser. He comes in, trying to fix the play with the Winds of War, and the spear out. It's a double over to the Spanish legend.
This time around, Jojo was able to make his way down to the bottom side, and that's the difference maker right there. MKOI getting 2 back for themselves. Unfortunately, it's still a 1-4 for Supa, but at least the team is thriving off of his downfall.
I think Razork just wants to increase his stats, but Elyoya is starting to shadow a real good piece of news. As he's got a small gold lead. Mickey has just recovered. He's teleported in, and now he's got to crash down onto Mirwin, who can't move between worlds. Flashes away. The burst is immense as Mirwin tries to send out his ulti. He does so successfully, but Oscar is not in kill range. Alvaro now has to back up as Mirwin almost dies.
And now Fnatic going to just try and set up for the pushes that they need to, as Rift Herald is up and available. I think the fact that Mirwin got that final poke back onto Oscarinen meant that there just wasn't as much movement now for Fnatic over towards the objective. That could have been a very different story, but Fnatic now going to take it easy, try and re-establish their lanes. I may honestly, from the looks of it, forego attempting this Rift Herald play. Oftentimes when we get an Orianna, we'll see teams focus more on when she's in a side lane, protecting her, rather than going for the Rift Herald and ensuring that she can get the CS she needs to go toward the later portion of the game.
Especially when, by the way, that's the first item there. Blackfire Torch is just showing you for full scaling, not Rod of Ages, but hey, never mind. Poby in a bit of trouble here. Good burst damage from the tank Galio, but that's where it ends for Jojo. He needs another cycle here as Winds of War also goes a little bit shallow. Razork, his bot lane is not there, but he does like bot lane.
Yeah, but I think Jojo has already done a good job here. So he's managed to force Poby back just off that initial trade. It's kind of difficult to take down Jojo with how tanky he is at the moment. So you don't get to actually get CS onto Poby, which was the goal for Fnatic, and MKOI get the Rift Herald. So they're just winning on both sides of the map now.
It is kind of rare to see Galio in measure with Orianna CS. Yeah, no, he comes back around, I guess. Looking at the minimap, he's just there. Cyclone in, Jojo. Will he find an escape? His ulti not there. Shockwave brings him back in with the Cyclone damage as well. Bonk on the head, it's a kill. Over to Maiko.
Jojo thought he got the win and ends up extending too far, and that time around Razork can just sneak in behind him, but once more Mirwin, no
Is it between worlds again, and Mickey, they're just repeating it, but this time Mirwin has no escape. Dagda called the flash, and Mirwin goes down in a crash.
Alright, scrap it. Fnatic would have raided on both sides, but MKOI want to try and win in the mid lane. Immediately place that Rift Herald. Mickey starting to sneak in behind. No ult on both Razork and Mickey will make this a little bit more difficult to follow up, and they're happy to just continue the pressure on the side lanes instead.
And although that mid turret goes down, that pressure will amount, and Fnatic getting a turret. So those 2 kills, that, oh sorry, bot turret as well. Dagda, thank you for the clarification. That's a huge win for Fnatic. Movistar Koi had to just pick up the pieces of whatever was left, right? That mid lane seemed to be it, and as that turret goes down, 3,000 for Fnatic here at the 17-minute mark.
And this is insane to see for Fnatic. This was a team that had a lot of doubts leveled at it, especially after G2 kind of gave them a bit of a walloping.
True.
Like, it did not look great for them, but this strong early game, clear game plan and trying to play around upset and get him into a position. Poby doing a fantastic job of keeping Jojo Pyun honest in that mid lane. And now they enter the mid game with a 3k gold lead, 2 dragons to their name. This is a much stronger looking Fnatic than what we got in the regular season.
It definitely is. Again, we haven't seen them for so long. We talked about it on Death 3-4 weeks. It's been a stretch since Fnatic have actually shown up and everyone's wondering what form. They only have scrims to go on. And I hate when it's only scrims because a lot of the time, as teams have said, players have said, analysts have said, it never translates into actual gameplay. This is the only thing you have, their actual stage presence, which in game 1 is a bit of a glaze, but seems to be coming through as third dragon on the way in 45 to show if Fnatic are ready to fight again.
They want to try and contest this red. Oscar moving back towards top side. I think like this is decent pressure to put down, but even if you don't steal the red again, it's just kind of like, hey, we're keeping Poby safe. And that is kind of the main game plan here for Fnatic until they can reach third dragon now in 30 seconds. Reset's coming through a little late, so maybe MKOI have an opportunity to try and push in and get some vision down, but they're playing so defensive in their own jungle because of that initial invade. I think they'll find it tough to really contest some of this spot.
So they need to start grouping up then. Reed contesting the vision is not a one-man job. Alvaro just going to poke his head in, but he drops nothing of his own. Elyoya going to lens. They both do, in fact. And junglers face off across a wall as Dragon now spawns.
Both TPs for Fnatic not up though.
Oh, quickness comes in. Rather, it's just a Cyclone. Razor finds 2 and Super has to kite back yet again. Elyoya is now isolated though, bringing the Galio. He'll survive for now. It's a bait. It's a glorious bait. And now Jojo gets a clean sweep. Mickey a great engage, but his damage is dead. When you need a man, you call down Jojo.
Fnatic needed to burst out MKOI to make that play work, but they don't manage to get it. And MKOI rally beautifully. The TP was there for Jojo if he needed it with that ultimate, and they're just able to completely turn around. Oscar couldn't join. He had no summoner spell available.
These are high-impact ultis time and time again. We've had one cancelled in the game, but the other 2 have made or broken the fight, and most of the time, it's in MKOI's favor. Dragon goes down, they stop the stacking, gold is even. That was a 2,500, maybe 3,000 gold play.
And you can understand, hey, look, maybe we can make something happen. It's just Elyoya and Supa, they spot Mirren on bot side, but not being able to burst down Supa because of the ultimate and having the ability to reposition here was huge because it gives the time for Jojo to roam down from the top side. He gets the ultimate, which then protects so many of the low health members, and Fnatic, they just don't have anything to really follow up on because again, Oscar was waiting on that TP. It was just seconds away.
And now because of that, a lot of those ultis are down. Razork still on a cooldown, Mickey the same. Short to come up, but maybe I should be talking about MKOI's, Jojo, Super, both ulti cooldowns with Alvaro as well. So as Atakan starts, a lot of the firing power is on pause for Movistar Koi.
But Fnatic just trying to play out the window where Jojo doesn't have an ultimate. Will have to TP down. He's going to look for the reset. I imagine complete his second item and then try and come into the fight.
Mickey misses. TP comes in. Alvaro slowed down at 4.8k. Atakan is a big throw maybe, but with the Magnus Storm, the Shockwave, a singular. Oh, it's not great for Fnatic. And Mickey goes down, and all of a sudden, the fight looks good for the Movistars again. Poby gets Alvaro, but the Atakan goes to Elyoya. That's simple for MKOI as they snatch what was easily taken.
MKOI are punishing Fnatic so well. They bought enough time for Jojo to complete his second item, that Riftmaker coming through right as he TPs back into the fight. And as a 5-man unit, Fnatic don't stand a chance.
Oscar walking up to the Galio. He almost has flash available, trying to run for his life. And the rabbit will get out of the hat, but man, Movistar flipped this game around. Let's look at the replay again.
But you can see they're just trying to buy time. You've got the TP from Jojo. He just finished his Riftmaker. Now he's coming in. But Fnatic are completely separated here. There's a split call on, do we finish the objective? Do we fight the fight? What are we trying to achieve here? And because you got Poby up in this spot over here, he's not actually able to DPS the Atakan.
True.
So MKOI take the fight. They kill Mickey, move into the space that's then created, steal the Atakan, and end up in a wonderful spot.
There's a discussion on the Rap stream today as well, where, you know, a lot of the early games, and we've seen since the introduction of Atakan, where there's so many games thrown over it, right? Like, people maybe oversees the value of Atakan, and while it is, as we talked about, very valuable, like 3,000 gold, games are actually lost over it more times than I can count. And that felt like a moment there where Fnatic may have just lost, you know, an already weak grip on this game 1.
I can understand the thought process from Fnatic, which was Jojo Pyun doesn't have ultimate.
Yeah.
We can use that timing window to take the fight, but the split call on what to do in the middle of the fight is really what tore Fnatic apart. And I think this is where we kind of see the differences between what has been the strength for MKOI, which is them working on that split-second decision-making, coming into fights, understanding exactly what they want to achieve out of it, whereas for Fnatic, a lot more discussion seems to be happening about what the hell are we actually doing.
The question for a lot of teams, but I do like that there hopefully will be an answer. In this first game, 1,500 gold lead for MKOI. They've got a Dragon before, and the next one's coming up in 150, but Baron will spawn alongside it. We've got Super almost 3 items on this Xayah with the most sizable lead alongside Elyoya, who in this game, he wasn't the one getting off the initial ganks, but his response, his counter ganks, are really what sees the first 15 minutes of the game from being on the brink of despair.
Yeah, I mean, look, it went to crap. Like, Super was 1 of 4. He wasn't having the best of times, but now that he's managed to pick up a bunch of... Oh, hang on.
I talked about him. Is he caught out? Double Cyclone with the flash committing onto Mirwin, who has no escape. Chains of Corruption slows down the play, but Mickey matches the flash and pulls the magnet in. Upset will take 1 as MKOI are lured away. The play is done.
Yeah, nice job from Fnatic. Should be able to now move back down towards this bottom side. Just again, punishing the fact that Jojo didn't have a TP, so attacking the part of the map that in theory MKOI thought was stronger.
They're really going to lose anything from that, though. I mean, Mirwin did lose his flash, so that's a big deal. Elyoya as well. Razork had to commit his. I'm looking at Mickey. He's sitting on a heal right now that's down with a Hex Flash. A couple of ult usage as well, Dagda. What do you think? What's the call on Worth here?
Yeah, I think they're trying to essentially say, hey, there's 45 seconds until Dragon. We pick off Mirwin, we try and re-establish control over bot and in mid, and then we can use that to come in towards the pressure on the Dragon. But not having ultimates makes this fight significantly more difficult. Luckily, I think they should have most of them back up in that time. They may have to just try and stall this out a little bit until those ultimates come back.
A quick side note, progression of items here. I keep putting circles around it because I want people's eyes to see how, I guess, less familiar this item build is. We normally get the gunblade, you know, the belt, the gun, whatever you want to call it. And Rod of Ages has been the go-to recently as well.
Yeah, I mean, Horizon Focus got buffed in this patch, so it's nice to try and pick up, and Blackfire Torch still does quite a bit of damage, but...
The vision's nice as well for Orianna to poke out. Elyoya just got poked out massively by Poby, by the way. Half HP as Dragon spawn.
Yeah, so MKOI fighting off of that mid wave, trying to make sure they can push it in.
Alvaro commit, misses, still has the quickness up. He finds Poby, who has to flash away into the back of the fight between Moles with the shockwave. Catches 3! The greatest of some time might be in time. Elyoya dives from the burst. Fnatic hold on to 4, but MKOI got blown away by the Faker protege.
Poby got out of there in the nick of time. Just as the engage comes through, the flash away, the follow-up isn't there, and MKOI overextending for the Fnatic mid laner. Give Fnatic that opportunity to fight back.
All those flashes up, held nicely. Fnatic just pull the leverage back with gold. We are at an even game state again as this replay of the shockwave and the commit from MKOI happens.
And I can understand here, Upset is shown on that top wave, so they're like, okay, we have a time, but Oscar in with a great flash away. Poby as well, just able to flash away from Elyoya. The shockwave then, with that follow-up, as you say, from the Mickey engage. Beautiful stuff there from both of the AP carries on Fnatic squad.
I saw Mickey with the Magnet Storm almost pull them away from the shockwave, so there was like a fine line between anti-synergy and making it kind of like Electric Magnet Storm itself. But regardless for Fnatic, big play. They got the Dragon. They're now on Soul Point for an Ocean game when we've had so many team fights when it feels like we're going to get so much more.
I don't think we're out of the woodwork yet. The fact that you managed, at least for Fnatic, to get towards Soul Point is huge. But there's nothing in the goal difference, right? Like, you can see there's a little bit coming through on the top side, which is basically even out in the bottom lane as Supa's managed to pick up a bunch of these kills and starting to get into a position as well. So I think this is where it again comes down to execution, and that time around MKOI thought they had that split-second engage, but it was a great flash away from Oscar Inan.
Yeah.
But if the next time around they can catch him, that could easily be an MKOI victory.
He's having a good game. Baron's not really going to start here, folks. The control ward placed down Elyoya. The Baron was aggroed, but I gotta say, when this guy came under a lot of scrutiny, it does feel like today he's loving League of Legends. He must, because this Aurora game is pretty clean so far.
Yeah, and kind of got left on his own, right?
Yeah,
he just kind of got to farm up against Mirwin, got that great trade in the early stages that netted him the start of that lead. And then when it comes towards the Mickey having a couple of trips up towards that top side, it's really started to extend that lead. Here we go.
Onto Jojo, a heal as well. A taunt comes through. They're chasing a Galio. That's 3 members down, and On the Hunt is now on pause for Upset.
The TP comes through from Mirwin, though. MKOI thought that might have been a bit too far coming through from Fnatic. But I think if you're Fnatic, you're pretty happy with that. You now have the teleport advantage. and can try and play through us.
Boy, Hail of Arrows is good though from Mirwin. As you said, that TP advantage is big, but if MKOI makes something of it, it's even bigger for them. Good burst here from Oscar Rinnan, trying to poke through the brushes as MKOI get curious about what lies ahead. The ball out from Poby as well, getting zoned away from mid as Fnatic at 27.5 minutes will finally find their mid lane turret.
They should be able to now swiftly move across and start to establish a bit more vision here, but Elyoya going.
Elyoya, it's great with the Crescent Guard. He's waiting, but they bring the Galio in yet again onto Mickey only, but it's enough. Poby is down. Elyoya out the back of the pit is trying to force away Razork, and he does that successfully too. Mickey gets low, but Fnatic are left with 4, and MKOI have the advantage.
These snap engages from MKOI are starting to pay off now. Again, we said once those flashes are down, you're another target, and it's Poby who's first on the chopping block. Baron now wants to follow.
Oscar Rinnan, it's up to him. We highlighted him a second ago. Level 16 here, he can snap in himself, but the engage comes first from Movistar Koi between worlds to get out of there, but Jojo's landing and waiting as Alvaro jumps on in. Razork gets to run for his life as well as Mickey gets to disengage out, but he gets rooted in the process. His Magnet Storm is defensive, but it won't mean crap as MKOI slam down Fnatic again.
I don't think MKOI can go for the Baron though. Poby up in a couple of seconds with TP, so it will be Mickey giving his life to stop MKOI taking that Baron away, but still, you can see how quickly MKOI want to try and turn this, because this engage from Elyoya was beautiful, playing off of vision, immediately onto Poby, giving that tunnel into the fight for Alvaro, and then Fnatic just have to run for the hills. They've lost their mid laner, and at least Mickey was able to come back and delay some of it if you're a Fnatic fan, but MKOI showing that they're more than happy to continue to take these fights, and they know that if they can find these picks, they have that chance to take this to a game 1 win.
It's not like delaying the Baron here is really all that expensive for them. Super is still scaling out of his mind. Like, Upset cannot stand up to him. And then Mickey here, a little bit late to the show, gets caught out. So for MKOI, this game 1 is getting more and more interesting. We have had a seesaw of results, but that Baron still stays standing, and Dragon Soul's up in 40 seconds.
And those flashes will stay down now for MKOI coming into it, so Elyoya won't have access to it.
Who we got?
So we'll have to see how that one is going to try and continue forward, but everything almost back up here for Fnatic. I think that's going to make them significantly more threatening. Mirwin trying to get that push onto the top side, and you can see a lot of infrastructure set up on that bottom side to give MKOI the vision that they need.
But now GA picked up for Elyoya, so even though he doesn't have his flash, he can still commit and stick around to buy a little bit more time. Worth mentioning here that 80 carries are on towards their 4th item here, is doing a lot of damage. On the hunt, pop by Upset.
And the ultimate from Mirwin as well.
And he gets burst between worlds. Oscar Rinnan has done a good bit of damage. Going in is Jojo. Wins a 4 to complete, but he's already punched his way in. Mirwin is low. He no longer has flash, and Fnatic have control of the Baron side river.
So Mirwin immediately popped the ultimate, but Razork cloned back over the wall, so it was only the clone that got hit by the chains of corruption. And now they're trying to split the dragon for the Baron, and Fnatic are calling it.
Alvaro needs to get in now at 8k. Even though the dragon goes down, they have no 80 carry. Fnatic need to rush this before the whole cavalry arrives. Elyoya is zoned out. The enemy jungler can't get anywhere near Fnatic on this. Baron is secure. It is done. Razork gets the smite, gets out, but over the wall. Jojo flashes, finds only one, but it's the most important of them all. A shockwave helps, but it's not enough to complete the kills. Shut down over to Upset. 1 Baron down.
Fnatic are just trying to scatter. Poby hiding off in the bush, won't be stopped by Mirwin. Mickey managed to escape into MKOI's jungle, so Upset will fall, but the Baron will go to Fnatic.
I feel like Poby Shockwave saved a lot of that play as well from the follow-up, but made it take a little bit longer to kill Upset regardless. One of the raid bosses is down as look at this replay again, because this was just a rush to secure.
But look how much work Mickey's doing, keeping Elyoya out of the play, making sure that nothing can happen. And Alvaro, again, manages to go in and get some decent damage, but MKOI can't really follow up. And at this stage, it's just Fnatic. Everyone run for the hills. Jojo with the taunt over the wall works out perfectly for them. But you see, Poby, he just runs to the bush. No one on MKOI ain't able to get there in time to prevent him.
True.
And as well, you've also got the escape from Mickey. So 1 member for that Baron, I think you're happy with that as Fnatic.
I think you are too. It is just exciting how Movistar Koi keep finding little things. I mean, some of them being big, but little things in that play to keep this game still very competitive. I want to point out as well, Super on 4 items versus a Sivir who's on 3.5. So Super still has an advantage here, as indicated by the gold. And even though this Baron is taken, I am very curious as to what Fnatic can actually get with it. There are no other neutral objectives. And pushing out into sides right now, as Alvaro shows his face, is what they're trying to do. Trying to get this bot push in Dagda, as they've got inners up on every single lane to acquire some gold.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that Poby has gone for the Shadow Flame. I thought he would opt in towards the Void Staff at this stage, going up against Jojo with just how much magic resist is there, but Jojo hiding in the bush will spot Poby. But again, we're kind of in a bit of a split map scenario. Mirwin pushing into this top side and Fnatic committing to this bottom lane.
Also because of the 40%, a lot of the time the burst goes past it, but I can understand with things like Galio, Xin Zhao too, that Shadow Flame is going to be more valuable for them. Regardless, I think itemization for 4 is going to be my biggest question for Poby. Will he get there is the biggest question, because this game is hanging and teetering on a knife's edge right now as they got in a turret in Fnatic, but so far that's been the only play as they're sitting net neutral with the actual Baron take itself.
Yeah, I still, at least for Fnatic, you get that tower, you manage to reset, you have Oscar in and holding onto that mid wave, and you deny the wave on the bottom side. So overall, Fnatic happy with that trade. But again, I think that we're just waiting for this 2 minutes. It's try and scramble for as much gold on the map before that Dragon Soul appears once more. And for Fnatic, their Baron buff is about to wear off, so there's no more opportunities for them to play out on the map.
They're going to get 1 or 2 more waves in top at the very least. MKOI here to defend, and the great thing is Varus can start poking some of them out, and Mirwin doing exactly that. The hail of arrows come through as well, and this wave is kind of stagnated. Alvaro turns it into an engage, but the shattering strike, Mickey, beautiful! He predicts the engage while a Cyclone comes in, followed up with a shockwave. Elyoya brings the light of the sun into play. Now he backs off. His GA not run away. Razork ran into turret range into Isaiah. That whole sequence of play from him wasn't that great, but he will survive.
I was going to say, like, you're fine with how all that ended up operating. You managed to get that pick, or at least deny Elyoya that push on the top side, and you could have stuck around with this next wave and maybe look for some pressure on the top tier 2, but now flashless with 1:20 until that crucial dragon fight, that could have been huge for that, but now it's gone for Fnatic.
Fnatic going to use a TP as well. TP from Mickey, okay. Makes a lot more sense as Poby here to receive the wave. Dag, you talk about Dragon, 1 minute away. What are these key items? What are we looking at here as Vision tries to approach from Fnatic and River?
Yeah, I feel like Upset, there we go, I was about to say, should be very close to his Lord Dominic's regard. Just finished that one off there, so he's going to be very strong in these fights. But MKOI, off of the reset from Fnatic, now pushing in onto this bottom side, going to establish way more vision control, and these choke points for a Chain of Corruption or even a pick could work wonders for MKOI.
Oscar Renan is sitting by mid lane right now. MKOI still hovering over bushes, that banana bush and this one adjacent to Dragon. Mickey is just face checking. Razork sits in brush waiting as well. MKOI trying to pick off at least somebody as Alvaro is going to be the first target. Oscar now spotted on Vision as well. Mirwin trying to poke out too, and for a game 1, holy dooly. We are delivering on the precipice of my heart at the very least, and the trepidation, big words need to be used. Elyoya, a slim miss there onto Razork.
They have zero vision where MKOI are, though. All these brushes are so dangerous to enter as Fnatic.
Oscar, he's in, invisible, pops. Elyoya, good damage. The ball goes out, zones out as well. Mirwin tries to do the same. Dragon sits there waiting.
They know that Razork's in the bush, though. I think he was spotted on the wards as he went to go in, so MKOI aware that there we go, that Dragon has started, and it's by the monkey.
Elyoya's going to face check. Razork sits there waiting to clone out, but he sits there. Burst! The burst from Oscar! And now going into a GA. It could be Fnatic 5, but Elyoya brings it back. Alvaro sends it in, and Jojo flies as well. 3-man shield to Duran, 1 over to Super. Jojo flashes out. The disengage is good as MKOI have lost their jungler. Mickey is dead in the dumps as well as Oscar at full HP is the burst to look at. Shockwave, 2 members, fight from Oscar! I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game. Mirwin left isolated as the better top is loving League of Legends today.
Who the hell is this man in the top lane for Fnatic? He is popping off on this Aurora and single-handedly denying MKOI access to this Dragon.
We've got beautiful shockwaves, but hey, we've got a beautiful man looking out to see if Mirwin's in his way. 500 kills in the LEC, and Oscar and Aurora are lovers made in paradise at this point.
Insane performance from Oscar Renan. The burst damage onto Elyoya, the reposition again, even the positioning in these fights from him has been absolutely spectacular. You watch as he comes in over the wall here, ends up getting a ton of damage onto Elyoya, but as this engage from Alvaro comes through, which was fantastic, but he ends up repositioning up and then to wrap around everyone, which then sets up, as Fnatic want to go for the re-engage, to then start to pick off members over and over. Here you can see Invisible comes through and then just sets up alongside Poby with this shockwave to finish off everyone. So well played by Fnatic.
It's one of those games where flashes just mean so much, don't they?
Yeah.
Man, insane fight. And again, this is only the brink. This is only game 1 to go to Worlds, to go to Madrid. This is only our taster, as at 5K Fnatic now in the lead with a Soul as well. The first meaningful lead in this game has just arrived.
And now the push for Fnatic will start on this top side. Ocean Soul to their name, which means poke from Mirwin. Going to be negligible when it hits health bars, but at least should help in getting rid of some of these waves. But again, I mean, all this, as you can see, the little grubbies coming through, going to work out well for Fnatic and starting to push on down. At this stage, MKOI, they need a miracle, and it may need to try and come from Alvaro, but with no flash, it makes it very difficult for him to try and find that setup for MKOI.
Look how hard it is to step up the wave. It's only Mirwin with range wave clear. Super needs to get there, but the cannon is a problem. The poke not landing on the cannon means that's going to continue thriving, and Jojo's now looking for mid-wave himself, but as he moves over, maybe MKOI can start a fight with his ulti up and available, but Fnatic are playing it patient. They're not overstepping.
Yeah, just trying to put a point of pressure on the map for MKOI. Is Jojo now going to start to move back?
Oscar.
But Fnatic, I think they should get this top side.
As he goes in, Viz comes out, his auto attacks, the MP, wrong game, the mana scaling. Let's call it ability power, that's what it is. To auto attack, Zach, you know what I'm talking about. I went from MP to mana to ability power, we're there. He does a lot of turret damage, that's the point. And he's got a Magi's. Like, who is this guy? You're right. Look at that.
Yeah. And especially now, Fnatic go for the reset, a 2.5k Red Bull Baron power play. This Fnatic side is so set up. I mean, across the board, you're going to see final items starting to be completed. They can start to position now onto towards this bottom side and put this pressure further into the hands of MKOI, and I just don't know how they're supposed to hold.
Yeah.
Like look at the summoner spells from Alvaro. He knows that he has to try and make some magic happen, but without the flash, it's so much more difficult to try and do that.
Super sitting in brush here. Razork's just running at them. Look how confident he is onto Alvaro. Good engage. And the burst from Super actually meaningful too. But remember, with Ocean Soul and being in a jungle, Razork will be fine, especially taking away the red buff here, which is more jungle resources negated. That Red Bull Baron power play is 15 seconds off depleting. So the game won't end yet. MKOI are not out of this yet. It is just a very hard game to play for Soul here, as that definitely feels like that's going to be where we land.
Yeah, Fnatic, once more resetting. I thought they were trying to synchronize their waves there with the large minion wave that's coming in on the top side with the super minions. That will end up as a double super minion lane. So I think you could try and look for it, but now they've looked for the reset. MKOI can kind of deal with that separately. And it's just Poby who's down on this bottom side pushing in. So I think it will be just Fnatic kind of understanding at this stage they're in a very strong position.
Yeah.
And not wanting to overextend for these turrets and giving MKOI that opportunity with Alvaro to find the re-engage.
I think closing out the game, Fnatic, look, in this region alike, a lot of teams securing games and getting it across the finish line has been the problem. I'm not going to shy away from the fact that sometimes games should end and they don't, but this is the upper echelon of playoffs. This is the start of playoffs, but this is a single best of 5 that secures you into yet another world championship. Both these teams are renowned for making worlds. Movistar Koi in the past, Mad Lions were just always there. And people didn't like it all the time, but they made it. They were the ones who got across the finish line. Fnatic, the same as well. You can count on them as... Let's see where we land. At least only in game 1. That Elder's 1 minute away. Teleport
trying to
burn.
sneak. They're trying to see if they can get in behind Upset as he comes back in and look for the pick. Super now showing up mid-wave. But Fnatic are doing the same.
They're doing the same onto Mirwin. They get away the Knight's Vow, the shield at least. In comes El Yoya, rather Alvaro Dagda. But is he on a ward? I think
no, he avoided the vision.
Okay.
So actually didn't end up walking over, but now he's in behind Fnatic.
They know. I feel like they know. Upset steps forward. The edge of Alvaro seen. He's seen. And now Upset just walks past, sends him away. Gia and Upset means he's a little bit more safe with Spell Shield with everything up and available. Mirwin kites back. TP from Jojo.
Yeah, but with that spotted, MKOI have kind of been foiled here. So Fnatic happy to keep positioning by just pushing in and contesting this mid-wave and then holding pressure for that Elder Dragon. 25 seconds off.
Oscar doing it again. He pops between worlds, sends Mirwin to Mars. He had to flush away to get out of the atmosphere. Now that Mirwin's got no flush and Magnusson starts off, Alvaro goes in and he's dead in an instant. Upset stands and says, see ya. And Fnatic have 5, MKOI have 4.
birds on the menu for Fnatic.
Mirwin, he's got no flash and he's stepping up to a Rel win on the hunt, and Mickey knows his target. Easily done. Jojo will come in, but his carry is dead. Super over the wall is exhausted. He's hitting good onto Mickey, but again, with a redemption, with an Ocean Soul, only Fnatic can keep on fighting. A flash over misses, but it won't matter with a GA and a Cyclone. It's Fnatic's day. We haven't seen them in 4 weeks, but they've been cooking good.
This has been insane from Fnatic, and Oscar Ridden leading this charge alongside Upset to take Fnatic to a Game 1 win.
A Game 1 win done in style. A Fnatic that pulled apart the pieces. 2 more to go.
I'm in shock. That was an incredibly strong performance from Fnatic, and you could see there were moments where MKOI threatened to try and take this game back, but some clutch performances in the team fight sealed the deal.
I feel like the MKOI mid game was fantastic, but that man who, you know, Mickey XDD, has a great smile and a great rel, as always.
As always, indeed. Mickey, great game from you here in Game 1. Although I feel like, no, you want to reaction?
Could have been nicer. We had a good lead, so.
Yeah, I mean, it took you guys a long time to snowball that league. What was that?
Yeah, I think we just made some blunders in terms of like picking the fights. But yeah, I think after that we kind of regrouped and made it a bit more clean, I guess.
Wouldn't be a Fnatic game without those blunders anyway, but following up on what MKOI was saying, you are the easy matchup. You want to comment on that after this Game 1?
I mean, it's kind of true, but it's kind of the same for them. They're also the easy matchup for us. So.
It's going to be a flip. It's going to be an interesting series. Thank you so much, Mickey, and congrats on Game 1. That's all for us here. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back for the desk.
Needs a map.
Wait, I'll take care of this.
Oh, be careful. That thing belongs in a museum.
What is this?
Wow, that escalated quickly.
What do we do now? Let's have a break.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
How do we get out?
Like this. Say it.
What about me?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp?
What? Oh, join the WhatsApp?
Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp.
I already joined the WhatsApp. They asked me, I joined the WhatsApp. They joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
We're now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect fit.
Oh, they're about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick! What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Want to level up beyond the Rift? Express like a legend and find your fastest server in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. It's time to Express. Scan to start your 14-day free trial. Subscribe to unlock free Hextech chests and keys.
danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through.
Can we look? Can we look? Can we walk it? Look.
Okay, I'm looking. Here. Galio starting
now. No flash. Do I need to flash?
No.
They're engaging. I'm coming into you guys.
I'm in orange soon up here. I'm ulting.
I hit Sivir as well.
As Oscar at full HP is the burst to look at. Shockwave, 2 members, fight from Oscar! I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game!
Welcome back to the LEC. It was a crazy back and forth game, but Fnatic took the first game leading 1-0. But now let's break down Fnatic's early game aggression and creativity when it comes to securing this early game lead for Upset. So now at the beginning of the clip, we can see that both Elyoya and Razork are in this both side quadrant of the map, but Razork is just a little bit closer to the bot lane. So if you can roll the clip out right now, it ends up being a huge 3-for-3 in the bot side. Supa finds a great Xayah ult react to the play, but at the same time, Razork manages to outplay here and still find the kill. So this already is setting up Upset to just be a strong powerhouse in the game, but the more interesting part is about to come up right now. After the bot lane play, Razork is looking to base. So now we can see that Razork's bot side camps are the ones that are going to be coming up. Usually the junglers would have this sort of pathing into bot side, and Elyoya, after this play, he's looking to go into the top side. But what Razork does here is very clever and is breaking the rules. He is going to be opening bot side again because he realizes that this dragon is up and these top side camps are really not important. Elyoya still didn't find the base afterwards, and now Elyoya is going to go back to clearing into his top side, thinking that Wukong is surely not going to gank bot again, right? He has no ulti, a lot of summers has been expanded, so there's no play to be found. But right now, if you can roll the clip again, Razork is opening here to secure vision for the Drake, and now he's going to be doing another full clear. Gets spotted on this ward, but again, MKOI is thinking surely he's not going to gank again, but that's what happens, is that MKOI is really looking forward to getting this prio and walking to the river, but Fnatic is just one step ahead. Razork finding great plays over and over in the bot lane, and the outcome is not so much of a goal lead for Upset, but at the same time, this gives them a lot of prio for this Drake. But this game ended up going forever, so Analyst Desk, what the hell happened?
Honestly, it's giving play safe bot lane. Just play under your tower, play safe. But either way, Fnatic does manage to turn this around after MKOI manages to turn it around, and after Fnatic managed to turn it around as well. It really was a back and forth.
I mean, it was a back and forth, but I really want to highlight how focused both these teams seem to be. Fnatic came in with such a clear game plan of shutting down Supa and giving resources to Upset. And I do like that MKOI, despite losing early game like that, they still found so many crucial team fights where they kite out the engage from Fnatic and then turn in a super crucial timing. And I just want to highlight that both these teams seem to be so focused on what they have to be doing, and I think they're doing a really good job.
I'm just super happy, honestly. I came into this series being worried that if Fnatic was going to struggle, it would be Oscar.
Yeah.
But he just showed up today, and all of Fnatic did the same. And it was just so much fun to watch this back and forth go the distance.
Yeah, the main focus here also was going to be that bot lane proximity, like whether or not Fnatic is going to be playing for that bot lane. And Razork just showing us exactly that that's the playbook that they're going to keep going by.
Yeah, and I think when your bot lane is up to the Mickey, you want to set them up for success. And they kept going for this fight. Sometimes didn't really go their way, and it looked a little bit scared at it sometimes. But I feel like Fnatic around these objectives were just so much more on fleek than MKOI was, because they were always there first. They were always in position to pull MKOI into them, and they were always there to punish.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, like we're touching upon Oscar specifically here when it comes to, I mean, he said it himself, and I like League of Legends, I am the best top laner there is.
He's loving it right now.
And right now, he is like obsessed with League of Legends because he had such a good performance. We've highlighted the bot lane already in terms of how instrumental they have been in that early game, but you know, Oscar was like this sleeper agent that eventually just Jack woke up.
Yeah, I did not expect that Oscar would be mugging Upset in KDA department for this one. Like, he just had so much damage in the team fights, and was clearly better than Mirwin.
I mean, you see the confidence. He went for the Magi's, the Shadow Flame. He was going for that full one-shot build, and he found so many crucial chunks before this fight that made it so difficult for MKOI to approach. When you're walking through an Aurora that gets 40, 50, 60, 70% of your HP before every single fight, that's just a hazardous environment to enter through.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall, I'm super happy about the level both teams are showing here, and just makes me so excited to see the rest of this BO5 and see where it's going to go.
Yeah, and with MKOI choosing blue side as well, it can throw a little bit of spice in the mix too, because I mean, coming into this, as we said, we were like expecting maybe one team to be a little bit more dominant than the other, but this genuinely was blow for blow. So heading into this next game, Jack, what are we expecting in terms of adaptations for MKOI? Because even though they didn't actually win this game, like they played really well.
I mean, I think it was a disastrous early laning for the bot lane department, right? Like, Supa was 4 deaths at like 10 minutes. And I think for sure that would be the one area of the department where I'm looking at, okay, guys, we need to put awards a little bit more, respect their game plan. It's like, even we, before we came into the game, we said they're just going to gank you bot. So they know it.
I mean, that's the thing, right? When you die to a full clear Wukong gank, that's a little bit reportable. He has no CC, he barely has a gap closer, and not that much damage. So I felt like, yeah, as you say, Jack Spectra, Supa and Navarro just got caught a little bit off guard. They were a little bit impatient. Maybe they didn't expect Fnatic to really zone in on his bot lane pressure so much.
Mickey is locked in.
Oh yeah, coming into next game though, I want to see them go a little bit more stable in team fights. I don't really like the Varus pick. I do know that Mirwin loves the Varus, but into the Aurora, I didn't really find the leads that we wanted for him. And I do expect Mirwin to kind of push Oscar a little bit more in the laning phase, because today it just felt like Oscar, that was his kingdom.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Varus pick was underwhelming. I'd like to see Mirwin go for something like the Mbessa instead, that we've seen him have a lot of success on. Of course, he's had a lot of success on the Varus as well, but it just didn't work out this game.
Yeah, I mean, Poppy, Annie, Azir already taken off the board. So on the blue side here, when you're MKOI, what are you looking to lock in first?
Yeah, as we're joined here by Oduamne on this beautiful desk, I do think there are still these junglers in their mind. Like, I think Trundle is something that has been rising in popularity a lot, seems to be banned a lot on the red side. So I wonder if you want to secure your jungle early, or if it's just this bot lane that they really want to hammer into.
Well, I feel like it's mostly the question comes in now is, are you still banning the OPs? Is Pantheon still going to be open? Because the moment the OPs are open, the draft goes a completely different trajectory. Rumble being banned, I'm expecting the Pantheon ban now, and we just have a little bit more of a standard draft the way Finn was predicting.
Yeah, and without the Varus and Yunara ADCs, I feel like it's not a clear ADC pick that you really want to first pick and highlight, so you can kind of go whatever direction that you want to go in. And I think for MKOI, trying to get counter pick on ADC is definitely a good idea, and especially on support as well. And just going for more like a topside heavy first rotation. Yeah.
Tally already been taken out. I think a little bit about the Yone a lot, because I think it's one of Georgia's best champion. On the Galio game 1, sure, he had some good ults, but I feel like it was quite a bit of a quiet game from him. The Pantheon, as you highlighted, Ramne, is one of those power picks that are still up and available, and it will be secured early by Yoya, something that he can really make use of on the map with that semi-global ult. He can really try to impact most lanes, because the lanes do seem really volatile right now.
Is that going to cause the change that we're looking for when it comes to actually having a little bit more focus on the bot lane?
Well, definitely, because it's point and click stun, you know, a lot of damage. At the same time, we still have a lot of melee supports in. It's easy to start fights. I'm still predicting a lot of action around bot lane.
I was not expecting the Kai'Sa just blind pick like that, but it has been one of Upset's favorites, and that also really highlights the engaged support that's probably going to come in for Fnatic here. And that Fnatic, they just want to fight.
I mean, game 1 of Fnatic, they won, they drafted dive, and it worked. Maybe now this game 2, they want to go another dive comp. I feel like the Kai'Sa, maybe the Vi, something like this could be something that you want to lean into, because it seemed to be their plan game 1, and it really did work out.
The Gwen coming in, okay.
Kind of two double cocky blind picks here, I feel like.
I don't really feel like the Gwen is really that cocky, because I don't really see a lot of champions that can be dealing with it. Maybe I'm looking at stuff like Renekton, it's a little bit more basic, but she does have a lot of value in the swaps.
Don't you think that Mirwin, though, would be the type of guy to play some weird-ass range champ into it and punish it that way?
Well, yeah, but the thing is, if you go this weird-ass range champion, then the swap just happens at like at minute 4, and then the Gwen presses W, and she's immune, and then, you know,
it's a call into Gwen. It's a classic of Mirwin.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, if I'm Fnatic and I know that Mirwin is a complete psychopath, that he just wants to counterpick me and play the funny champions, I'm really not picking it so early. But I guess at the same time, there was also the question: would MKOI just go for the Gwen themselves, and then you have this sort of impossible situation where you don't really have a good answer into it? But I do like what MKOI is cooking, but I really want to see how are they rounding it up.
I mean, this is a scary top side for MKOI here. These are the three
It's scary for both teams, to be honest. Well, okay, never mind. Now it's a little bit more normal, because if you had a Kali Yone Pantheon, I'm scared even if I'm playing it, you know? Because
there's a lot of variance in that draft, yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of Tristan locked in. I assume that's gonna go mid, but it could also be AD carry into the Kai'Sa.
I think ADC into Kai'Sa. Yeah, I quite like the matchup, and especially if they end up going the Vi as well. It's just really easy to survive those bot ganks. You have a lot of safety while also having the all-in threat. And overall, just kind of an underrated ADC.
Yeah, and I also do think about this top lane matchup, at least for the Akali, you don't really need to put a lot of resources into the Akali. She's kind of self-sufficient in that lane. She will just be slowly winning out against the Gwen, and it allows Elioya to have a little bit more free time to secure Joji and for sure help Soup and Alvaro more, because that seems to be the battlefield this series, and that's really where you gotta hone in.
Yeah, I'm looking at top lane. I feel like it's gonna bleed out slowly, so I'm predicting a little bit of a swap action, a little bit non-interactive in that sense. But right now, it's all about what's getting banned in this 4-5, because we are in the situation where the melee supports are still open. They're both dropping to 4-5. Fnatic can close the door or make sure that Miki is having a great champion, because I think that a lot of Fnatic's power will come from the support counterpick.
Yeah, I think you're just looking for Nautilus on 4 here.
Maybe
with the
Alistar
as well. Yeah, Nautilus, Alistar. Even Leona is like kind of the last one you'd go for, I think, as the Nautilus gets banned out here. And both bot lanes have such like explosive trades. I can't wait to see what both Razork and Elioya can cook here.
Yeah, but it's also going to be careful here for MKOI. If you ban too many of the engage supports, you might not get one of them yourself, so you kind of have to go for that Enchanter or something like a Nico is still up and available, something that has been powerful for both of these teams. I think both Alvaro and Mickey being great on that champion. I would like to see it get picked here.
We might see a handshake here in the bot lane, because right now with Alistar and Nico, they both feel the same type of champion that they're looking for, this sort of, you know, frontline engage, utility kind of support. So now everything is decided by this, because you do run the risk that if you ban the Alistar, you're getting last pick. They're probably going to handshake the Alistar for the Nico or something along those lines.
Interesting that they decided to ban the Aphelios, thinking that Tristana is still a flex. But as you said, they're going to get that Nico and probably just Alistar too.
I mean, technically you could counterpick your bot lane full here. If you want to go for something crazy like a Caitlyn lane, I doubt it's going to happen, or like a Jinx lane, like a Jinx Fresh. I don't know how that matchup goes, but you have the option to put the Tristana mid is what I'm trying to highlight.
Yeah.
And they could, in theory, go for a double counterpick here.
The thing is, you really need then an ADC that either like you have something like the Thresh that saves you from this dive comp, or you have an ADC that's also self-sufficient.
Like an Estral?
Yeah, Estral is kind of the only one left after Tristana, Saya, and Sivir are all out.
The thing is, if you would go in that route, it would also wouldn't really make sense, because you don't have the front line to support those champions. So I do think that even though the Alistar into the Nico doesn't really, like, you know, make a lot of sense in terms of power pick, because you had the free counter pick, you do have to save the team comp, because a lot of power does come from this Yone in the mid lane. does come from this Akali in the top lane. So I do think it's one of those necessary evils.
Is this MKOI's composition going to be enough to negate the damage, or just the focus that we're going to see from Razork on the bot lane either way?
Oh man, I mean, this composition is a bloodbath from both sides. It's, you know, usually we look at these comps and we're like, oh wow, they're gonna front to back at an objective. These guys are gonna fist fight like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing side, left, up, right, and center in these objective fights. They're gonna try to play from so many different angles, and Alvaro is gonna flank, Miriam is gonna flank, and Elyoya might join the flank with his ult. I think there's gonna be very creative maneuvers around these objectives that they really have to pay attention to.
But the really cool part about this is that I feel like this is one of those games where the early game actually matters. I feel like the first 5-10 minutes are very, very important for either side, because I do feel like if, you know, whichever team gets the lead here can dictate the pace for the rest of the game.
I mean, I love the MKOI draft. I think that top side as an ADC, super scary. They're going to take it.
I mean, we did say it was going to be Brain versus Brawn, but it feels like at this time both teams just want to go at it in the second game of this series, where Fnatic so far is finding themselves in the lead. Can MKOI equalize it? Let's find out with our casters, Hysterics and Dagda.
They are interesting drafts, and I like that, you know, Jack kind of spoke, like, the top side looks insane for MKOI, and especially since it's very innovative. It's not your usual responses to something like the Gwen, right, where you'd expect the Jax or the Renekton. This feels like, again, it's just playing on the fact that Mirwin has such an interesting champion pool.
Yeah, and he said in interviews, hey, look, I think it was with Cheap Esports where it was, I'm getting the practice in the Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's going to be good. Maybe I'll bring out the Akali, and we're already seeing it here in game number 2. And it's a good answer into the Gwen. And I think Otto said it right. Like, both these teams can blow open this game and completely run away with it. And after the last game we just had, I think we're down for a banger early game once more, and it's going to be on Elyoya to try and contain Razork better than he could in game number 1.
Man, Elyoya had a couple of good fits and fights, and after that it was just unfortunate that Fnatic just found these angles. I mean, I think the biggest thing was that, again, those 80 carries started scaling, and the longer they could have uptime, the better it was. But Oscar was obviously the highlight as well, like some of the big explosive plays of game 1 on his Aurora. We are hoping for something similar in game 2 because he has taken Ignite TP. There is no flash on the Gwen here. Vi is great here. That is a bit NPC. Vi is great in a lot of comps. Jojo's signature pick, that is true. Now I'm just roasting Twitch chatters. 3-0 incoming from Berlin Ghoul. Well, hang on a minute. All right, hang on a minute. No way Fnatic, that guy cursed it. Some of the people that type in chat, you don't expect to come up on stream, but we're going to roast you. Like that Ben's guy from last week, he never got back to us.
I will say, I don't think the idea was to put this in so we could roast Twitch chat. I think it was to more incorporate them into the
I was not in that meeting.
I don't think it was.
No, I will roast them, you know. You've got to give me something back. A quick highlight as we look at the 2v2, which Jack was very interested in. They're just going to play for maximum authority as Alta does what he does at level 1.
But look at where Elyoya is. He's gone from Raptors, Red, into Krugs. I think he's immediately going to try and make his way in towards his bottom side for a level 3 gank and see if he can beat Razork to the punch into this bottom lane.
That makes sense, right? And he's going to clear incredibly quick. He'll have the health to regain too. Razork, 3-camp topside. Is he going for Raptors? He's on a ward. He starts it off. I mean, they get pulled. All someone has to do is move and see. Is anyone scouting this area right now? There's no pings yet.
No, once the thing disappears, he should go. But Elyoya, not confident he could actually make the play on the bottom side.
Right.
So he's going to be a little bit slower and going towards his top side just because you end up walking the whole way to bot to then come the whole way back up. But I know he's actually just going to go for an evade here. Right, so dodging around the vision.
Okay. Well, while we wonder what showering situation's happening with one of our co-streamers, we're going to find out if Elyoya is going to stink out the bottom lane himself. He is spotted, you're right. Upset and Mickey are just moving back, and with the tangle barbs, it's so easy. They just pull back. The wave right now, it's okay. It'll bounce back. It's fine.
Yeah, but it's set Elyoya behind quite a bit. You can see he's only cleared 3 camps, whereas Razork is about to finish his entire clear. So now going to start to move in mid, hoping maybe he can find something, but it's going to need the Q3 from Jojo.
Yeah, if he gets a gank here, it's massive. Onto Poby, but he Valkyries away. Not too much taken. Jojo going to walk up, and he gets a bit of damage down himself. Poby with autos is enough to trade even, but for now, Elyoya's got to go up and do his topside camps.
Yeah, but Razork is on this bottom side, and the wave hasn't been crashed, so Fnatic now with the opportunity to set up a nice little freeze for themselves, which it looks like they're going to do just that. So this game plan for MKOI in the early stage is not quite working out, thanks to that early ward spotting out Elyoya from Fnatic.
So he just goes back to Scuttle instead, but if we want to use a fancy word tempo, it's definitely up in Razork's favor as he's been most efficient with his camps. Elyoya on his Gromp for now, who then move to Krugs, then, or Raptors, excuse me, or Wolves, let's try again. Then it's Scuttle time as Alvaro going to face check here. Razork's still around. Good pop away. Mickey, a sidestep from Alvaro that stops his Tangle Barbs. A necessity, as Alvaro could have been in serious trouble.
A great sidestep from Alvaro, salvages the play, but also stops the reset from Razork. So Razork now going to try and just invade on towards this Raptors respawn, which is nice timing because you can see Elyoya wants to try and match the Scuttle Crab. Alvaro now going to spot it that this was taken, so it may just be, oh, hang on. Yeah, just Razork going to steal one. And look, Elyoya going to move in towards this top side to try and take away the Krugs on the opposite end.
And it's something you were talking about earlier, where the vision focused on top side was also mirrored on bot as Exhaust put down. Super. He's going to be hit a couple of times. Upset. It's fun to take Exhaust in this matchup, but against Tristana, when it's so much on the satchel burst, and I'm sure, you know, Jacksepticeye would tell us, it seems like a smart take in this 2v2, you know?
That was definitely because I was Irish. That one was...
No, that wasn't because of you. It's just because with Jack, I just figured, you know, that's only the name I can go towards. I struggle with everything else.
So though, nice job from Elyoya. So you don't get all the camp for Razork on that bottom side, whereas Elyoya does get the full camp. So at least gets a little bit of a gold lead for himself, a bit of an experience lead, and should be able to now pick up a decent chunk on his bottom side. But we'll have to see how, again, because Elyoya has made it very clear he wants to try and impact this bottom lane.
Yeah.
So I'm curious if it's just Krugs into an immediate play, whereas Razork is now mid.
Jojo has flash available. It's all about timing here. Tries to get another Q. I think he's on a second stack, and Razork coming in, the flash. Okay, it's Jojo comes out first, but with the Gatling gun, Poby is close to a kill. Flashes into range, auto attack, and there it is, secured. Poby on the board first.
Again, Razork getting that first blood now for Fnatic, making that play towards the mid lane, and Jojo, the wave just in an awkward spot for him where he needed to try and get it crushed, but just couldn't do so.
It's a good day to be Razork. He's not even focusing on bot yet, but here he comes again. Elyoya in the spirits nearby. And engage, it's great. Mickey out of mana, flashing away. The jump from Super. He doesn't get a reset, though Razork's there. However, Super must have got the last auto. No second instinct or second skin as Alvaro runs for his life. Lethal tempo in full effect. MKOI's bot lane gets out, if only just.
Great cover again from Razork. Elyoya trying to do exactly what we're saying. Go for the Krugs, immediately look for the play on bottom lane, and Alvaro thought he might have been able to make the play, but TP swap from Alvaro, and now the play on the bottom lane, they want to go for more.
They do indeed. Elyoya is coming in. He's spotted out by Scrying Waters. Razork is not coming in. He went to Gromp. Good Tangle Barbs. And Fnatic just walk it out. In that play, I'm surprised Super got the last auto because that was so damn close.
Yeah, but Alvaro with the TP able to hold the wave here, so you don't actually end up losing out on a huge amount for MKOI.
Yeah.
Mirwin now with the swap onto the bottom lane, and Super actually going to get that first rotation up towards the top side, but you can see in the experience, it's about a half a level for upset thanks to all these plays that have been happening on the bottom end of the map, which is very nice for the Fnatic side.
Look at where Oscar is though. He didn't actually TP to bot, he didn't have it. Needlework is out onto Alvaro, doesn't have his own ultimate. Oscar is going to follow this up with a snip again. This guy in the most nuisance of places is Elyoya is hit by Razork. A fist to the face while Poby and Jojo are voting it out in the mid lane, so Jojo can't join in. Poby winning it out ever so slightly as now Mickey's involved. 4 members of Fnatic sitting around mid lane. They're getting busy.
They're trying everything that they can, but again, it's Fnatic kind of pushing back MKOI. This has been a barn burner. Like, the fact we're getting this much action constantly is crazy that we've only had a single kill thus far.
And I've never been in a barn, Dagda, but I assume this is how it would happen.
in a barn.
Oh, okay. I've been to that barn. It wasn't really a barn. It was too fancy of a barn. I'm talking hay, horses, cows, milk, everything. Like, that's what happens in barns. I've never been in one of those experiences. Is it an Irish thing or?
Yeah, we'll get you. We'll have a great time.
An Irish barn. Who knows what happens in those? I'm looking forward to it. If it's anything like this game, I'm happy to experience it 10 times over because, as you said, the early game's been good. I think the best part about this early game, while it's not been super explosive for kills, it's just been on like a knife's edge for some of these trades, and it's definitely been about getting to the 6-1 as well, which, by the way, Upset now has. Razork now has his in top side as well. Elyoya also here and can hit on a moment's notice.
Jojo was denied the reset though by Poby's rocket, so Fnatic immediately going to move over towards this, and I don't really think you're in a position to contest for this. Mickey very close to level 6 as well if he can get one more wave, but I think this objective should be gone before it's taken, and potentially you can use that level advantage on the supports to guarantee the dragon as well on this next rotation for Fnatic.
You'd hope so, because if Fnatic keep up with this tempo like game 1, then it could mean that those grubs enable so much pushing power. With Gwen, always feels nice. Just the little things, I think, in life. Oscar, that was weird. It spectator, whatever that was. I don't know if he got that minion or not, but Oscar is down massively. That roam had cost. Like, he is 25 CS down to Mirwin, so while we are glazing him a little bit, there is a bigger cost in this second game for his interaction with the map.
Yeah, it was basically a trade-off of... Ooh, hang on.
And now Elyoy is here as well. Oscar's in a bit of bad luck. With the perfect execution, Mirwin right on top of him, sends it out. The 5-point strike fans him down into the ground.
Big win for MKOI. We just said, look, you're going to have this little advantage for Mickey. Maybe Fnatic can use it. And they will look to try and burn it in the top side as Elyoy was put on the bot lane.
Razork with that ulti, ready to pull the trigger. Big wave coming in, or at least 1.5 times. Alvaro sticks around without ulti. Super, level 6 now as well. He can buster shot someone away. Great buffer on the Vi. Super gets out, and Fnatic run away too.
Yeah, you're able to reset and get in towards his top side, so Fnatic not feeling comfortable enough to continue the chase down. And Super will be able to get the majority of the wave as well here, so it's not any answer for Fnatic for a nice kill from MKOI in the bot lane.
I think the fact that, you know, when Zai is down and Vi is just available, this shows that MKOI very innovative with their drafts as well. Like, seeing that buffer, that's another thing you got to think about. It's like, well, is the Vi going to actually ult Tristana this game? Because if Rocket jumps up and available, he can just keep doing that, and that's a big ult down.
Yeah, and that's the reason why you take the Tristana in this situation. It just makes it very, very difficult to try and do it. I think we saw a hell of a lot of it last year from Caps at MSI.
I remember.
And now we just have to see if Super can try and keep himself safe. And that was kind of the point, right? It limits the champion pools that MKOI can, or sorry, the champions that Fnatic can try and go for on MKOI. I think it'll be more Mirwin that they try and focus with it in the future.
Jojo hits Poby. Poby hits back. That's how mid has been so far. And opposites attract. Disco Yone is going to back off, and while Jojo has TP to match this, you've got to remember that that dragon still sits up. No one's touched it so far. It was the grubs, but it was no MKOI trade to bot. Fnatic didn't reset and then look directly towards that objective. Be very lane focused here, Dagda. And again, when early game matters so much, as they said on desk, and as you also reiterated, it is Fnatic right now sitting with a 700 just about gold lead, 600 to be frank. 400. It's going up and down. Look at this. Look at the map. It's still their lead from lane.
I think the main focuses are going to be Mirwin picking up the early waves, which gave him the massive advantage over Oscar.
That is a big lead.
And now the kill means that MKOI have a very strong side laner that they can try and play through. On the counterpoint, though, Hobie's been doing a great job in the mid lane, having a lot of support from Fnatic, and these early armor boots has made it very difficult for Jojo to really get full value in this mid lane. And Upset has actually managed to sneak a little bit of that extra gold too. So it's kind of this double AD carries on Fnatic trying to step up, whereas it's going to be MKOI hoping Mirwin can assassinate one of them in these fights.
Mirwin, he's got a grudge after game 1. We are definitely building up for a very big top lane series. If Oscar's able to deliver, and if Mirwin's able to have this kind of lane performance and translate that into a big mid game, then we've got a lot to spruik about for those two guys. Note that teleports up and available right now consist of Mirwin only. I'm looking across the board. Supports have Unsealed Spellbook. Well, actually only Alvaro does, so that could be another. But regardless, Mirwin has the advantage there if we start talking about how they can move across map. But for now, extended lanes, mid lane is a top, bot lane is a mid, top lane is a bot. It's just a party and everyone's invited. Go pick your lane.
Yeah, no, you always go for Dragon. The push that Mirwin has on the bottom side and the push you have with Super in the mid lane, they're feeling comfortable enough to try and go for this play, and there's not really a response from Fnatic. They're trying to go for Jojo, but look where Alvaro is, reading this really well to make sure that he's in a position to cover for this dive.
Alvaro at 6 as well. A bit more longevity if he can go for the anti-dive. Jojo gets poked out, and then some of the range that comes from Mickey and Poby as Dragon goes to MKOI. Okay, opening objective is good. However, delayed. And it gives them a bit of slow resist and bonus move speed. That's kind of nice, especially when they have a lot of dive, a lot of committal that wants to send it.
Yeah, a lot of defensive vision for MKOI to try and spot out exactly where Razork is. You can kind of see it on the minimap. Like, we've got a ton invested all across here. We've got this one here to make sure you're fine on the bottom side. And even if you try and enter in towards his top side, there's more vision there as well. And it's kind of making it difficult for Razork to really make any of these plays, because every time he tries to step into a position, he's getting spotted by MKOI. And I think this is the adaptation that they needed to just enable their side laners to continue to scale into the later portion.
And it's ever relevant now because that bot wave has now just been unfrozen. It's a slow push from Oscar in, and so as that wave pushes out, if Oscar tries to come in and set up for something like a dive or a recurrence of something in bot, then Elyoy has perfect vision to make the counterplay as well. That vision now taken away as Razork just going up through river, and Mickey trying to find an angle for a gank. I think that cannon minion is sus. Pop Blossom on the Super. Okay, Mickey, that one was a little bit much, you know?
Look, it was an up roll. Super ended up throwing it, you know, it was a zoning ultimate.
Yeah, okay.
But,
Go again.
Super.
He did get Tangle Barbs down. Alvaro's here. He just Aboba's a little bit and walks away.
Yeah, still though, like, I think these are the moments whenever like you spot Razork on Vision like we saw on bot side, this is where everyone's on Fnatic, their hairs have to go up on their neck because Elyoya could be anywhere at any point in time thanks to this ultimate. And if you're Poby, you can't really overextend this top side because you will get chased down very easily thanks to this duo on MKOI. And it's kind of a similar story for Oscar, and we already saw how quickly he could fall to Mirwin and Elyoya.
Yeah, Poby's going to have a bit of rough time. Like, he might be ahead, but there's a lot of chase. There's a lot of instant gap close. It's very hard to react to. So Poby's flash is going to have a lot of relevancy in this game. I think Poby's going to have a very relevant game if he can play well. Jojo also on his Yone side note. I mean, he might be down in gold, but he's about to pick up his Blade of the Ruined King. And he's been stuck in the weak side of the map consistently in this game. His Yone, though, historically in the LEC has been great this year. As we're going to start a fight in the meantime. Razork bumps away with Elyoya. And that Yone I was talking about, almost level 11, is trying to contribute something here before he gets his first item.
It's only really Jackies and Jojo that continue to take this pick and really shine on it. And I think it has become a bit more synonymous with Jojo because he has had spectacular games on it. And once he gets that later portion of the game, he's going to be so deadly, as you already alluded to. But at the moment, with Riptile there, no team really feeling confident enough to take that fight. No, Poby just out of range.
He shakes his butt at him. Okay, nicely done. Poby, 1.6k gold lead thanks to the turret as well. And while I was talking up Jojo's Yone, I mean, that counterplay, that sneaky play from Fnatic was interesting. Sure, it's a flip taken onto Oscar Ren, and there we go. The all-out's going to be a perfect execution. Mirwin at max range! Solo bolo! Now, Razork's going to bring it back in. Poby's going to teleport in. He misses, though, and Mirwin is going to die in the end. But it requires a TP from Poby.
A full commitment bot means that MKOI would just go towards the Rift Herald. Mirwin trades 1-for-1 off the back of it, and MKOI going to be very happy with that. With the fact that, again, Mirwin just styling on Oscar Rinnan now.
Good Tangle Barbs. Mickey trying to get in the thick of what's happening over at Herald. Alvaro has to heal up after getting chunked out a bit, but a Herald over to MKOI. I think that's worth in the end. As we look at Mirwin take this off.
This was just very greedy from Oscar Rinnan going for the trade. But
Super in trouble. Pop Blossom this time. It connects before the ulti. Super's got no mana, but he's got lethal tempo running away. Upset has the ulti as well, and his killer instinct now down as Elyoya flies in with a spear. A little bit late there from Yo-Yo, but as he gets on in, at least he's here. However, in the meantime, bot turret is being chunked away by Poby.
Yeah, Poby has kind of been the benefactor of a bit of the madness for Fnatic. 1.7k, well, 1.6k gold lead now for himself because he's been getting the CES, kind of getting a lot of these turret plates, thanks to Mickey and Razor kind of focusing on. But Mirwin is still a massive threat, and it really is going to come down to how much value you can get as Elyoya. Might be caught out here.
He might indeed. He went into Mickey and he gets baited in, flashes over the red wall. He's now out and he's going to keep clearing his jungle camps, but again, Fnatic are just so proactive, and MKOI, while we're glazing them for the cross-map play, this overcommitment from Poby is now turned into a good thing with the push, with a return that's going to probably get into a mana mute.
But it's also just the amount of vision you've now got on this bottom side for Fnatic because of it. So I think they're going to be very happy with it, but we're going to get the replay here of, again, like you overextended for just a little bit to try and set that up to get the flower, and it means that then immediately you get the TP in to cover.
Oh, Mirwin in the end gets clapped around a little bit. Good boy!
Oh, wow.
Covering your... Now, maybe we censored that. Covering your top, okay. Alvaro is here, good boy too. Well, he flashes away. And the pet cow is now out of there, but Super getting ganked again. Oscar Rinnan and Elyoya beefing around a little bit, but Oscar doesn't mind that too much. The Gwen absorbs and Fnatic move back around mid. Note the dragon is up. And because of that vision you're talking about before the replay, Dagda, Fnatic have all the coverage in the world towards bot, while Mirwin doesn't have grubs, and he's a Carly split pushing a lane.
And there's not an answer. Elyoya has the opportunity to cover for him in that top side if you want to. Jojo getting a little bit of heat from Poby, actually. So with that trade, maybe there is going to be an answer back from Fnatic on this bottom side. Jojo with Alvaro, going to see if they can catch Razork.
Razork, is it greedy? He went back in. Jojo's going to whop him for a little bit. Remember, Blade of the Ruined King now picked up, so Jojo gets a knock up Razork with Redemption at half HP, but Poby gets bot turret because they lured Jojo away with the invade, and Razork tries again.
There is a Raptor moving towards the top side, though, is there? So we need to be careful.
Bird chicken. Let's
he can
go.
flash over the wall here, has the heal.
He can. That is the most conspicuous chicken. Oscar, the bait, it won't work out. He's dead. Mirwin gets ignited, and he's running for his life. Mickey doesn't have a flash. A shuriken flip out, and Mirwin call him a good boy again.
The plays from Mirwin coming out for Razork has the ultimate, but there's Elyoya.
Elyoya here to save the day. What a superhero. Elyoya, as he flies in, is still on the hunt. Razork gets the chilling spike for the slow. Needs a vault breaker out. Sidestep is nice, but in the way is Jojo. The knock up, the knock down. Movistar Koi continue to surprise, but now Alvaro's caught out with an unbreakable will. He too will die, and we walk into the thick of it here with Fnatic getting one to leverage us out.
What is going on? Everyone's fighting everywhere on the map, and now Mickey pretending to be a dead Razork.
Gets Tangle Barbs in. Mickey's going to find him. The ult used onto Upset instead because Mickey doesn't have his own ult. Very smart ult from Super, keeps him alive.
I wasn't sure if Upset just wanted to commit, but with the barrier for Super, doesn't want to overextend. Still though, MKOI get the play on top, getting some gold in towards Jojo, which is much needed, but now Oscar Rinnan's here.
Okay.
Does he have the support? I don't think so.
Can Oscar deal with that's a Rod of Ages Gwen.
And it's a level 11 versus a level 13 Yone. So again, this is kind of where it's all starting to come back. Yeah.
We scaling.
Yeah, well look, I think the Rod of Ages is basically because of the matchup. Mirwin is in a great spot. He's going to be able to burst you out. And essentially your goal is to try and survive on the front line for Oscar Rinnan. The big problem though is that he's now 2 levels down as he's about to tick over to level 12 on Mirwin. A level and a half down on Jojo Pyun. And you're just in a position where you just can't really follow onto anything.
I'm just looking at solo queue. I do not see Rod of Ages Gwen anywhere. We can talk about that a little bit later because in this solo queue, you talk about being tanky. For now, it's not enough because Mirwin is so far ahead. And he's also styling a bit in this game to equal up the top lane ego trade. Oh, Alvaro caught out again, but his knockup might have set something up. Upset almost there for the Pop Blossom. It's a 2-man. It'll take down Jungle as well. Delio has to bring back the fight. Mickey kiting away. He gets through from Mirwin. Poby here to save the day. Jojo ulties into thin air, but he finds it with a flash in the end. Movistar Koi trying to beat the fight back as the knockouts galore from the Herald. Mirwin found his own CC, but as he runs out of the Herald, he goes back in to die. Fnatic were born in this silliness. Movistar Koi have to step it up.
It is everywhere, everything, all at once. And
oh my God, the beef 2-for-1 special.
Yeah, like Alvaro getting caught out, and it just looks like MKOI scramble to try and make the fight happen. We get to see now as we come out of the replay. So on a pink, doesn't realize everyone's there. They immediately turn onto the cow. The inconspicuous Raptor coming through as well. But the ultimate from Mickey actually keeps Mirwin out of the play, which buys the space for Fnatic to try and retreat into the backline. The fact Mickey survived for so long is absolutely insane as well. But then as the Akali goes in, tries to use the knockup to save Elyoya, but only ends up putting himself in danger as Mirwin then gets focused down by Fnatic. But yeah, I think the fact that Jojo ended up using his ultimate to try and get onto Mickey means that he's not able to follow up on the play, and maybe that could have changed some things for MKOI. Now, we're going to do it again.
This is where they lost a lot of their gold in game 1. Fnatic made a big error around Atakan, but they're healthier this time. Teleport from Poby as well, and Dagda. I see a Gwinsus on a Kai'Sa. Fnatic ready to turn.
Yeah, but the TP now from Mirwin has that ultimate up and available. Fnatic, can they just go through this? He's so close to being available for upset.
All it takes is perfect execution, a clone use. Mickey getting in. There's the ult from Elyoya. He joins the fray at 5k. Mirwin over the wall. The level 14 Akali. As Atakan's going to reset, fishing over a wall. Weirdly enough, onto Oscar. Mirwin, great damage.
So much damage.
And Oscar's sent packing.
And now that's just the setup for MKOI. Oscar Rinnan has to go, and Fnatic have given up their position on this objective. MKOI are going to just try and burst it down. Razork has been zoned away by Mirwin.
If Oscar TPs, you know the Fnatic want to go back in at 8k. There's still time.
The TP in mind.
Oi, Razork though ran into fog of war. He has to bring out the assault and battery. Meanwhile though, the Pop Blossom's great, but Mickey is a wedge too far. Down he will go as well. Redemption heals up Movistar Koi. Jojo with a whip. Upset ults the backline, but into a bad deal. I don't think so, champ. Super Goomba stomps him for a 1-up. Meanwhile, the knockouts galore on Oscar Rinnan. He can't move for the time being, and Fnatic are dying one by one to the movie stars of the screen.
It's the second game in a row Fnatic have gone towards this objective.
They don't
and
learn.
It's the second game in a row that has come back to bite them. So much gold in MKOI's favor, the Dragon as well, and all of this off the back of Mirwin getting on towards Razork. and understand if I can just burst him down, this objective is ours. Oscar Ridden, too late by the time everything comes through, and Upset tries to salvage the play, but immediately Elyoya flashing onto the AD carry to make sure there was nothing that could go wrong for MKOI off the back of this.
And they're so split that for MKOI, how easy it was to pick them all up. Poby stands there and watches his team burn. MKOI, now, how do they keep moving this pace forward? Because it's a different game state to game one, right? 2 Dragons, 4K gold lead, and Akali, who is destroying Oscar Rinnan. And after game one, I think Mirwin said, just hold my beard, hold my hair, doesn't matter, hold whatever you want, because bro, I'm styling.
A lot of this should be Fnatic setting up an objective, taking their pick of who they want to try and burst out, which in this case should be Mirwin, and then dumping all of their cooldowns into him and saying we can carry the fight afterwards. But every time it's been, well, every time is one time, they've actually tried to set up on the bottom side, and they've just ceded so much control from MKOI.
Yeah.
And then Mirwin just sets up in the bush and is like, well, I'm denying everyone access to this because I will one-shot whoever steps forward.
And at level 16 as well, I mean, this is going to be a triumphant Mirwin game too. Like, he's got Leandri, he's a bit of health tank himself. He's also going to have a Zhonya's Hourglass, so he'll be able to jump in and make it that much harder to be able to cohesively find a moment in the fight. Fnatic are in dire straits in this game, but Movistar Koi, 2 games in a row around Atakan, their positioning, their decision-making has been great. And I think we've got to really highlight that this team on blue side this game, they have been formidable foes, and even more so than that, game 2 is looking mighty good for them as a steal away from Gromp is strangling the resources from Fnatic this time around.
And the fact this 3.4k gold lead Akali is now facing off against Oscar again means that he can just go for the one-shot, continue to keep the pressure up here. And look at Elyoya. He's just like, this is my bush. I ult mid if I need to. I ult on bot if I need to. But I'm protecting everywhere that could potentially be a threat as we just continue to play off of 2 lanes as MKOI.
Lucky for Oscar, there's only 2 minions here, so there's not much threat from Movistar Koi finding a dive. 4 members in total with Mirwin in his lane are just hovering between mid and bot for the time being. Jojo playing the weak side, just absorbing what he can in that top lane, and Baron's now up. Dragons a far cry away from being in conversation again. And MKOI, they're getting their vision around top now, they're rotating, and it's Fnatic who are going to have to move into that fog of war in a danger zone versus an Akali, Yone, Alistar.
But that's exactly it. Fnatic are terrified of this Akali. 3 members all grouped up just to try and take back the vision on the bottom side when MKOI are establishing everything on this top half of the map. Mirwin, like, just disappearing into fog of war is creating panic stations on the Fnatic side.
It feels like Mickey's just going to have to use clone at every cooldown to find something. Mirwin is going to go to bot. He's going to go for the wave. This is 3 versus 1. How does he get out of this one? The grand escape begins. Oscar in doesn't get the snap. Sure, can flip away. Golden Razork flash for that. Redemption's coming down as well. Mirwin holds these out of the side, but it's perfectly done from Razork. And a shutdown over to Upset for 800.
Fnatic found their moment, but how far do they want to take it? Mickey's actually trying to corral the members of MKOI who are in towards the mid lane, but Fnatic happy to get the pick, alleviate some pressure on the map. But it's a moment to breathe. You still have to worry about this next dragon in minute 45.
And the raid boss took 3 ultis with him as well. So Mirwin might die, but he has TP. And his ulti, the cooldown's really not long as well.
The saving grace for Fnatic is that it was the Seeker's arm guard that was burnt. It's not as obvious.
True.
So if you actually can't get that extra gold for Mirwin, that could be very valuable for this upcoming fight where you don't have that safety net available. And I think that's maybe what Fnatic were hoping for in this one, to try and burn that. But we'll have to see as we start to move in. Like, it's only a minute left, and there's unless the Darkseal Doran and more gold manage to make their way in, I just don't see him completing that item.
I think it's Far Cry at this point, isn't it? Fnatic, they're still trying to get themselves a push in topside. That will equal more vision towards this river.
So it's 450, and then you can sell the Darkseal as well. So maybe a wave or 2, and then the TP. Okay. So maybe you can actually finish this Zhonya's before the next fight.
Okay. I'm just wondering when the next fight, I mean, it should be Dragon, right? 45 seconds. I will note as well, Super just picked up his Immortal Shield Bow. So with Infinity Edge and Yuntal, Super has just scaled massively. And the beautiful thing, because Tristana Q, you don't need attack speed items. You just need raw damage to send out. Alvaro caught out, flushes, turns it into something magical. Upset ulti straight away with a Redemption. Elyoya flashing in. It turns into an MKOI masterclass. Mickey with a Pop Blossom on 3, but is it enough? The ult, the fate, sealed fates, nothing, but still a knockup comes in afterwards. Oscar lucky to be alive until the spear pierces the heart
part of Fnatic faithful.
MKOI find the comeback. A second, Fnatic try to find that pick on top, bro. He's like, great, I'll take it. Booting upset into the middle of the team. And no matter how much he tries to escape, there's just too many members of the Avengers who are there to smite him down.
It's just a good thing turned south. Fnatic thought they had the pick as Dragon number 3 will lead to Seoul. 5,000, it's growing as Poby's walking down. This could be his funeral though. The Korean import with his first split is going to get a taste of a Spaniard from hell. A 1v2, he comes close. EMEA holds these in just in case.
It's a disaster for Fnatic, but MKOI are playing this fantastically. Jojo is out.
He's fine. He's going to queue this. The TP burned, and I think Fnatic are just trying to grasp at whatever straw they can sip through.
Yeah, I don't know if they're trying to like quickly force a Baron or something, but MKOI now on mid-wave, zoning out everyone on Fnatic. Mickey trying to get in behind them. The ultimate's nearly there.
Good poke from Mickey. Alvaro's already popped the ulti. Razork thinking about going in. He has a cease and desist up and available. Upset's coming in to pincer them, to choke them, but Mirwin on the way. Fnatic are not going to commit to this. It's just too dangerous with an Akali nearby.
And the ultimate a backup for Mirwin as well. A super short cooldown on that, so they're just going to try and back away. Fnatic trying to play off the fog of war here.
Razork's trying with a Vault Breaker, but meanwhile Mirwin gets bot turret, so it's already a big win for Movistar Koi again. Fnatic moving towards this Baron, but EMEA just stands and he's waiting. He doesn't care as Mickey has disguised himself. But remember, Poby's on bot. He might have TP. He's going to TP now, but they're going to throw everything at this Baron for Fnatic.
It's just Yeetus hope for the best, but the push from MKOI coming through. Mirwin still hasn't reset, doesn't have that Sonya Zero Glass.
He does not. Pop Blossom comes in, no, only on EMEA, the jungler. Picked off, no, not yet. He bought time, and Jojo slapped Fnatic together. Super will help clean it up, but just when you think you caught MKOI, they bring you back in.
It was desperation from Fnatic, and MKOI snuffed it out. There was no hope. MKOI knew that they had the damage that they needed, and now it's a slow march down the mid lane.
It seems like this one is done in the too hard basket. It seems like for Fnatic, the picks are pure desperation. The death time is large, and a series we wanted a best of 5 to deliver. Dagda, I think we are getting an early Christmas present here with MKOI versus Fnatic.
MKOI catching Fnatic out over and over, and what was an Oscar-ridden praise has turned into Mirwin styling on him in game number 2.
Glory be the top laners. What else you got? Because this is getting interesting. The Nexus will still fall as MKOI take a couple of kills to boot.
Absolutely insane performance from MKOI, and Mirwin bringing out the counter pick Akali and making it look fantastic.
Both top laners now have had exceptional games. Both top laners have given you something to look forward to if you're coming to Madrid, because remember, it's not just Worlds, it's at Madrid's weekend where you and a guest can all actually get an experience paid for. Yeah, that's right, all expenses paid for. You know what I'm saying. Your journey will continue if you can enter now with Vamos LEC Madrid. I'm saying some words here at the bottom of your screen. You should head over to lec.gg/FTW to tell us your story with the LEC and why you deserve to win the trip, because we're hoping both these teams are there for you to enjoy.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
That is the changing lanes guy.
Is he switching lanes?
He might have said it.
He should change his in-game name to Changing Lanes.
I mean, sure, but his teammates will have a field day.
How come?
Well, think about it. Hey, changing lanes, what lane are you playing? Or changing lanes, you don't seem that good. Have you considered changing lanes?
Okay, I have a good one. Hey, Changing Lanes, have we considered changing games?
That's kind of rude.
But it's League of Legends, isn't it?
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the
Look, Bobby, TP.
Alistair can be here.
Yeah, I TP bot.
Holy
You can ulti? Yeah, I will.
Yeah. I can defend the tower.
Just you kill him.
Maybe you can ulti when I'm close.
Yeah, you can kill him.
Yeah, Alistair bot as well.
Guys, no flash. Kill Nico. Guys, no flash, okay? One behind. Go no flash, okay? Please, oh. Okay, guys, no flash.
Masterclass, Mickey with a pop blossom on 3, but is it enough? The ult, the fake seal, face nothing, but still a knockup comes in afterwards. Oscar lucky to be alive until the spear pierces the heart of Fnatic faithful.
Welcome back to the LEC, where MKOI equalizes things as they secure game number 2. I'm Ginny, joined with former pro players Odo and Finn, and because this is their final or one of their last chances to actually get to play in the LEC studio, they thought that they would show us why this matchup is so important and so skill-driven. Starting off with Odo on the Gwen.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Gwen versus Akali matchup because it ended up being the most important matchup of the game. Merwin completely took over, and we saw a little bit of the laning phase, but I really want to talk about what I would have liked as Oscarinin to have as the Gwen going into this matchup, because it's an extremely difficult matchup, but what I'm looking for is to make it volatile early game and not give Akali a lot of time to stabilize.
Yeah, Akali in this matchup, she is the strongest when the wave is coming back into the Gwen, and she can kind of deny her from getting her Q passive stacks to make the trading really difficult. So level 1, it's going to be quite difficult for me to contest her. She's probably going to look to play really aggressive here.
Yeah, and so I'm looking to make it extremely volatile and use my HP a lot more aggressively because I do have Grasp, I do have Cookies, I do have Door and Shield, but at the same time, I need to make sure that I get level 2 quickly. So all of these trades that I'm taking are not really the worst for me. It's just I need to make sure that I get it first. And now it's already getting a little bit difficult, but now I need to make a lot of space, and this sort of all-in is good for the Gwen.
Yeah, he all-in like this. I'm going to pop my Ignite, try to fight him back a little bit. It's really volatile as you see this matchup. Whoever gets level 2 first is going to be able to take more space. So here I get level 2 first. Now I can push him off a little bit and make it a little bit difficult. And this is the goal of Akali. You want to make sure Gwen can't get her Q stacks up, and whenever she wants to go for hit minions, you want to Q her and then look for a passive chase.
And it's definitely very difficult right now. I made a misplay and it made it really hard for myself. But now I still have an option on the bounce back. If I can get my stacks up, I can still look to play this matchup because it's not so clear. It's just at level 6 it becomes very unplayable for me as the Gwen side.
Yeah, and I want to keep him from getting those stacks. You see, he has 0 stacks right now. He gets 1, and whenever he goes for an out stack, I'm going to look to Q him to kind of chip him down slowly. I'm even going to take 2 points in Q. I missed one there.
Thanks for telling me.
Yeah. So I don't even care about my E ability because it's more important that I make him suffer for every single minion right now.
At the same time, it's not really the end of the world here because for me, as I have Doran Shield, cookies, and all of this, so this is pretty much the breakdown of the early game. So right now, if you can go to base Finn really quick, let's get ourselves to level 6, buy a bit of items, and just see how difficult it becomes for the...
What are you buying, Oda? What items are you buying? Are you buying a Death Cap?
I'm going to buy 2 Ruby Crystals.
Okay, I'm going to get 2 Amp Tomes then to kind of highlight why Oscar did what he did. So now we're back in the lane.
So now it's a bit harder because I feel like every time I'm going to get all-in, I don't have a lot of options except to just kind of run. And I need to look for a sort of all-in like this because right now I'm always going to be exposed to lethal. I'm finding my all-in now.
So I'm trying to keep him out, wait out that spell, and now it's an easy execute for me.
Yeah, from this is pretty much, well, you're almost
get my... Boom! Oof!
Yeah.
Oh.
So it's a perfectly even matchup, as you see. No, I misplayed a little bit there mechanically, but as you see, on that level 6 spike, Akali has so much damage. I didn't have Ignite. That's why I think that was a little bit sketchy.
And even later on in the game, let's go to level 13 and see how it looks like at 2 items to completely showcase why the Akali is just so much better than the Gwen for most of the time. So let's go to 2 items, Finn.
Yeah, I'm going to get boots as well, just so you don't walk around barefoot.
Where am I going? I'm going to go for...
Baron Pit?
Yeah, we can go to Baron Pit.
Let's go to Baron Pit. Let's fight.
I don't have boots, though. That's the problem. So I'm going to go to the Baron Pit real quick. Fist fight. Let me reset my cooldowns real quick.
Yeah, come here, boy.
Okay. So now, this is just, obviously, it's level... Oh, Finn. I mean, this is why I benched you, didn't I?
Whoa, that's a low blow. Let's see why I benched you. Oh.
But your champion is so bullshit. Like, just...
A lot of yappa. No, but this is the matchup. It is really difficult for a Gwen to contest after 2 items. Akali just has so much damage for it on her, and you really want to make sure the early game goes smooth for Gwen, because when you get to this point, it's so difficult to get any single inch of breathing room in this matchup.
And with that, we also are ready to check in with Lore, who actually had a conversation with MKOI during their game in our Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby to see everything about this draft.
We are 10 minutes into Game 2 right now, and I have Zeph with me from MKOI to talk about what has been happening so far. Anything caught you off guard with Fnatic when you think about Game 1?
I mean, you know, Fnatic is good at one thing, is engaging, and we were not ready to fight when they were ready to fight, so we lost the game, you know? Like, basically, the feedback is Razork has been going bot on cooldown, as you guys pointed out in the thing. And yeah, they are ready to engage, so if we're ready to fight and we're holding the spot, it should be going well.
A lot of dive compositions, when I think about it, especially when I look at what's happening this game, it's making you laugh, so maybe expected, but how do you fight this?
I mean, you dive as well, you know? You're ready to receive the dive. I mean, both teams wants to play this kind of composition, so it's expected. And it's going to be coming down to who fights the best, basically.
Confidence?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the corner pick we got and the champion we got, I'm pretty happy. They got a solid draft as well, but I think we should be going on top on this one.
Zeph, thank you so much. Ginny, over to you.
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. And it seems that that is exactly the philosophy that is working for MKOI.
Yeah, and it worked brilliantly. I mean, Fnatic, you can see that they only have one mode. They're going in. Even when they were losing this game, they start up the Nash, and they say, either we're going to win the game here or we're going to lose the game here. We're going to send it.
Okay, with Fnatic then as well, they now have the blue side, and we're seeing this very one-sided dimensional play from Fnatic, where it's just full send, go in, focus on that ball lane, try to get as many picks as you can, be early at the objectives. Are we expecting them to change anything now that they're on the blue side?
I mean, I think the Kai'Sa plus Gwen blind pick, we talked a bit about it, right? But it was a bit cocky. You know, they ended up with both kind of losing matchups in bot and in top. And Oscar, right, he's not going to be very good in the losing matchup, I think, because Mirwin had his number this game. I really want to see that Oscar just on a safer blind pick and upset on an ADC that can leverage more pressure so that it's easier for Razork to do his job, because they're going to continue setting it down bot lane.
What about that mid lane, though? Because there was low-key like a solo bolo-ish, kind of, not really.
Yeah, there was nearly a... I mean, it was a solo bolo with a bit of help, cheerleading from Razork. And I mean, Poby's laning phase has been brilliant. So I think trying to set him up for success as well makes a lot of sense. And just having a more safe blind pick for Oscar, and then you can play mid-bot and try to let Fnatic carries do their thing.
Okay, safe blind pick for Oscar, play through the bot lane, let the carry in the mid lane do his job. Seems like a pretty straightforward plan for Fnatic to be able to get another one on their belt, but MKOI seems to have their number. Will they let them? Let's find out in the third game of the series with Hysterics and Dagda.
Jack, I don't know who you are, but I don't want a safe blind. That's some like, no. No, come over here and say that. I want extremes in top. That's what we got. Gwen to me, Aurora to me, maybe like on the safer side of extremes, but we want skill matchups. We want blood. And I tell you what, so far from Fnatic and MKOI, this has been one hell of a start of a series. Let's ramp it up a little bit as we get into pick ban for game 3. Nort Talia already taken away. I see a Lucian gone as the rise of Lucian Nami. Lucian Brom has started rising in the east again. But what have we got left?
Yeah, but that's the point, right? As you start to teeter into game 3, this is where the drafts start to get a little bit funky because you still will get your usual suspects when it comes towards the bans, but so many of these picks have now been taken off the board. So I am curious what the priority is for some of these sides. I'm looking at probably a jungle here to come through for Fnatic. But so the other thing you got to be careful of is because you end up, you know already that Mirwin is kind of touting the fact that he has this Rek'Sai. That can definitely change a lot of those topside matchups. So now that Fnatic can move to the blue side, a lot of those like safe, tankier top laners that you would have liked to go for may not have the best of times against this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, right, and I love that, again, that's in the conversation. Ezreal's the first pick here, though. AD carry's getting quite short, and in fact, we've done Kai'Sa, we've done Xayah already as well. Might go to some of the more hyper carries. There's Jojo back on his rise. Okay. Feel very confident with that. I feel like his spacing's been quite nice. We have some decent rises here in the LEC.
I think the early Ezreal pick kind of takes away from a lot of those junglers that could work quite well with the rise, like Trundle, a little bit less valuable because the pillar doesn't really work as well with the Ezreal. Same when you look towards like a Jarvan, which I think has risen up in a priority in a lot of regions. So I think the early Ezreal pick kind of making things difficult here, but looks like it's going to be the Aphelios. They're just going to lock in on the opposite side. I think though for Razork, like, I'd honestly look at a Jarvan here for Razork and just set yourselves up for a strong team fight.
I agree as well. Against Ryze, against Aphelios, that's a Jarvan angle. You don't have the Orianna pairing for it, but even though Talia's not there, surely you can come up with something else.
Annie would still be good.
Annie is a good call out, actually. And facilitates some of your AP as well, and then you have options for top.
Yeah, and I think for Poby, Annie has been a great pick for him. I think he's looked spectacular on it, and I think it's kind of been a rally cry for Fnatic in some of their games to try and use this Annie as their main engage tool.
So does the Jarvan go with it straight away? Because again, if you take Jarvan, it's not like that MKOI we're going to take it anyway, but you're probably going to get a banned away if you don't, because it feels like the most reasonable jungler here for Razork to abuse.
The only other thing I'd consider is, do you just go for the Trundle and say, hey, you can't go for Sejuani or Maokai, and then you've already got issues on the opposite side. Poppy. Okay, I'm surprised that, to be honest, because I thought we'd see Poppy when there's a few more dashes in the game, like you see a Jarvan on the opposite side, or something along these lines to try and limit it, but just it looks like trying to limit the frontline options for MKOI because they're about to get hammered away.
Let's see what this 3 is. It's not that, okay, guys? It'll never be that. Thresh is an interesting pairing. I mean, it is the pairing, isn't it?
Or even Lulu, to be honest. Like, the Thresh into things like the Ezreal can make it a little bit difficult.
It can indeed.
I think oh, never mind, okay. It's going to be a Nocturne.
Okay, so Nocturne gets locked in with the Ryze. Not the most common, but the Orianna's usually there. However, again, I keep mentioning the Orianna for good reason. Nocturne versus the Poppy will be fun. Okay, interface broken.
Yeah, we'll be back in just half a second, but yeah, I think the Bessa, I think, was the last bomb that came through there, but I'm curious to see exactly basically what the game plan is, because again, I think you've got options here for Mirwin. He looks way more comfortable getting the counter pick against Oscar Innan, which I think leads to some scary moments, let's say, for Fnatic on the blue side here. There's the Thresh ban. I think you kind of need to go for something like the Lulu, though, because with the Ezreal, Aphelios is kind of fine to just farm it up, and Aphelios Lulu very strong, alongside if Mirwin can actually just respond with a tank answer in this R5.
And the ability to wild growth Nocturne as well is also a really good combo. Like, Lulu works on multiple levels in this comp. I'm glad you pulled it out. Quick side note, the Ambessa ban might mean that MKOI are going to start fishing for, something like a Scion, which we haven't seen yet, surprisingly. Let's see, Lulu ban or not? Because it could be a Lulu on 4 and then get a counter pick, but instead Scion ban comes through. So that Lulu available, that Enchanter is there if MKOI again.
I imagine it's Oscar and looking at something like a Cassante then in the top end.
Yeah.
And then the flexibility to see if you want to move the Poppy to Mickey in that bottom lane or put him in towards the jungle. Because I still think you can have that opportunity to flex him here. And then Razor can go back towards things like the Jarvan, the Trundle, these sorts of pairings, depending on what he feels like against the Nocturne here.
Support option. Is it going to be the Braum? Yes. Okay, so no Enchanter here. Braum stymied a little by the Poppy, but regardless, the skirmishing power is kind of nice here as MKOI add a defender to the Aphelios Rise.
It feels like the Nocturne is odd to me here. Like the Nocturne doesn't really have any much follow-up, but sure, it's to turn off the lights and maybe try and prevent an engage, but it's not like you're kind of playing a very spread out fight for Fnatic, so I'm a little curious. There's the Cassante we're talking about for Oscar though.
But against Poppy, against Cassante, like the target's going to be an Ezreal or an Annie at this point. You can CC in response. There's a Jarvan we talked about for so far a reasonably immobile carry comp outside of the supporting elements. So Fnatic right now probably happy with what they've got.
Yeah, I prefer Fnatic's draft. I think you've got, you know, decent scaling, you've got really strong team fights. The Poppy as well, able to, like, whenever Nocturne goes in, Poppy just looks to ult away some of the rest of MKOI, and you can deal with the Nocturne in the backline. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of backline threat alongside this Nocturne. Yeah, so...
Okay, we lock it in.
Yeah, it feels like... I think MKOI have some decent matchups for themselves, but I think as the game starts to go on, I think this is going to be a little bit more difficult for them to try and fight out. Like J4, great lockdown for 2 carries that are relatively immobile. You're also then got the Annie to try and follow up, Poppy to reposition in fights, and the Nocturne I don't really see getting massive value apart from if J4 goes for a long range engage, trying to turn off the lights and cause a bit of discoordination on Fnatic's side.
And isolate your targets and hope that Aphelios and Rise aren't dead in the wayside as well. Interesting. I mean, I feel like this game 3, this draft is a different kind of pace, right? Last game we had dive v dive. We had response to dive into dive. It was interesting. It was fun. It was explosive. Here, the Yorick comes out as a last resort, running into Cassante. I feel like MKOI are just kind of banking and hoping that their lanes go well so they can actually skirmish and play off the early game.
Yeah, and I think that's where they're hoping they can go 1-3-1. Ah, bless. Thank you. We appreciate you. But yeah, I think the 1-3-1 is really where MKOI are going to try and shine here and hope that they can use Elyoya to bolster them in the same way we saw with the Pantheon. But it does rely on Mirren really popping off on this Yorick and Jojo getting some nice early control.
Well, this is what we're left with for game 3. Let's run into the Rift. At least 2 more, yeah? That would be nice. Let's go the distance. We don't want any of this 3-1 nonsense. Take us the distance. Now, I see the word diversion in all chat.
There was
that's about
Spanish and
I can't read Spanish.
No.
And, you know, that's a problem. I saw the word sí.
Yeah.
So they did say yes, and then I saw diversion. That's what you get from all chat. However, I can't really vent it because, again, I'm not fluent, nor do I know any words. I saw good luck from Oscar Rinnan. That's English. Yeah, I'm not going to repeat it.
I'm not going to lie. It's probably a bad idea for us to read out things we don't understand.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's GG, Aphelios so broken. But you should never look at comps in isolation, Mr. Pornrex. MKOI draft kind of pog. You reckon? Fish sticker? Do you really think so? Let's find out. Let's find out. I think we already talked about it. Really relies on, you know, like this Nocturne, what target he finds. Bit of scaling for Super and Jojo, of course. And you talked about it. 1-3-1 is really nice. You have a Rise, you have a Yorick. But I think setting up for this game is going to be difficult if they don't come out of lane with a decent advantage. Starting early is good. Nocturne invade from Elyoya. He's busy with the Raptors.
He should be able to get this as well. So cheeky little invade and kind of just saying, hey, I understand what Razor's pathing going to be. Red to Krugs, then into Raptors. So nice little steal away here from Elyoya. Gets to level 2. And there's not really much of a response from Razor as the Nocturne will just have a better clear and better dueling potential in the early stages.
And look at the wards that are set up for response if Razor tries to try something on the top side of the map. He's defensive ward, or rather aggressive in his own blue buff, and then one that'll see the crossing into Raptors as well. So MKOI really done their due diligence here to make sure that Razork kind of stays behind in this early game.
Yeah, so both junglers now aware of what's happening. So you can see Razork pinned it out, but also then the ward will spot that Razork is moving up in towards his top side. So full information essentially on both sides as to what is going to be happening.
Razork's going to take it now. That ward has expired on blue side, but they can only imagine that he's here and probably should guess. Elyoya is still on his bot side camping and he's work his way up. Razork kind of quick and like the advantage of Jarvan as well with red buffers. With an attack speed steroid, as well as that passive that gives you the extra oomph on those auto attacks. Really not hard to clear in the early game here.
It's more of a question of how does Razork try and spend his time now, because you have this little window where your Scuttlecrop hasn't spawned, and there is a potential to maybe go for the top side if Mirman doesn't crash this wave. I can't quite see exactly where the wave is, but I think you're kind of just now in no man's land, waiting until these Scuttlecrop spawn with no real access to the lanes. As you can see Elyoya moving in here to spot exactly what Razork was up to.
And while we're having a slow early game, it's time to talk turkey. And I think for Americans, it's like a month away or so. I don't really follow Thanksgiving. We did talk a lot about what happens with junglers here, what happens with like the bot lane, especially with the focus. I'm going to pause on that. Upset is holding my breath. Mickey's walking up. Razork is doing the thing, though. Mickey takes a chunk of damage with the flag and drag onto Super. Doesn't pull his flash out, but there's a flash from Mickey! What an engage at low HP. Avro in a little bit of trouble, but it's Razork again, playing to his home crowd.
Super was hoping that he could hold on to that flash, but ends up costing him in the end. Great kill from Razork, and we asked how he was going to spend that time. He got spotted by Elyoya walking from that top side to the bottom lane, but Razork still makes it work.
These guys have been the cornerstone of some of the success. We talked heavily about top last game, and both games really, but Razork versus Elyoya, how they spent their time in the bot lane throughout this series has been important. Oscarina getting hit by a bunch of cats. Panda Cat with the shovel down. Mirwin has flash available, doesn't pull the trigger, but Elyoya's here. Darkness.
Yeah, Oscarina, I think you're in a little bit of trouble.
Biscuits are broken though. What is that health bar? He's fine.
Everyone.
What? He just got like 300 HP back, flip into the tower.
That was the auto Q that I expected Mirror to go for, and they just kill him under tower, but not willing to go for it. Maybe they were unsure of exactly if Razork had reset and was then moving top to try and cover, so they decided to pull off the play, but still, Oscarina kind of got away with murder there.
I mean, I play this game. I play it heavily, and I play with Biscuits. But it's just until you see it on the screen, you're like, wait, why did that just give 1,000 HP or whatever nuisance amount it was? Oscarina's going to be just fine. Razork probably annoyed at that. Still a CS lead in top. There's super good trades here. Winter's Bite helps out as well, but Super gets chunked after a good Q from Upset. And what continues to be interesting as Mickey is just taking all the upfront damage.
Both junglers kind of moving back in towards their own side. The Razork has been set behind thanks to the early plays from Elyoya when it comes towards experience, but obviously that assist on the bottom side doing wonders. Unfortunate that it went to Mickey on the play, as that could have been a very nice pickup for Upset to just set him up with tier, Cull, and then a little bit extra on top. But the real focus is going to be looking at things like Dragon and the Void Grubbers in the next couple of minutes.
Upset just cleansed away, by the way. Tippers comes out. It's just a mighty chunk. Jojo's going to stand and clear the rest of the minion wave as much as he can. Running away from Tippers as he gets Realm Warp in the process. Tippers angry bear with a scarf, and in the frozen wasteland, Tippers just going to follow out Jojo Pure. Meanwhile, Razork goes top and gets a bit of revenge back on the camps, while Dragon is being started, taken, and delivered by Elyoya.
You see Elyoya actually pinging that he was expecting Razork to be on towards his Raptors. Sees him in mid though, which means that Elyoya would know that his Raptors is still up and available. But Poby just getting nice control over mid. This is kind of what we see a lot with Annie, is, hey, I hit 6, I'm going to hit you with a giant teddy bear. And the idea is more, I will just auto-win the lane, and it makes it hard to go for objectives. But with the control MKOI had on bot side, they're perfectly fine to take that first Dragon.
And it's not the lengthiest cooldown, it's not the worst really in the game either. Like, Poby will have that up soon enough too. Dragon goes down and Grub's the only thing you'd think about Poby contributing to. That's what's coming up next. So Mickey just steps up and just takes what he can in this lane. And still going well enough for Movistar Koi. That is a pushing lane as well. So Super has a bit of a CS lead if he can capture all that. The cats are out. Oscar, you can't path make a Mirwin into the wall, unfortunately. You know the most annoying Cassante change was the fact that W can't shift gears. You can't move it anymore. Like, that felt like it hurt so much. But to be fair, that champion, no one should ever complain about nerfs to him, because I think he's been
strong.
He's back in the meta again. Like, he got nerfed. That guy went to Timbuktu when he came back. I have no clue how Cassandra is just still relevant. By the way, lane swap. What a surprise. Oh, whoa. A new game. No, it's normal. So, grubs are up, 35 seconds. Hold on to your horse. That's what's coming up next.
I will say, though, the timing a little bit off, so Oscar doesn't end up picking up this fairly sizable wave that's now crashed in onto the bottom side. I mean, he's already struggling against Irwin. This gold on the top side is going to start to balloon once more. And it's, again, Fnatic kind of putting the eggs in the upset basket, hoping that he can get a little bit of an advantage here on the movement, especially towards Void Grubs. Yep. But Oscar definitely going to continue to struggle in this matchup as we go on.
Now Dagda, all in from Razork. Jojo's just a bit wide of it, and the white flag goes up, but yeah, Razork doesn't pull out the Cataclysm. So really nice from Jojo, kind of stands his ground, no flash.
The phase rush coming in handy there to just really escape away from that one, especially as you saw Mickey running his way across the mid lane. Still though, position here on towards the Void Grubs. I like this from Poby though, moving up into a position where he can maybe catch Oyoye here.
He's going to face check first. Poby Tibbers misses though. Oh, bit of a whip here from the Legend Superstar as Fnatic now get one, but because of that damage not being landed, they're in trouble. The lights turn off, and there we go. Paranoia strikes deep, the stun up as well. Winter's bite. Razork doesn't get to move again. Alvaro picks up the kill. Now grabs a free taking, but a route into the wall. True shot barrage. Alvaro almost executed. Tibbers close to doing it for him. That's one grub as a realm warp. Gets him out of dodge. Alvaro got low, and MKOI had to go.
Fnatic kind of messing everything up there, to be honest. Poby missing this ult, Razork not getting a chance to use his, and now
he's deep. Mickey has flash as well. There's a wall inside, but he's a bit far from it. Mystic Shot connects, and upset, looking for the damage. Super, Calibrum dodge, Alvaro comes back in. We're on a nice edge, quite literally here. Upset low on mana. Mickey doesn't get the hammer shock down, that's crucial damage as Elioe doesn't have ulti, but he is nearby.
Alvaro doesn't have his flash, and Razork's here though.
Mickey can flash this into a wall. Alvaro could be in trouble. Wait for the steadfast presence, but I think he's also low on mana. Jarvan flags away, and I think that's the end of the play.
So in the grand scheme of things, it's MKOI who end up getting at least the advantage off the back of pushing Fnatic out, but Fnatic end up getting the... Oh, hang on.
Yeah, this is maybe greedy. There's the wall. Alvaro stood his ground, and he pays the iron price. A good flee with the Caliber multi up from Razork. Might be a trade super though. He's going to die to a flush from Upset. Now Oyoye is here setting out his presence too. Runs back in, but Upset will take him down. MKOI wanted to be greedy, but Fnatic just saw it first.
MKOI wanted to make that work so badly, but now it's feats of war and all the kills going across the Upset. TP from Alvaro, a little bit less threatening than anyone else. Still though, Fnatic with 4-2 now, and what was a 1.3k gold lead is now completely dwindled.
It has. I mean, we've seen so many plays like this, but this one seems the messiest as Super wanted inside of Alvaro.
Yeah, again, Alvaro trying to make that play work, but we said he had no flash. Razork, he didn't get a chance to use his ultimate in the last engagement.
Boy.
So you're able to follow through here, Upset flashing forward to finish off Super. And then Oyoye knew his time was done, was hoping maybe he could get something back on towards Mickey.
Upset just got 2 kills on Ezreal. As you said, the gold was dwindled from MKOI having a bit of an early game lead, which they really wanted. Into 2 grubs given over into the kills after the fact. They stuck around a little bit too long. And that lack of patience, that willingness of greed has hurt them deeply now. Onto this Ezreal, they're going to try again. Elioe turns off the lights in a 1v2. Arcane Shift, not possible, but under turret, Elioe runs out. Oh, only just. Mickey's here. A wall now found, but this is a Poppy support. Ain't much going to happen here. Mickey needs some help, and Jojo's on the way down. He's going to buy some time as Mirwin has no mana, but the Panda trash cats are out again. As Jojo just walks past the ward, and he'll take over the lane.
Elioe gets what he wanted, and now, as you say, Jojo moving in, should get the plates. I don't think he'll quite have enough to finish off much more than that. But actually, maybe a play towards Poby. I was glancing at Alvaro there, was considering moving in behind Poby, but he was going to be able to push forward anyway.
Ping's going down. I think Poby's okay. He has no flash. That's why we're kind of talking about mid for the time being, because could be a bit exposed. Upset going to get the rest of this wave. He did die in the end, but that was very close to the kill going over as into the Rage Cage, and all that going to be used. Oscar in and waiting. The Topho sets up nicely, gets the slow. He's hit everything so far. Flushes onto Mirwin, and Oscar does it again. Oh, damn, Oscar, your day, huh?
It's kind of going evens and odds, but Alvaro now, he's going to get caught out. Don't think there's much else that can really happen here.
Cleanse, a wall. Razork doesn't have a flag and drag. Alvaro's out for now, but there is a dragon down bot, and after the solo kill top, Fnatic, both sides of the map are burning well.
You're probably going to be able to push in mid. You've already got control on the bottom side. Dragon should go across to Razork, and with the resets needing to come through from Alvaro, should be enough time here for Upset to get a little bit of gold and extend that gold lead for himself in the bottom lane as well.
I know while we're talking about this, we're going to get a replay at some point. I want to see that man hit everything, because top players today, oh, everyone at home's eating good. Like, this is a Wagyu beef kind of night, isn't it? People sitting at home with a glass of red Dagda, you know, swirling, going, yes, top lane. The savants of League of Legends. Dragon's going to go down, and that's one apiece now. Gold just about even, but Fnatic inching ahead.
Yeah, I think this is where, for MKOI, it's going to be a bit messy, but...
Get out the red.
Jake, I'm going to let you revel in this.
Oh, look, Cage comes out. We know all out. But this does true damage now. So he hits, I think, just on the tip of the Pathmaker, and then he's flashing the Topos. Yeah. I mean, we have seen so many Cassantes over the past couple of weeks just whip everything. And then Oscarina just had his number and predicted everything as well. I don't know who you want to compliment there, but regardless, that Thornmail Cassante, oh.
Beautiful.
What's for dessert?
Well,
souffle.
Honestly, it's looking like a bit of crumble, because the bot lane tower has now just gone down. Mid lane tower are going to be under a lot of pressure now with Super having the red and white. Raz are going to look to move in and try and help out here. But MKOI kind of finding a nice window there to get some pressure on the map and get a little bit of gold.
They did it with bot with the rotation of Jojo. They do it again with the 80 carry move. Jojo's now on a side lane by himself. They're rushing Fnatic out of place a little bit, and Jojo's going to have to realm warp here, it seems, and he will do so. Razork can't get there in time. He fakes it. He gets the minions away because he wants more. Poby's coming in. Unfortunately, the turret plate has disappeared, but Jojo's going to stick around for the next wave. And now MKOI are up 1,000 gold again, just off some smart map movement.
Yeah, a lot of that focus on this top side of the map, and this is kind of where you want it for as MKOI. The 1-3-1 is really where they want to try and focus.
Said, yeah.
And early Dragon, going to give them a little bit of a window to make sure they don't have to fight. Rift Herald would be huge for them, but I don't know if they're really in a position to try and fight for that. You can see a lot of the, like, Mickey trying to put a ton of pressure on towards his top side with some vision and threatening to come in behind Jojo, but they don't really want to go much further.
I feel like for MKOI, the game is in an okay spot though, right? We're talking about it from their angle because we came into the draft mentioning how, okay, well, there wasn't really strong layering engaged with the Nocturne, or more so synergy that came through. It was all about this 1-3-1. It was all about how Elyoya can float to other lanes. Now you might have to float up towards top as Alvaro is the target, but slowed down with a good Winter's Bite, and the fact that Elyoya is in the vicinity is what we're talking about. MKOI setting up the dots before they're crossing the T's. Do you work with that?
I'm just trying to keep my eyes on...
It's a German T.
Ah, okay.
I think, which they don't, with the umlaut, you know? Except I've never seen it before. I don't think they have that. It's not a vowel. We learn something every day. Herald is up, Dagda. What do you reckon?
So at the moment, MKOI have pushed mid, getting pushed with top with Jojo. It's making it really difficult for Fnatic to find their window. They were trying to cheat that tempo and look for a pick towards Jojo topside, but MKOI now in a position to keep the waves in check and making it hard for Fnatic.
That Yorick with the Maiden Ump as well. You see the trades are going very differently. I mean, Oscarina getting poked down, and with the mixed healing as well. Thornmail has an effect, but doesn't seem that Miwan cares as much as he did before. Jojo slowly pushing this wave where Poby is now matching. Herald still sits there, Vision still controlled, and with the back coming through from Mickey, no, actually cancelled. I was questioning whether MKOI to start this Herald off now. Pings are going down.
Especially with the reset from Upset. Now you get the reset from Super. Play towards Jojo.
Mickey's here, shove out. Tipper's helping out. Poby getting some damage. Redemption also great. Thanks, Alvaro. Shouts Jojo, and again, they don't have the burst yet. That's what Annie does early. She just kind of CCs and chunks you to half.
The thing is, though, Alvaro now is the reset, Super's just on reset, and Jojo is the reset. So Fnatic just trying to delay backs here because they should be able to rush the Rift Herald off the back. Tibbers
got him.
It.
Really nice. As you said, now that's even more impactful, isn't it?
Yeah, just the control over the waves now crucial, and the reset timers for Fnatic working out well for them. So I don't think MKOI should be able to follow this and require a TP from Jojo immediately back into the play.
Elyoya has the face check. Control wall put down. No ward in the pit until that scrying one as Elyoya in the brush for now. Poby the stun mitigated. Great spell shield here from Elyoya. He has the ability to go again, but it's a Herald picked up for Fnatic. It is a meaningful win.
And Fnatic are going to be happy with that. They don't really have control over the push on waves. You can see Jojo dictating how quickly this wave gets pushed in just with a couple of buttons. And it means that if you can get these small windows for Fnatic, where MKOI are on resets, it's crucial to just holding on to pressure in this game.
Oh, damn, though, Jojo, you speak of pressure. That man hitting hard. Poby, good narrowly avoiding on the overload there, and he's going to back away. He's got an enhanced recall thanks to the Herald, but Jojo is feeling good in this lane.
This is just MKOI basically getting to do what they want.
Yeah.
You've got Supa, who's controlling mid lane push all the time.
Easy.
Jojo now going to be able to get top lane push. Bot was already gone, and Mirren's just been having a field day against Oscar Rinnan, despite the one solo bolo. And the map is just dwindling for Fnatic.
Yeah.
Dragon's now up and available, and that kind of is where they want to put their attention, but they're losing out everywhere on the map as they try and go for it.
It is really clean. It is really nicely played from MKOI. 2,000 just about the lead, and it's a slow, quiet, growing game where Jojo is topping the charts. Mirwen's topping the charts. 1.4k is the lead. Poby trying to find an angle here in bot, and Elyoya was nearby, but Mirwen, the level 12 Yorick, he's only falling behind Jojo a level, but like, you can see right now, Mirwen, who was meant to be the weaker portion, is definitely strong. Dragon sits there though, Dagda, that's the focus. And Razork has to get out of there as third Dragon of the game. Elyoya definitely wants these mountain stats.
MKOI should be able to start this up. Oscar Rinnan still pushing on the top side, trying to answer for the turrets that have already been taken by MKOI. But Fnatic, you can see they're just not looking confident to take the space that they need to. At any point in time, Elyoya can come in over the wall or anything like that. So I think the slower this goes, the happier MKOI are going to be, because they're just getting the waves back in their favor again.
Maybe the Herald push can mitigate any kind of pressure that MKOI set up through the river line. Opening up mid would be big here. The charge comes through from Mickey. And Elyoya is there to respond afterwards. They're going to get rid of the Herald, but Fnatic are definitely overloading mid right now. But gotta worry, if this goes on longer, Mirwen up in top is going to be threatening inners. Bot, Jojo already sends a wave in early. So it's not without response from MKOI here, as Mirwen is committing for now.
Yeah, Mirren going to just continue to push. He's trying to see if he can spot it Oscar and deny him access. Will be able to do so there. But yeah, there you go. You've got to defend your waves now. So MKOI get the Dragon. Nice, patient play from MKOI.
Yeah.
And yes, you end up giving up mid turret, but you already have the lead when it comes to the structures on the map. And Fnatic had to invest the Rift Herald. So I like the way MKOI are playing this. This is very, very patient, but solid gameplay.
It's really nice as well, because a lot of teams by this point in the game, like regardless of comp, we get a lot more overcommitting to mid. A lot more like forcing fights maybe when they're not at their strongest. This feels very well thought out. And for MKOI, that's what we want. That's what we want in a potential Worlds team, you know? A lot of people in the past have stressed about sending Mad Lions or Movistar Koi, you know, this team that always makes it to the world stage. And it feels like they've ramped up in this split, we've already said, but it feels like also like they've become more than just a team that can also brute force 5v5s, be so strong in their individual rights. This is a very good sign of macro as Atakan now spawns.
And they talked about Euphoria, this being one of the things that they were trying to work on, that they were trying to figure out how they can have slow, patient games that feel almost like crippling to play against, where every decision you make feels impossible, and they've been doing a good job of forcing that gameplay onto Fnatic here. Fnatic have looked dizzy trying to keep up on the map. Even the trades for MKOI on these map states have worked out fantastically, and now you've got 2 out of Affiliates, going to be 2.5 off the reset. And you're starting to creep up into having a Dragon advantage as well. So all the time, MKOI can go, right, yeah, we're hands off on this next Dragon, we're just going to force a tower, we're going to force a play elsewhere in the map. And now, Fnatic trying to force a play for themselves is immediately spotted by Mirren.
Guys, we did this 2 games in a row, and Koi picked up a lead from it. Fnatic, are they really going to commit? This is a pincer maneuver from MKOI. The engage is in, but Mickey's getting one shot by Mirwen, flashing away. Mickey gets out of dodge. Atakan again. Seems like bad news as the redemption is close. And the problem with the 1-3-1 being ahead is that when you commit so hard here, Jojo's able to push like this.
And he still has that TP to join in. Mickey running for the hills has just changed the TP himself. Will try and rejoin off the back of this, but MKOI just going to drag this Atakan away painfully, slowly, keeping Fnatic on the hook.
This is going to reset as well. Look at them. It's even more painful. Time is MKOI's best asset in Game 3. Jojo backing now. He's reading a book. He cares so little. At 10k, it's going down, but how fast?
But the TP in behind. Mirren wants to try and get in. You're going to have TP from Jojo as well. Fnatic, they're getting pincered.
It seems like a flip again, but this time at even Stevens almost. Elyoya looking to turn the lights off. He does it. 2k, 1.8, 1.6. The steal not taken. Fnatic get it, but an Inferno Moonlight Vigil sends MKOI, or rather Fnatic, away. It's Oscar Renan who kept time this time. He's the only death for Arakan. Some might call it worth.
Oscar Renan couldn't get to the hills to flash away, but still, Fnatic, they get the Arakan. They do lose their bot lane turret. They're looking for Jojo.
And it's the flash. It's the full commit. He came up by himself. He can't realm warp out. He'll go golden, but the kill's going to be granted over to Upset. A kill in Arakan. This is the first time Fnatic have found success, however you call it, with the mid lane trade.
That's the thing. You're starting to lose more and more towers for Fnatic. So yes, you get the objective, but I don't know if it's really going to be worth. The whole point of this MKOI composition is to force you to stay in your base and not get access to the map. Now with 2 minutes until Dragon, Super
caught out, flashes away. Upset was there straight away. His Arcane Shift, not his flash, by the way. Teleport from Poby. He used his TP to get there just in case, but it is going to be a bit of a waste in the end.
I think they were just hoping that maybe that could be a pick that gets them some semblance of control. Still though, it is MKOI who have that control. Again, like a minute 30 until Dragon. You now have 2 of those outer turrets down. You've already got the Dragon advantage for MKOI, so they can just send Jojo or Mirren to this top side and go, no, we're just going to look for the tier 2 tower. We don't need to take the fight.
What is this panda child doing?
Just looking for bamboo.
But his father is top. Where did he come from? Oh, that's really sad how they die. They just fall into Summoner's Rift. They consecrate the ground. They grow flowers. They grow the grass. That's what's under Summoner's Rift. All of Yorick's dead. Oh, that's very
dark.
Yeah, sorry. It's not. It's happy things under Summoner's Rift. That's why we render them out.
But watch the push here. So you can push here and push here for MKOI, and with the Rise, you can always have the ability to immediately teeter up towards this top side. So even though Fnatic at least gets the tower on the bottom side, there's a pressure growing on them to try and force fights, and that's why we saw them try and hard force Arakan. But even there, you can see it's not as easy as, oh, we just win once we get to that position, thanks to just how large Jojo is.
Jojo's had a great game. I think I said it last year. I mean, you know, we were looking at their debut and Movistar Koi, Jojo's debut into playoffs. It was fantastic. Sorry, Dagda. It's a memory on me. I had a break. We had the break week, and then I lost everything. The end of their season is what I was trying to say. You know, I'm with you?
Yeah.
Sorry, the Yorick's grievance threw me off. True Shot Barrage, good block by Alvaro. Now, Baron's not up to
But this is what I was talking about. They're going to realm warp to this top side for the tier 2 as the Dragon trade, right? And this is exactly what you want to try and achieve here, is just keeping pressure up on the rest of the map. I imagine they're going to go for the move here in just a second after they hear the Dragon go down.
Mickey, this game, I've not seen a Poppy ult, by the way. I've not really seen a disengage. Remember, he's got that steadfast presence, or rather, Keeper's Verdict. MKOI grouping up around Baron. That's now spawned. Dragon goes to Fnatic. But they lost a lot of pressure. They lost a lot of vision for this. Movistar trying to bait them in. It's Poby. He face check, and his lights go off. Poby will die as they come back on. A TP right into the whole team. A pass maker out, and Oscar goes, I do not want to be here. Flushes out of the wall. Fnatic have lost their mid lane, and for 40 seconds, Movistar Koi will have numbers advantage.
Jojo's locked in as a north.
All in, Cataclysm into Super. Keeper's Verdict disengaged. An opening, a pick. Somehow Razork set it up to spike it down. Razork will die in the meantime. Jojo comes on in, but with the all out. In the meantime, Oscar Renan tries to bring it back, but Rise is rising. Oscar Renan has no resistances. A Realm Warp to come in, waiting for the Path Maker. He shields out, but in the end, will die out. Movistar Koi hold their ground, and they sacrifice Super.
Fnatic thought they had their moment, finding Super flashless in the river, but the machine gun Rise opens up on them off the back of this. A great pick here from Jojo with that root to keep Poby in place. Overcommitment again from Oscar Renan, hoping he can get here to try and save the day, but only puts himself in harm's way.
Bad spot to back. Mickey, does he have the damage though? Does he have the damage? There's a shield about to come through. Mickey goes, oh, maybe I did. Hammer Shock avoided. And Mickey's on the run out of there. I respect it, but I guess he thought maybe he could one-shot the Rise. That was not the case, as he's hoping for a step-up presence, but he's about to be feared. Mickey's gonna die. And now Baron in Movistar's eyes.
The TP from Jojo after he's healed up on the reset. And MKOI, they're just going to fish for a pick here.
Base check. Alvaro wins his bite. It connects, so he knows. But Movistar, again, numbers advantage, just like last time. Mickey's up in 25. I'm curious about that Summoner Spellbook if he has a TP, but it might not matter because they've got an Aphelios with Chakrams in front of Baron.
And he only used the TP to get to Atakan, so it won't be up and available for him just yet.
True.
So this will be MKOI now taking the Baron, and once more we're kind of seeing the desperation from Fnatic as they're just trying to force plays, but MKOI are catching them every step of the way.
Feels like they're inevitable, doesn't it? Movistar always find a way. They're always at Worlds. Since the inception of their organization, they've never missed a date with their destiny. Be as you may, audience may be upset, but the Spaniards know they're well-deserved right now, approaching that 6,000 gold. This has gone from a close game to Movistar running down the base and getting a step away from that big stage once again, from their home country once again. Spanish fans must be livid here, seeing that, livid's the wrong word, Dagda, they are living. No, they are living. Because if they're Movistar KOI fans, they know that it's within the grasp. It should be their game. The siege stops there. The base is not crumbling yet. That's the only thing, but 2 minutes on the Baron is a long time.
That's syncing up nicely with that third dragon as well. MKOI, cool, calm and collected. They haven't really given Fnatic opportunities to look for the plays. They've been very good at playing safe, getting their vision down, keeping people at bay, and I doubted the ability to play a 1-3-1 because it is just very difficult in the current state of League of Legends to try and play with just how many objectives there are. But Mirwin did a great job of getting this early lead. Jojo has been spectacular on this rise, and it's kind of been Jojo's pick. Like, even before this really became the meta, Jojo was bringing out the rise as his kind of style, and really now that the meta started to shift over into this, he already had the practice on it, and he's showing that that's really paying off now.
I think the most impressive thing for me is he got incorporated into this roster. He struggled in winter. Spring, he got that much better, and summer, he's just one of the kings of the mid lane. That arc, that's like a Saitama thing, except pretend he's weak at the start. I think, honestly, Jojo's been such a standout, and it's a consistency you now look towards. Alongside Elyoy, it works, and this team is working well. At 6,500 gold, we're waiting for Dragon. That's 45 seconds, and it's working so well, in fact, that you've seen Aphelios with 3 items. I see a very big problem for Fnatic. How do they survive?
I see several.
Okay,
honest.
this is one of them, isn't it?
Yeah.
Cage is there. He's going to have to walk the hard way around. Jojo's going to get the stun up. Unstoppable Pathmaker. Redemption doesn't even get the chance. Disengage doesn't even get to dance. As Mickey stops the ghouls. The Panda trash is disregarded. But for now, this bottom turret with the end of Baron is easy, taking the lights. Turned off as well. Here comes a Predator missile. Elyoya sends Upset away. And Fnatic going back to the fountain. This is how Movistar KOI want to end the game.
They're just going to keep going. Who cares about Mountain Dragon? Jojo goes golden. Alvaro's in the front.
True Shot Raj into an ice wall. There's the engage from Razork. It's nice. Honda Super, but he just stands and hits him instead. Jojo didn't die in the engage, so he'll spread his magic like wildfire with a Realm Warp that's fake. Fnatic gave priority, but now as the disregard comes in, MKOI know they have to leave. It can't end here, but the base is a dumpster fire.
Oscar in his TP in behind them, though.
And so what do you do when your house is a dumpster fire? You take out the people who left the rubbish on the ground. Elyoy is going to get autoed. He will die. A shutdown over to Upset. It's not over yet, apparently, as Upset looks to chase forward. If they can get another kill, it looks like Dragon. Alvaro running for his life, though, but regardless, hey, Mirwin, Super not up and available. Mountain Dragon, when you're 7,000 gold down, ain't too bad of a second prize.
But how do you do anything now in the map as Fnatic?
It is
the
bleeding.
second you leave your base, Realm Warp in and murder the Nexus. That is all the game plan for MKOI now.
Also, I'm going to bring up the mini-map. No, I'm not. This is a replay. We'll do it later because the base is broken.
Again, we're seeing what I expected to be the combo from the get-go, which was the ultimate from the Cataclysm on towards Super, immediately Poppy murder them, but everyone in MKOI is just too far away. It doesn't matter at this stage. Jojo bailing at the last second, doesn't want to chase Fnatic into the Nexus, but you've already got it done.
Look at this. There. Yeah, Mickey's got it. Mickey, you got to get... Oh, he didn't get rid of that one. Mickey, it's control warded. Okay, he can still TP to it. That one.
So it doesn't really matter because you've got a realm warp. All you do is you realm warp into the base.
That one.
And like, all that MKOI, I'm pretty sure, have to do is just group and just go. As long as Obi doesn't get a 5-man ultimate, I think they just kill the Nexus before Fnatic can respond.
You know, this is a game where people say there's no way Fnatic win this game from here, right? There's no way. Now, I don't know if that's a curse or not. Teleport from top, or rather to top for Jojo, while Mirwin delivers bot. There should be no way. The game's still going on regardless. So we're just going to hold, and Movistar Koi finishing this out, getting us to match point, being a step away from Worlds and Madrid.
Yeah, I mean, it feels right as well. Like, for MKOI, this defending spring champions, they have looked absolutely spectacular in this series. And getting to go back to Madrid, which did belong to them at the end of the day, the last time we were there. So I think it'd be nice to see them return to a very warm fan base over there.
And it would mean that our 2 MSI representatives will be going back-to-back at internationals as well. Oscar's trying to clear waves. Right now, who do you give the gold to? I guess the biggest question. Poby's got 3 items in a bit. Oscar and being able to survive frontline might be a question mark here as he tries to get himself his 3rd item is MR.
I think the issue is going to be the Baron in 15 seconds. Because I think this is for Fnatic where you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You go to a pause. But it's as Baron spawns, if you immediately walk over to it and take it as MKOI, well, Fnatic have to contest you. And if they go to contest you, well, then you use Realm Warp in behind them and finish the game.
Yeah, that's right.
So you don't have a winning play
if I do, damned if I don't,
And your base is already in tatters.
That's right.
There's nothing left.
I mean, it's difficult. You know, there were moments in this game where Fnatic could have maybe found the picks that led them inside. They found the outer card right, but there were a bit of whiffs that we saw up in that top side. I feel like that was a big turning point where maybe Movistar Koi lose the Baron. But again, this is like pulling at straws. Movistar Koi in both games now, back-to-back, have had exceptional team fighting. And I think the decision-making in this game as we try and figure out what this pause is an audio issue. So we're going to investigate that. I think this game has been a masterclass in some of our region's best macro. Like this, as you said, 1-3-1, hard comp to execute. I think as well, when we see it in isolation, we're like, well, the Nocturne doesn't have anyone who's going to follow like an Orianna, or like Aurora was a really good combo where you could layer in a wide area, but this game has definitely been, cleaner than I would have thought.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a bit of column A, bit of column B, right? Where I think Fnatic had moments where they could have played for, but ended up whiffing them. But I do think MKOI have done a phenomenal job of playing around how strong Mirwin is, playing around how strong Jojo was, and just having these opportunities to push the game further and further into their favor. Like every time we looked at Fnatic, it felt like they were scrambling to try and match side lanes than actually being able to be proactive and winning out the game through finding picks with the Jarvan, Poby having these big Annie ults. And now they're just at the point where MKOI got a bunch of the early dragons, have managed to completely destroy everything in their base. And if they ever exit to get onto the map, there's a potential the game just ends immediately.
True. It's in a tight spot. We're going to let you know when we get an update. It's apparently might be a couple of minutes. It's just with audio levels. So we're just going to work this out and then move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're hoping for 5. We want 5.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
It would.
It would.
Yeah. But also because the game 1 felt super close. Game 2 as well. This one has been very much MKOI dominated. But I do think we're kind of getting a taste of where MKOI's heads are at. Like, I think Mirwin has been fantastic in both of Game 2 and Game 3. Jojo stepping up in the rise. And it feels like they're starting to peak at the right time. Because if you remember, MKOI had some struggles, against Na'Vi in the regular season. They still got the win, but it didn't look as clean as they would like to.
As clean.
And we heard from both Jojo and Alvaro on Euphoria how it was a work in progress. They were trying to figure out how they can incorporate the things that they won from MSI, and it wasn't exactly going as clean as they would have liked. But this game fills me with a lot of confidence for an MKOI going forward from this position. And either way, it feels like MKOI were coming off the back of regular season. We're very much there is a clear top 3. There is us, there is G2, and there is KC. And I think for them to be able to take down Fnatic would kind of continue to prove that they are just a step above Fnatic. And at least now it feels like it's kind of between MKOI and G2 as to exactly who's going to be able to take that final if they do push the whole way. Because G2 yesterday looking great, and now MKOI well, at least it looks like after this, one game away from finding themselves in Madrid and going to Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, not to toot the horn too early, but it does feel like in the past 2 games, MKOI have ramped up. But these games are close. These games are like on the bridge of like 1 or 2 bad fights, or 1 or 2 moments that should, you know, like Fnatic, the topside play, right? But then you could argue in game 1, the Atakant throw, Movistar Koi, you know, kind of threw the game back. So there's been some moments where, as we get back into game, because we got a ready check that, you know, should be complete. And this is one of them. As we get into game, quick update for you, 6.5K moving 7. The base is completely open. They need those Nexus turrets to respawn on Fnatic. That's what they hope for, but this is a very dire position where MKOI are about to move to match point if all goes well.
And this is where you kind of just end up stuck. MKOI means you start at Baron because the Realm Warp is always a threat in the base. You've got Mirman pushing in on the bottom side. The Baron's just gone, and there's very little that Fnatic can do to answer for this.
Felios as well, with Baroned up minions, if he has Calibrum, which he has full stacks of right now, the range advantage is going to be supreme against Fnatic. Razork going to clear out what he can, but they need to get back into the base. The siege begins, and there's only a top inhibitor turret with inhibitor standing.
Hobie trying to get a flank on towards Jojo, but he started to move over to group up with the rest of them. MKOI trying to see what they can do. But again, you have this opportunity to Realm Warp in, but you have to be very careful you're not doing it immediately onto Hobie, who could just get a 5-man ult. So, or maybe even a 4-man ult in this case, as Mirren continues to push in boss.
He can also just leave the Maiden and group up too. Don't forget, like, this NPC wife can end the game.
I think it's just trying to spread Baron around is all they're really looking for. And let the minions do the work. Now Mirren's in the base.
Yep.
And you got Jojo pushed in mid, and Mickey's overextended slightly, but they're still waiting on the wave top.
They're looking for a commit. The lights turn off though, and Alvaro finds a max range ulti. Jojo keeps firing and gets the overload in the end, but Mirwan's walking up towards the newly formed Nexus turrets. I believe they're still there, ladies and gentlemen, and just respawned as Fnatic trying to defend against 3 waves about to be.
And trying to see if the the Nexus turrets are there.
They are there. We get no health in the spectator thing.
And then as MKOI starts to
how do they defend Dagda?
I don't think there's a good answer to that, to be honest. Mickey threatening, but now Gauss.
Razork just flashed for that and he whiffed a Q, and with that the ult comes through. Super sitting back, and it's good from Razork. He gets onto 3, but Super flashes away, and now Razork is dead. Movistar came in to do what they started here, and a brilliant 1-3-1 game. A good Poppy ult in the end. Super is just going to have to sit and kill a Poppy on top of that, but moving to match point, revisiting what makes sense. The legends that always get to Worlds are 1 step away again.
And it's a competent game 3 as well, but we'll have to toss it over to a break to see if Fnatic can bring it back to game number 4. Woo.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey Jay, have you joined the WhatsApp? What? Oh, join the WhatsApp? Jake, I need you to join the WhatsApp. I already joined the WhatsApp. Like last week, I joined the WhatsApp. Have you joined the WhatsApp?
Can you go? Yeah, Chonya. He's dead.
Okay, guys.
Run.
The yellow one.
Yeah.
Nice, no flash.
No flash. Azure no E. Azure no E. Azure no E. Good fight. Azure no E. No flash. No flash. Has E now. No flash. No flash Cassante. No flash Cassante.
Look Cassante, okay?
Yeah, on super.
I have to block, Cassante is 1 HP. He's out of the fight.
I like Azure. Take it. Okay, we end. Oh, I'm killing Ezreal.
Kill Ezreal.
MKOI is one Nexus away from locking Madrid and a spot at Worlds. And I have Skane with me to talk about all this. ¿Qué tal?
¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? ¿Todo bien? Everything good?
Yeah, everything good. But how is it for you? Are you confident right now? First game, we're going to forget about first game, but everything up until then has been going so well for the team.
Yeah, I was talking with Chad. We don't have to take anything for granted. There is one Nexus away. Yeah. I'm like quite hyped, but I'm just, okay, guys, one more Nexus, then we celebrate, you know?
The players were saying that it's actually really easy to play against Fnatic because there's this like unidimensional team. They always like to fight. That's all they do. Do you really feel like MKOI cracked the code of Fnatic here?
I think that we low-key did, to be honest. I think that we dominated them on the last game. I think that they were looking really good on the first one. And actually, I talked with Guilloto and Labrop, and they said that Fnatic improved so much the last weeks. So I was kind of scared. But right now, the series looks so good.
Yeah. As you said, you must not get carried away. One Nexus, it's so close, but yet so far, you know the players so much. There's a spot in Madrid on the line. Yeah. What advice would you give the players to stay connected, stay focused, and get this one?
Not take Worlds for granted, because we have been like last year. I think that only the top 3 make it. I think that normalizing things like making it to Worlds is like really bad, and the guys have to just stay focused. What they can achieve right now is really big. Not that much teams go to Worlds, only 3. So just keep the focus up. They are so fucking good, and just keep it up.
Keep your head cool. Gracias por la entrevista. Thank you so much, Skane. Jenny, over to you.
Thank you, Lore and Skane. You gotta keep it locked in. You gotta stay humble. You gotta stay focused. Some really great words of wisdom for the side of MKOI. But if anything, Fnatic can also kind of like use it just a little bit.
I mean, it feels like Fnatic right now, they're getting a little bit lost in the sauce. They're really pushing this agenda to get upset ahead, and I feel like it's not really working out for them in their favor. I feel like, in general, MKOI is kind of keeping the game on a tight leash, and they just seem to be in full control.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fnatic has one game plan. Get upset ahead. And they are getting him ahead. They are getting the ganks. They're pulling it off. Razork is bot off cooldown, but it's just, it doesn't feel like it's enough. And especially when he's on a champion like the Ezreal, even though he gets a huge gold lead, he can't really 1v5 carry the team fights. So when his team falls behind, when Fnatic start to have to use their brain rather than just their bronze, things start to fall apart.
Bronze?
It doesn't matter what he said. Okay, you know what matters here is the fact that when we're looking at Fnatic, it's quite a peculiar position to be in, because we highlighted earlier today, Finn, we said they play through their bot lane, and MKOI has read through that absolutely, completely transparently. They're able to see that. We saw Fnatic being able to get 1 win in that first game, but that was because Oscar was also doing well. So it needs to be a little bit more of a balanced affair here.
Yeah, I just feel like Fnatic right now, they seem a little bit disjointed. I feel like Pobo is not really including himself in the game a lot, and I feel like he's kind of being left on the sideline a little bit. There was a play later on in the game, which was, I'm not sure if we can bring it up right now, because I really want to highlight it. It was an Otacon setup here for Fnatic, but I feel like here, you see Georgian, he's just going to push out this bot wave, and Fnatic's going to group up here, and they're going to look for a play that isn't really real. They're going to start this Otacon because they feel the pressure from this side lane, this Ryze, this Yorick are just constantly pushing in the side lane with the shadow of Nocturne, and here, Mirren gets a super big chunk on the Mickey, and now the other kind of planet is kind of forwarded. And now if we look at bot in the minimap there, Ryze is still pushing. He's still there and is getting stuff for free. Meanwhile, Fnatic is grouping 5-man strong topside and trying desperately to get something back in the game, but MKOI is going to reset this Atakan and just drag it out. Now, the continuation of this from MKOI was a little bit sloppy, but in general, it feels like MKOI's discipline, MKOI's focus, and MKOI's determination to make this series into a stomp just seems to shine through so much more strongly.
And it just feels so overforced by Fnatic. They have one mode, they need to go forward. Even after Mickey gets chunked, they TP him back in. They want to keep fighting, and it's not going to work when the enemy knows what to do.
Yeah, it's a pretty sad positioning from the side of Fnatic, but I think as well on their social media, they've captured it perfectly. I am so sick of my stupid life, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I am so happy. And then the Atacon comes along, and you go back to 2 months ago, where it's like, I am so sick of my life right now. And that's kind of the position that Upset is finding himself in, where it's like, okay, he's getting the leads, he's getting the resources, he's been given that opportunity to step forward as that carry, but MKOI know exactly how to shut it down, because also their macro has been so good.
Yeah, I mean, and I feel like if Fnatic is coming into the game plan that Upset is the main carry, he is our anime protagonist, we need to set him up in the draft. Because here we see the drafts from his previous games. The Estral is not the champion for that. I would love to see him on something like, I think on the Sivir, he did a really good job in general in the game, because it's just such a hyper carry. Something like a Jinx, something where he has the damage to completely 1v5 fights, giving the correct peel, is something that Fnatic needs if this is the identity they're going for. If you want to draft like this, play like this, Estral is not the pick for you.
Then I need you to tell me exactly what the picks are.
I think Jinx, Seri, the only problem that I can see that you run into with these picks is you don't have that kill threat. You're not going to be able to kill Supa with these ganks if you have these more scaling ADCs. And we've seen that Fnatic need a lead in that bot lane.
Yeah, they do. But you know what's also really interesting is when we started the game today, you know, Mirren was like, ooh, I'm going to show you guys who daddy is. And then Razor said, oh, I'm going to be your daddy. And it was like a little bit of a back and forth.
A little bit
but
daddy
so
off.
far, yeah, if you want to call it that way. But so far, I would say like Merwin is winning in the race because him and his team are 2-1.
The paternity test came back positive, and Mirren is in fact fathering some kids on the Rift right now. I think he's had a great series in the game 2 and now the game 3 as well. On this Yorick into the Cassandra, sure, he did get solo kill, but his silent pressure was detrimental.
And this is absolutely insane because Fnatic have not missed Worlds in 2016. MKOI have not missed Worlds since the inception of this organization. One Nexus away from making that a reality for 2025. One Nexus away from going to Worlds. Can Fnatic stop them and keep the hopes alive? We're going to have to find out in our 4th game of the series with our casters.
Because Fnatic are not ones to miss it either. Fnatic have only missed Worlds in 2 inceptions of the organization. 2012, 2016. So that is one hell of a record. So both these orgs have a big reputation to make the big, bad, dangerous World Championship. But also remember, making it to Madrid is that easy with this single best-of-5 win. Then you have a chance for another championship.
Yeah, and just a reminder that both teams here have a second chance, even in the loss, to still make it. They will get dropped down to the lower bracket and can still achieve that run, but you just stamp it, make it nice and easy here today, which would take a lot of that relief off your back. So I think for MKOI, one Nexus away, and for Fnatic, they need to find something. They need to dig deep and bring out everything that they've gotten, because game 1, we saw some of that success, but replicating it has not been easy for this squad.
No, and they've been close games, but it's just getting it across the line. We have a small delay, as you see top left of your screen, but getting it across the line has been the hardest thing. And you know, the draft they talked about, I think they were talking about Engage, correct me if I'm wrong, Des, but they were talking about, like, you know, I think how to make it easier, I'll simplify it as. And for Fnatic, I'd be curious about the draft here from game 4 because, you know, like, Grabs has had some doozies. And I think the drafts in both these games, they've been very interesting. Game 3 the most so because we had a lot of questions if KOI could pull off the 1-3-1, that draft that didn't have layering. And they did. Somehow they did. Fnatic, what do they got for game 4? Because there's so much taken away, and this is the power of Fearless. We have 2 very competitive teams with deep pools with people like Mirwin. Like, what are they going to pull out of the hat next?
Yeah, but I think this is where we start to see what as the desk was alluding to, things like the Jinx start to rise up in priority. These kind of picks that can take over in a team fight, at least for the Fnatic side of things. I'm still not sure, though, on what the response is going to be. Like, Alvaro probably has something like a Bard in his back pocket that he can try and play to, which if you're going to try and play these immobile carries, hyperscalers, VAR can kind of make things a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
So you still have a lot of answers for what can be brought to the table. So the priority and how you try to structure this is going to be incredibly important for both sides of the equation.
It really is. We don't have an update here yet, but I believe we are soon to get into the draft. I will say on the paternity test, I feel like Oscar Rinnan has made it convoluted because he solo killed Mirwin last game. And I think
but when you're still solo kill someone, you're still down like 1,000 gold.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're not the father. That just means maybe it's, there's a little bit more issues in the sample size. Now, look, as we get into game 4, let's be real. No matter what, both these teams, I think, have deserved the time and place that we give them here in this league. I mean, this has just been a fantastic series where I think the skill level has been a lot higher. It shows why they're in this upper echelon, upper round. And now MKOI, we go to the draft that could seal their fate into Madrid, into Chinese world. Man, MKOI at another world, that would be a crazy timeline. As we've got a Rumble ban, we've got a Trundle ban. Interesting stuff.
Well, especially because you still got Yunara open and the Azir open. So Yunara's going to be banned. Does Azir manage to slip through the draft, or how does this one start to play out? Because those are kind of the picks that I'd be looking at as we start to move into this.
Yunara's gone. Finally.
Talia also going to be left open. So there's definitely some power picks here.
Are you going to ban Talia or you ban Azir? One of them has to go, surely. You're not going to get rid of something like the Varus. I mean, Varus has been there, but... Oh, Varus is top, excuse me. I forgot that in the column there. It went into a different lane. Okay, Azir gets taken. And now, Talia, Dagby, you mentioned it. Poby could have a Talia game to try and crawl them across to game 5.
Yeah, and then the question is, what do you want to try and pair with? A lot of those junglers that benefit from having something that can provide that CC or even like enable the CC to enable Talia are gone, but I still think Talia is just a very strong pick regardless.
Yep.
If they want to try and go for it. Okay.
Nautilus B1. But now you give up Talia. Now you give up combos with Talia. We don't have Wukong, we don't have Jarvan, we don't have Vi, we don't have Nocturne.
Yeah, you still got things like Sejuani, Maokai, Skarner.
Maokai's great in
A lot of people starting to pick up Volibear and stuff as well, which can work with the Talia.
So El Yoya has options here, you're telling me?
Yeah, definitely. I'm curious what the Nautilus lock-in is. I understand it's like the last of the engaged support, so maybe that's where Fnatic are just like, hey, we want to try and get our hands on it. But there is also like some flex. We had rumblings of the Nautilus jungle.
Yeah, we did.
Don't know if that's really what you want to try and go for here, but this would be an interesting one.
Twitch, no. Hold up, guys, hold up. Jinx, more like it. Range, 80 carry, super scaling, as it were. He's picked up a Felios last game and had a fine time of it. So far, pretty standard stuff. I mean, you've got something that can move, you've got a scaling 80 carry, and you still have enchanters open.
Yeah, and Thresh as well, which can also be great. Not wonderful into the Nautilus, because once you start to rev up your hook, Nautilus just goes doink. You have a sad time.
That's the sound it makes, yeah.
It does, yeah. It's the scientific sound.
Yes. Only
Victor, actually, yeah. So I think overall here, Fnatic's still going to be relatively fine. Like, Victor does well into Talia just because of the range advantage that he has and kind of win out on the early levels. And I'm still, like, I think for Razork, taking something like the Maokai here could be the answer, just to try and put a bit of pressure onto them, but they want to try and go for the Scion instead. I think Mirwin probably going to have answers to this, as the man has definitely had a fun time when it comes to answering into tanks.
Anything that can shred. No Gwen available, the best tank shredder. Where do you go? Oh, you were talking about this earlier, and there it is, slammed in for Mirwin.
Yeah, so it was in a Sheep Esports article that he's talking, saying, I've gotten a Kali ready, but I've been practicing a ton of this Rexa. I don't mind letting people know, and he's about to let Oscar in and know. So Mirwin going to get value out of this in that top side of the map. Should do well thanks to the increase in the true damage to the Scion.
Yep.
And he has done a great job of bullying in the last 2 games. Oscar in that top side in the early stages, and still giving a front line to MKOI sounds like a winning plan.
Ooh, well, MKOI get rid of the potential of Razork Zed jungle. Now, if you haven't been watching the East, Kiana, Zed jungle, these have been popping up massively. I mean, there is the triple flex or quadruple at the moment of Morgana also as a thought process. So jungle right now is very wild. And that's why with solid tank, with solid AP scaling, they're like, we can't give Razork something that can flourish in the game.
Yeah, I think if I had seen more lockdown in Fnatic, I'd be more worried about things like the Nefiri. Like, say if you had Ari Nefiri could work out well. But with the Victor, you are probably just going back to basics of the Sejuani, the MKOI, which is kind of where MKOI want to force them, as it gives little backline threat on towards the Jinx. On the upside, we kind of said it, like Volibear, things that can enable this Taliyah, going to be very, very strong.
Yeah.
And maybe it is just an immediate MKOI for the Sejuani for Elyoya if it's left open.
As they get ridden at 80 carry, MKOI's final ban is to try and deny upset of getting something solid alongside this back-to-front comp with a question mark Nautilus. They B1 this Nautilus. There has to be some ultimate game plan here for Fnatic that they're bridging to. As with the Volibear gone, do they ban away another jungler? Are they that comfortable with what Razork has left available? AP jungler? Taliyah's gone.
I'm wondering what Upset's plan is here into the Jinx. I mean, honestly, maybe he goes for the Twitch. And
do you think he goes
get
like
the late game scaling?
Do you think a Ziggs is too much, or against his comp maybe?
I think you got too much AP and AD value. The other option is maybe a Smolder or something and try and match the late game scaling, but I think you just give up so much pressure in
I was going to say, then you have so much scaling where you're just like a lose all 15, 20-minute game and just hope to get bridged through, where MKOI have showed us they're willing to send it. Leona as well, another part of center, could engage lined up. What do you think? He said...
Yeah.
I mean,
what about Twitch or Smolder? I think you need to match the scaling.
Yeah.
Kog'Maw works in that regard as well.
Oh, man. Really upset. But for a game 5, are you going to try and take us with a Kog'Maw, a Twitch? What is it going to be? Oh, my God. Are we actually going to get Rat Champ? No. Oh, the champion of the people, yes!
This is kind of what you need on Fnatic's side. Just lock in something that has that late game scaling, can match the Jinx when it comes to late game fights. And apart from the Rex side, there's very little that can have that backline threat. So it's not the end of the world. So this could actually... Okay, I'm not sure. I'll hold on to it.
Let's wait. What are we gonna get? Sedge? There's an Ivern. Oh, Ivern. So I guess you have an enchanter jungle with a hyperscaling AD carry, a front to back. Fnatic are going all in on this scaling profile.
Yeah, and I like the addition of the Ivern, as you said, like gives you that enchanter that you really want. But it's a Kiana for Elyoya.
A terror shaped my heart. Okay. This is
sick.
This is our region. Oh my God, I love it.
So we have seen like players like Kanavi and stuff played over in the LPL to great success, where you can go hyper aggressive in the early stages. You have a ton of burst damage, but also then your level 6, the ultimate, the supreme display of talent is insane for so many of these objective fights.
Yep.
Fnatic are going to have to try very, very hard to keep track of Elyoya to make sure that he's not sniping Upset or Poby at the start of these fights.
And you have to be perfect because the CC layering means that one man dies every time. Kiana, Taliyah, Leona, that layering is nuts. And I think when you're a Victor, when you're a Twitch, like your positioning has to be perfect because it's good range as well. Like the dashing, the range you can do it. Why is Upset, was that Rambo? Was that Arnold Schwarzenegger from the from the Alien movies? That was good. Either way.
He can be it all.
Don't worry.
But I do agree. I think like the fact you got so much lockdown thanks to the water freezing you can get as Kiana. Plus that ultimate.
Yeah.
Just makes it very, very difficult. I've been reading sort of Kaigen at the moment. A lot of water freezing.
Yeah, water freezing. Technically not wrong.
But yeah, I think it's like the control that you can have makes it very, very difficult. And at least the Ivern can build things like Mikaels and go for redemptions and stuff, which make it a little bit easier to keep your AD carry safe. But it is a nice addition here and something that can play very strong in the early skirmishes, especially if Fnatic overcommit onto, say, ganking the bottom side of the map or anything like this. That's where Elyoya could pop off.
I'm looking forward to it though, Dagda. One more for the Spaniard, for Movistar Koi. And the deal is set. The inevitability returns. They've never missed a Worlds. Will they start now? The Koi Fanatics are out. And I ain't talking about the blue side, I'm talking about the red that strikes fear. The ramp up this year, the spring champions. And most of all, the man in the jungle who we love, Dagda. He's a step away again. He always brings them across the finish line.
How's it going, Flowers?
What a random message. Like, everyone's like, man, I love the draft. And Flowers like, hi, you chat. He does
Make
not
sure
say
you give him a happy birthday. Was it last week, I think it was?
Oh, yeah. I think it was the other day, actually. It was even closer than that, wasn't it?
Even that? Maybe.
Happy birthday. Happy 35th, 36th birthday.
35th, yeah.
Is it actually? I was trying to be a bit mean. But I don't, you know.
How dare you? That man is a lovely.
He is a lovely man. You know, we work with lovely people here.
We are very fortunate.
You know, our co-streamers are lovely. They have lovely voices. They have lovely faces. You know, Yamato's voice. Oh, baby. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know? Anyway, who else is lovely, chat? This guy. This man has never missed Worlds. He's also got the Riz in the eye. Look at that.
I was going to say, that is some serious.
Oh, yeah. Look away. Look away. You don't want to be.
I didn't realize I was going to get mogged at this.
Yeah. It's an incredible feat, especially since, like, I feel like his debut kind of helped drag across the line. Well, he's part of the dragging, but here he has been the stability. He still had a pretty impressive series when Razork was beating him down in game 1. He ramped as well.
And I think if you can have this control now with the Kiana, like, this is your moment to shine. And I think what a way to make a statement as he starts to move on to one of these teams going to be facing G2 in the future.
Yep.
If you can win on a Kiana Rek'Sai combo, it's kind of a sick way to bring yourselves into that position.
Quick side note as well, last Kiana jungle we had, as we get some heavy trading in top, and Mirwan's just getting broken in by Oscarinen. He heard the father allegations, he wants to prove the test. Kiana jungle 2020 spring self-made versus Razork. Razork won. It would be funny if, again, 5 years later, Razork can beat down another Kiana. Let's wait and see. Top's going well so far here for Oscarinen. Poby is just matching and doing what he can here in a very deadly lane. And in the 2v2, Upset's goal is to get as much CS as possible and not get ranged out by a Leona or a Jinx.
Yeah, in the early stages, it should be fine. Again, Nautilus has always been the bane of Leona's existence, trying to find the engages, because the hook is just so strong at denying. The Zenith Blade has been able to buy that distance that you need to disengage from the trade. So for Alvaro, I think it will be more about trying to move around the map and play alongside Elyoya. Because if you can provide that CC, well then this assassin can really start to take off. Again though, it's not going to be the craziest of early games, I feel like. You do have some pressure that you can try and play for around the mid lane, where you take the river element, get the stun, and try and set up for a follow-up with the flick back from Jojo Pyun. But outside of that, it's not the easiest. This Razork, of course, a flash from with Oscarinen onto Mirwan.
It's that root caller that came through. Razork now is priority in top. Weird interaction, but takes the trigger seed out, gets through. Razork has to flash. It's matched. Elyoya wants blood. Treebeard is about to go down as they didn't engage. Mirwan doesn't have a flash available nor a tunnel. Elyoya has to follow this himself. The edgy style, the auto attack. Jojo! What a flash to match everybody then.
And what a start for MKOI, for this Kiana, picking up that first blood, burning everything onto Razork. Now it means if at any point in time Elyoya finds Razork, he's getting chopped down.
That's right, Razork, an early game. Ivan is just so vulnerable. Maybe top as well. Elyoya is making another game path. He has the ice element, he can get the stun, turns it into explosions. Oscarinen survives, rather doesn't burn his flash, but he is low, and TP might have to be burned to come back in this lane.
The thing is, though, if you actually reset and TP back into the top side, it gives so much advantage to MKOI and how they want to try and play out, like something like lane swaps that can come through. Ideally, you just swap the lanes if you're Fnatic and leave Upset in this lane against Mirwan, and you can farm up and get to that late game switch. But if Mirwan has that teleport advantage, it can get a little bit more difficult.
Sweet. Mickey's hiding out in the brush though, and here comes another brush walker onto Razork, waiting for the root caller again. The trigger seed already out for a shield for himself, popping into Alvaro. He gets a root, but is there going to be enough damage? Flash away from Alvaro, away from the potential hook. And that is a summoner down for the gank.
I am moving into the top side as we're getting a bit of behind the turret farming for Mirwan. I think he's just going to look to take away Razork's camps on this top side as they start to respawn. So even though you get the flash from Alvaro, still Elyoya starting to put the hurt down onto Razork when it comes to the experience in the CS.
Now, quick side note, while we are seeing a new jungler here, at least for EU, Edge of Ishtal was actually buffed for a bit of base damage here in 25-16. So if you're wondering, why is this Kiana being seen on top of the Profane Hydra buffs, the lethality being a little bit stronger. Also, the bonus attack speed that you get off Terror Shape Now, I believe it is Q-Max first usually normally, but...
I think it's also just incredibly strong when you get to this portion of the draft where it's lots of immobile carries, people that are easy to pick off, and people are desperately trying to keep like a Twitch safe or the Victor safe, and suddenly they're getting blasted by this supreme display of talent. It just makes it so difficult for you to keep track of all these moving parts and fights. And Elyoya, the fact you've already got this early kill, definitely going to make things significantly easier. And if you can match some of these plays now from Razork, I think you can just start to continue putting that pressure on him.
Gravity field down from Poby. Look, Upset's trying to sneak in. Flash, Chaos Storm, and a dredge line from Mickey. Upset gets the kill, you little rat. He ran into mid, and just like that, Upset's on the board.
Everyone who's played against the Twitch has felt that pain.
Yeah.
Sneaking in, not expecting it at all, and Jojo falls. Nicely done by Fnatic. An early kill towards the Twitch, definitely going to help out on him getting towards that Blade of the Rune King.
Wave denied in top in the meantime, though. Upset is not going to get the cannon, but he'll get the rest. Alvaro, he gets in the way of Poby, stops it. Gravity field just out. Alvaro getting caught on the turret would be a big backfire, but they delay Poby's back, and that's still worth something as Jojo now gets back to lane.
Yeah, I think he should be able to shove this wave. Most of it will still be collected by Poby, but just a bit of a nuisance. Either way, I think, again, we're kind of seeing what the focus is from both sides. Fnatic still focused on Upset, still trying to see if they can make plays around him. Whereas for MKOI, a bit more open on how they want to address things. A lot of movement towards this top side will open up Mirren to get the wave and establish some vision for the Void Grubs in 40 seconds.
Alvaro doesn't have Solar Flare available. Mickey, Depth Charge not there either. His dredge line used to get somewhere, but there, Zenith Blade follows him over the wall with that quick ward. And the ulti from Jojo means Mickey has nowhere to go. A shove that misses, but Elyoya cleans it anyway. 2 kills and 1,000 gold lead. This Kiana is large.
The Kiana is popping off massively for MKOI. And it's so much of that has been the support tools from MKOI. Jojo Pyun, both times helping out, this time with the ultimate to get the assist. And Alvaro just knowing, hey, hang on a second, Mickey is way too far overextended with how much control we have on this top side.
Jojo again, like, it's that first flash you don't expect with the threaded volley. It's the ult immediately. Coordination from MKOI at an all-time large as Elyoya with AoE, and he is going for the Profane Hydra build. He's got a Tiamat early, which means these Raptors, these advanced purple Raptors, a little bit larger than they should be. You know what I'm talking about. Razork comes in, distracted by the fact that Tree Man just walks up, but Elyoya got 2. They are called Grubs, we know that now. But the Grubs taken away, and MKOI, great early game start.
And the entire time, you just had Soup on the bottom side farming up.
He's chilling.
He's going to be completely fine. Up against the Sion, no real issues. Mirren is also, because of the pressure MKOI put top, been able to farm up relatively well. This is kind of one of the downsides of the Rek'Sai, is that you don't want to be in this sort of position. Sure, you've got some healing that you can do, but you definitely want to be able to trade effectively against the Sion and kind of bully the matchup as you start to move into the later portion of the game.
Alvaro over the wall, Poby looking to check, and he knows, he definitely knows. Alvaro's going to clear the ward with a nice Shield of Daybreak. Razork, he wants his Raptors, but he's going to have to target them. Smite, he won't get that chance. Elyoya, he is clearing everything right now. There is a 30 CS lead, and Elyoya has not let Razork play the early game in this game 4.
Which is exactly what you need to do. And again, this is what MKOI have been playing so well through, is Elyoya and Alvaro working well together. Jojo has been that great addition towards this trio. Now Dragon going to be picked up for them. Upset, I think, should be spotted coming into River just off the bottom side.
Arcane Storm, Jojo backs off. Razork comes in, okay. He's done something. Daisy's done something. Double knockup, but Poby's got no mana and gets killed. Elyoya ran at him. Meanwhile, MKOI get targeted a little bit, but the engage continues. Jojo flush for the seismic shove onto Mickey. Super now gets to hit him for free. Alvaro running for his life, but a rocket will save his. In the end, Dragon goes down, but Fnatic are not out. There is a Queen of Xerxai on the horizon. Upset's invisible, but Mirwin sees all. Matches the flash, keeps him there, screams out a supreme display of the Moby Star Koi. Teleport's going to come late, but at least better than not. Razork runs in, he's ordering Alvaro, but there's no damage. Poby's teleporting in to Kiana with so much damage. He has to tread carefully. Flush away, no. What's he got? Elyoya's down, and so is Mirwin. This guy's flush available, but he won't need it. Captain, I'm talking about summoners, because Fnatic are getting nothing.
Fnatic are trying desperately to get anything here, but MKOI have just got away with the heist of a century. They get the kills in mid, on bot. Sure, Fnatic get the Dragon, But Elyoya is massive.
He's
and
huge.
We'll see it here. MKOI set up, and everyone on Fnatic's like, okay, if we can try and get into position off this bot side push, maybe we can do something. But Poby caught out, not expecting Elyoya to be there. The burst was perfect. And now with the TP from Mirwin as well, not matched, thanks to no TP available from the Sion. Fnatic, just the fight ends up so separated. And Mirwin does a great job of just keeping Fnatic
Look at this.
in arm's reach to set up for Elyoya.
A hidden Twitch counter. It sees all. The Void Rush comes out.
Okay, now we calm a bit. They wasted so much. Double TP.
Calm down a bit.
I think that's got to be so hard because again, like you're in a position here where you are 1 game away from Worlds, 1 game away from going to Madrid, and you're sitting with 5-1, a 3.5K gold lead at barely 12 minutes into the game.
I was ready today to start selling like the potential of maybe Poby in his first split going to Worlds in our region, right? That was a maybe. Obviously, MKOI were favorites, but like, you never know, especially after game 1. But here, Jojo, again, consistently, game after game, has stepped up huge. And coming over from North America, this guy, he had poor allegations against him in winter, and we said, this guy is like, he's an okay mid, he's good at lane, but his mechanics aren't really there. He showed us wrong in spring, won a championship, his first championship in EU after 2 splits of being here. And now he's a game away in a good position of going to Worlds, 3 splits within the region. He's EU now, that's what I said. Poby! Supreme display of talent again, and Poby stuck here. A Chaos Storm out, but Elyoya forces his flash. Okay, the Ishtal hits big, and Poby knows he's summonerless, he's ultless, he's gonna walk up the top, but be warned, Jojo has a flick. If he gets caught, that's the end of him again.
But that's a major summoner spell down. Control over top side given to Jojo Pyun. And Fnatic are being chased away out of this top side, so Poby has to reset, which means in this next wave, you're just going to get more plates to Jojo. This is working out fantastically for the Mirwin even sitting on mid wave. Fnatic have no idea what MKOI are up to, and they're terrified.
This demon from the top lane is always hovering with Sunfire Cape as well. You just have so much wave clear, and you always get that Fury max where you can either heal or you get the true damage on your E. It's so nice for Mirwin right now being up against the tankers. As you were saying earlier, the bot lane is just scaling. They're chilling. There's a kill over to Super in the last fight. He's also got his first item, so in a great spot, and that's a 2K gold lead. That's a Profane Hydra with a pickaxe.
And that's I wanted to get involved and flash this Victor as well.
That is flashes.
Which means that the second you end up going towards this next objective fight, you've already got a clear target for MKOI.
Oh dear.
Mirwin flashes, Elyoya flashes in on top, Poby dies, and Upset hasn't even scraped his way to a Blade of the Rune King yet. So you just don't really have the follow-up damage for Fnatic, which means MKOI again get to continue amassing these dragons and gold leads, and Fnatic are very far away from being relevant in this game.
It's going to take something special. It's going to take the game slowing down extravagantly, but in a minute, that dragon should be gone with the game state that we're at. That Chemtech Dragon will also probably roll in towards a Rift Herald in top. That's at the same timer. Fnatic right now staying with a swap. In fact, Mickey's just hovering over Poby, who really needs babysitting right now. Like, I understand the allocation. It's just silly. Now, observers, this will just be a tank matchup. They just flip at each other, and then they'll get down to 50%, and that's, you know, that's fine. Did Elyoya just pick up a second item?
He's at 2 items.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Redemption for Razork.
I don't think people survive long enough for redemption to matter.
I think redemption's going to come down after 2 are dead, you know?
Yeah. If you're lucky.
Oh, this is ripped. Go more on this. Hang on, hit him with an E. True damage, go. Oh yeah. That's nice. Mirwin will not die, but he'll just heal up. He'll hit the minion wave. He'll hit Oscariden. He'll heal up. Poby. Is Poby dead again? Over the wall, Solar Flares, Zenith Blade. Jojo flicks him back. Guess who's on the way? Elyoya again. Jojo takes the kill, but Poby is being introduced to EU.
And right on time for the Rift Herald to come by. There's so little that Fnatic can really do here. They're going to try and put pressure on towards mid with Mickey walking in behind the tower. But they can't really get much. There's no plates even left for them.
Arrow's coming back again. He has flash. Root Caller's going to land him in place. That helps. Fnatic were in a lot of trouble, but meanwhile, top turret goes down at 15 minutes. 5,000 and a half. Elyoya is going to get Herald. Dragon has not started because Mirwin's always roaming. The Predator's looking for a tree. I don't know how it tastes, but surely it's like a starter. At the very least, I think the map is on fire, and again, Fnatic, there's just nothing they can do about it. They're doing this, but Daisy, how will you kill Mirwin? How? Jojo brings down the wall. Seismic shove, good dodge from Razork, but now Oscarinen's isolated. Mirwin's going to help with the damage. It's a good engage. They're setting up finally, but hey, Super just got a reset. He puts the trap, stops Fnatic from coming in. However, upset, rat-tat-tat in the back, and Super respects it. I did not expect Fnatic to find a fight, but Elyoya was not there, so they had a chance.
It's still 1-for-1. Elyoya, as you say, was still making his way down, so Fnatic able to take the fight as MKOI kind of threw their faces into Fnatic and maybe getting a little bit overconfident off the back of that play. But MKOI is still in position. This is not going down fast.
Mirwin's coming back in. Alvaro's got a shield around him, but Upset sitting on the wing. MKOI going to be split though, and look, Upset just gets to sit here. Upset just gets to sit here. He unleashes the venom, and although a shutdown goes to Mickey, they get the dragon. And Fnatic are being given ways back in this game.
The Chemtech Drake feels fitting after Upset being able to pick up a couple of kills in the back of that one. MKOI just trying to hard force the fight when they just didn't have the position. Again, this one, Alvaro and Super are trying to get down into here, but Oscarinen and Razork going to be completely fine to just hold up. No real follow-up coming through with any sort of damage dealers. And then Upset able to open up completely in the back here.
Yeah.
Super doesn't get anything down. And Elyoya is late to the party. He was already doing Rift Herald.
I saw Super get a reset and I was scared. I was like, oh my god, Fnatic going to get wiped here, but there's a chance. We look at the late fight, as you said. MKOI coming in with half HP. Upset just sits here again.
Yeah, I mean, good positioning from Upset. Sneaks off to the side. Elyoya kind of just sits around hoping for a good angle for the ultimate, but can't actually get into position for it.
We're going to pause. We do have a pause. Elyoya not being there, though. A chance for Fnatic. Gold lead has moved to 3.5k away from 5.5.
But it's also, it went to Upset. Like, this is worst case scenario for MKOI. Because if Upset can get to the later portion of the game and has that range, it's really difficult for you to find angles for the Kiana to get to him.
True.
But with how far behind Fnatic was, it could have just been this slow march where MKOI get into position to take the game. Now, with Upset accelerated, it becomes even more crucial that you manage to shut him down in these fights.
We're going to find out what the pause is about, or maybe not. Ready checks are being conducted, so we might get straight back into game, but that was a huge throw. However, MKOI, this is still their game. They've still got Elyoya with 2 items, as we said. With the Axiom arc, I mean, that guy is going to be ulting off cooldown, and it feels like he's going to still chunk so much, so it is still about stopping the train that is Movistar Koi in this game 4. But as you said, the gold went to Upset. Not the shutdown, but the gold regardless. Enough of it where there's a Zeal in hand, a Runans is on the way, and Upset, as he picks up the CS, he is up almost 500 gold.
And again, you've got Razork to try and keep him safe, making sure he's fine. The cleanse as well going to be up shortly, so MKOI, we heard Jojo say we need to calm down.
Yeah.
But may have just let it go to their heads a little bit. Still though, they are in a sizable lead, like 4,000 gold. A large portion of that on towards Jojo and Elyoya means they can just continue to power through the strong mid jungle. But it just does put a little bit of a question mark on some of these statements.
Herald going to be popped in the meantime, though, and that is enough to get a charge here if Elyoya jumps in. Super by his side as well with the range. So with the minions getting knocked up, AoE Paradise, Herald runs up, mid turret down at 18. Still their game, still their gold. The eye popped, Upset gets the Herald from going anywhere else. But they still lose a turret, they still lose the structure and control, and Poby is pushing over his limit. Seismic shove, good dodge, good kite. And with the gravity field or arcane storm, arcane field, whatever it's called, dredge line. Mickey's going to get an engage onto Elyoya though. It's ice, ice, baby. Elyoya runs back and doesn't take any more.
Both teams just fighting for any sort of presence they can't have on the map. Mirren hiding in the Baron pit, but it's still a minute and a half until the next objective in that direction. I think he's just trying to put pressure on towards mid. Fnatic putting a lot of presence on the bottom side.
Buffett, Weaver's wall, Razork, Upset both get over, but Mickey doesn't TP with the seismic shove. Mickey, though, is taking the damage. Mirwin's coming in. It's a pincer onto the traps as Oscarinenen TP's there. Depth charge into the back of Movistar Koi, but Mirwin, the nuisance, the setup from the enemy jungler, helped out with the redemption. It works. Upset's in the middle of it all, though. He'll get a trade, but it took so long to get a single kill. Fnatic still looking for the fight. Onto Mirwin. They need another engage. A dredge line to pull him back in, but Elyoya stands guard. Support for AD carry. Movistar, if they can defend mid, it still might be okay.
Yeah, it ends up a little bit funky. So Alvaro ends up going down alongside Upset. Elyoya didn't get the ultimate into the wall to get the CC on towards Upset, so ended up shoving him back in towards Fnatic, which kind of helped him out in the end.
TP, double TP, wait, diving Kobe? Razork's here. There is a very small health bar on a turret. Alvaro's coming in, and with that pressure, Jojo will be able to auto this turret. So in the long haul, for Koi, it's still fine, right? They still get the gold trade. The rotation's good, yes it is. And it's back to 5k.
Yeah, so we see as this fight kicks off, it's really good positioning from both Mirren and Elyoya. Get on towards the back line, catch Upset, who goes invisible here, but Mirren obviously able to spot him out thanks to the tremor sense. And this is where everything's been focused on Alvaro, the tank, but here, Elyoya doesn't get the CC onto Upset, which means he just barely gets to flash away, can't get the follow-up auto attacks. Mirren ends up having to dive deep. You still get Upset, but you don't actually really get to follow up as much as you would like to because it took so long to happen. Fnatic are able to rally around Poby as he gets in and keep him safe.
Still negative on the play. I still see, you know, a bit of gold going over to the Twitch, but for Upset, he's getting tracked. Mirwin, every fight, these flash committal burrows. It's such a cool pick to run into the Twitch. And for Upset, it's hurting him a lot. Solar Flare, Upset caught out, cleansed away, Dredge line interrupts, Seismic Shove does not connect. Super was there. If Upset got flicked, he was dead, but he's down a cleanse. And every time this Twitch loses a summoner in dire straits, Zatakan might be the thought.
Mikhail's Crucible is available by Razork if it needs to be used once more, and it may just need that. MKOI setting up around this objective, and Elyoya is just hopping back and forth over the wall of this Dragon Pit and putting a lot of pressure into Fnatic entering the river.
Zatakan has been a throwing force. Zatakan has been very dangerous. Fnatic need to think about this one, and maybe so do Movistar Koyas. Mir, when you talk about his pressure, doing half the health to the mid lane turret, Zatakan not going to be started up. Instead, it's just controlling River Vision. Mickey, they're on a ward. Mickey. He's trying to bait, But he steps it back. Very cool, calm, collected. Gets the ward in the end as River gets cleared alongside it.
So Mirren going to set up on the top half of the map. Fnatic going to have to start this dragon as soon as it appears, because Mirren will be able to take that top tier 2. And Fnatic already at 2 will set them up on some point, but hook onto Alvaro.
There is a hook, there's a TP in regards as well. A Weaver's Wall lays down Fnatic, a clump does 5, but they kill Alvaro. Elyoya running down River as he goes south. Fnatic have 5, and they're going to get this dragon. This will be 3rd dragon if they can find it. They have full control of vision. Elyoya can't get away in, and they're pulling the dragon back to make sure there's no sneaky people behind it.
It's a good pick from Fnatic. Alvaro trying to step forward to re-establish the vision. And Fnatic find him. Jojo pushing in on top. Maybe going to get some damage onto the tier 2, but won't be able to take it to Mirren now. He needs to be careful. Zatakan's still in the vicinity, and you're down a member.
Hope he's trying to bait in, but Mirwen's comfortable enough. 2-item tank. Zatakan going to reset. Fnatic stay as 5. They might lose a bit from mid on this. They might lose a little bit more on top, so they are bleeding a bit. But Soul Point is Soul Point. And a Hextech Soul could be just what the doctor ordered for Fnatic. And it is crazy to me that we are talking about the possibility of Fnatic being in this game when Elyoya was running the ship so damn hard for the first 10-15.
And it's just unfortunate for MKOI that they have been trying to set up these plays that could just blow the game open.
True.
But it just hasn't quite worked out for them. And now, even in the positions where, okay, as Fnatic are trying to enter into River, we can take a fight, well, a pick onto Alvaro happens. So they're trying to get these setups that enable Elyoya, but it's just 1 or 2 steps going wrong here or there have let Fnatic really get back into this game. And again, it is still a 4.5k gold lead, but we're looking at 2.5 items now for Upset. He's starting to come through. Same when you look towards Razork, having some of these supportive tools for him. If at any point in time MKOI pick off Upset, I think they win the fight outright. Yeah. But it's just that if they could do it, and now they're going to start out Zatakan, hoping that you get this push through here, and you can set up for this massive wall from Elyoya across here.
Jojo going to have a wall of his own as well. He's just teleported in towards mid, but he needs to get there. 6.5k. Daisy gets a knock-up. Poby walking into the AoE's big at 3.5k. A depth charge is good, but it's still needed here. Razork nowhere nearby, so it's easily done. Movistar Koi pick up the Heralders. Meanwhile, as Zatakan drops down, the Weaver's Wall comes in to section off Fnatic to close this out. Poby caught out. Seismic Shove goes golden. Scream to the Blade of Talon. Doesn't work out for Elyoya. And now front to back. Upset's coming in. Koi needs to run. They need to swim like a fish up a damn tree. Upset, he's invisible, but they know there's a shark on the way. This one's bigger. Upset chases, and Rat-a-tat-tat to unleash. Jojo gets close, Mirwin gets close.
but they are sent packing. 5 members of Fnatic stay alive.
The stopwatch must have slowed time for Elyoya as he realized the horrors of his mistake. Not able to catch Poby, not able to follow the fight, and it's Upset who's able to push back MKOI and secure another tower for Fnatic.
You're right about that stopwatch. Poby showed him 2 big ults. We'll look again, Dagda, because this one, it is Atakan going to MKOI, but the gold back is what we fear for Fnatic.
And it's a nice call from MKOI. Let's try and chase this. We've got good positioning. We've even got the Weaver's Walls that can try and come through. But Elyoya, as he goes for this, Poby, great stopwatch after the flash away. Then the reposition that we were talking about, because Zupa can't step up with Jojo with Oscar running over the wall. They've lost track of where Upset is. And at any point in time, this Twitch can open up.
Whoa.
And they have to step away. Still, though, it is the 1 kill or 2 kills for the Atakan
about
and the
3K
tower.
gold,
so
right?
You're still getting nice little wins for MKOI, but it's more of gold, more pressure that doesn't necessarily have to go across to Fnatic.
This is the whole game, by the way. That's Poby's damage, and he has been bullied. He has been in the weak side of the map for a while, but he got a double kill in that last fight. Movistar Koi were moving back towards 5,500, but it's shrunk again. 3,000 is the lead. Fnatic have this way this game of just keep pulling it back, capitalizing on the mistakes or the over-eagerness. Yes, Elyoya is still 3,000 gold ahead, but it's an Enchanter jungle who looks like he's about to go towards Moonstone Renewer or Edges of Helia, Echoes of Helia, excuse me. Whatever it is,
Dawncore?
Yeah, Dawncore, you're right, you're right. Double Catalyst Tome, fluffy gem thing. Dawncore. But for Upset, that's brilliant because he's got a Last Whisper. He is already doing a bit of damage. He is now going to shred through Mirwin, shred through Alvaro as well. That's coming up.
And I think if MKOI could just find their one fight, they are good. One big ultimate from Elyoya can destroy Fnatic and set up for Super for a reset, and he can take over. But it's now 50 seconds until a potential soul for Fnatic. MKOI have got push on the map and should be able to set up vision control that allows Elyoya positioning to get onto these core members of Fnatic. But it has to be now, before this soul goes over to Fnatic.
What's important here? That Soul's in 30 seconds. Baron also up. Leverage here for Fnatic, but remember, they're still the team down against gold. They get caught up once you're right. This game feels like it could just be a sealed deal for MKOI. They stop the stacking, they keep the game in their favor, and they control the pace. Mirwin trying to be a shark on the edge. Fnatic are moving into River.
Mirwin trying to buy the space.
They found him, they're all in, they're all in, they're all in. They've got multiple CC. How quick can they kill the tank? What seems to be that quick, he gets over. No! Interrupted! No secret tunnel for you! Poby picks up the kill, and Fnatic pounce.
It's 4 versus 5. Mickey still has the ultimate available. If he can catch a member of MKOI, that could be it. Alvaro has to play tank, but is he tanky enough?
Poby has Donyas this time. He's okay. Supreme display of talent we're looking for. The Weaver's Wall out. Over the wall, they're separated. Oscar's okay, but he's a tank. The 2 tanks, in fact, are going to be displayed. They're going to be talented with the depth charge in response. And Oscar with a big knockup sends them up to hell. Alvaro's dead as well. Jojo TP's out. But Fnatic have life in them yet. As Super's the last one, his team's abandoned him. But Fnatic can feel all 5.
Fnatic keep catching MKOI on the setup. It was Alvaro, now it's Mirwin, and now it's Soul for Fnatic. And we get to see it here. Inches away from Mirwin getting to safety. Moments from MKOI potentially finding their fight at the Dragon. But Oscar Rillen shuts the door in his face. Mirwin falls, and the Dragon goes with him.
I was wondering what stopped him over the wall. I thought it was Mickey, but it was Oscar's melee ult. And then he does it again with a decimating smash here in a second.
Yeah, the hook onto Elyoya, the immediate follow-up is going to come through, but Zupa getting caught by the decimating smash, and there's nothing that they can do. The fight was lost, members were already gone, and Baron is going to go with it for Fnatic as well.
And for the first time in this game, we are close to a Fnatic gold lead. With the Baron, it might just start off. Oscar delayed a little bit, but now we get to a serious problem. The Kiana hasn't been able to envelop this game, take over. There is a big tank. There is a huge Enchanter with the Dawncore you pulled up before. And Poby has tools to buy time.
Upset is three items, and they're struggling to get to him at this point as well.
And he's about to tick over to level 16.
Oh, yeah.
Easily could start to go into those defensive tools himself, like a GA, like these things that just prevent him from going down, being burst out immediately, giving Fnatic that second lease at life. MKOI need to make magic happen. They need to find Upset, and he's overextended on the mid lane.
He has, and he's just
MKOI
holding.
collapsing.
Upset just sits and delivers. Supreme Display of Talent is great. Onto Upset as he flashed it away, though. He flashed away, he got out. The Enchanter bonus is too unreal, though. Upset on the triple. He'll take a Quadra, and by Jove, it'll be stolen by Poby. But you give him all 4 anyway, and Fnatic are running to 5.
The Rat is absolutely unstoppable for Fnatic. Razork flashing in to keep his AD carry safe, to keep Fnatic's hopes alive in this series, and to keep us pushing towards a game number 5.
An unbelievable comeback off of a stopwatch, off of the missed moments. When you doubt Fnatic, that is when they saw the highest.
This series keeps on delivering. Fnatic, it looked dire, it looked lost, but in the clutch moments, it's Upset, Poby, and Oscarinen who come together to hold down the fort, and just everything comes out for them on top.
Who is the father now? The desk has a lot of explaining to do. Who is daddy? Because Oscar and Mirwin both, I mean, insane top. Even Mirwin in that Rek'Sai game, commiserations, because that Rek'Sai tracking of the Twitch was big in the early part.
Yeah.
Then it didn't matter. Oscar hits the 3-man decimating smash, and like, I don't know what to say. It felt like it was a done game. We were finishing up here. But the way Fnatic mitigated the early lead of Elyoya, that Kiana, who had a 40, 50, 60 CS lead and 3 kills early, was quite breathtaking.
Yeah, there was just there were moments that could have broken this game in MKOI's favor, but inches. The fact that you couldn't get that first initial burst onto Upset, he stays alive, he gets a couple more kills. These small instances where Fnatic could claw these like tiny advantages, and they're just finally able to get across the finish line with Upset as well. But I don't know where this leaves us for game number 5.
I have no clue.
Like, so much is gone. So much is out the window. They have to find it again.
I have no clue, but it's one game. It's best of 1 to take game 5. We're going to go to a short break. When we return, it's a BO1 for Worlds.
Yeah, I kill him.
Nice. Nice one. Look, Leona.
Okay, I can knock him.
They're tipping behind. Forward.
Forward.
I need help, yeah.
Yeah. We are together. Stay together, okay?
I'm here. Fight with me.
I shield you.
We win hard.
I block you.
Yeah. We win. We can enter. Holy, I protect you so much, actually. Oh, shit. Bobby. You clean.
Come back to the LEC, baby. We got Silver Scrapes, the last game of the best of 5. MKOI going up against Fnatic, a spot for Worlds on the line, and going to Madrid.
This is everything. Everything is gonna culminate in this game 5. I'm so surprised that Fnatic clawed their way back in the game. It looked dusted, looked gone, but they found their way back
You
in
know
some
who's not
manner.
surprised?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I mean, Fnatic, they showed it. After the tough game 3, they just put all their cards onto upset, and it worked, baby. And that's what they're going to go back to game 5, and they're taking it all.
Even though I was an MKOI believer, pick up your flag, come on. Even though I was an MKOI believer this game, the way they fumbled that huge goal lead left a lot to be desired. It just really showed us the importance and the...
It's upside down, little bro!
and the power of Fnatic's team comp.
Okay, let's just roll it back here because we have Upset, we have Supa. Both of these AD carries are so incredibly strong in their own rights, and both of them have been keys to victory for their teams.
I mean, if you look at the draft that Fnatic set themselves up with in this game, it's a Psy on top, it's an Iron jungle, tank support, and Upset on the Rat. All eyes are on him, and all the bags are in his card. That's the wrong way of saying it.
All the cards are in his...
That's right, and I feel like they just have so much trust in Upset to carry the game, and they just give him everything, and I want to see them do it again in Game 5. I want to see him on a hyper carry.
And going into Game 5, even though I was an MKOI believer, I really feel like when it comes down to having the spicier picks or the Protect the President team comp that we see Upset always, or like Fnatic rather, going always for Upset, I do have a lot of faith in them because when everything is so tense and you have so much pressure into this game, you just need a simple game plan, and that's always been the Upset game plan.
Wait, so have you guys all shifted? You guys are all Fnatic fans now?
I'm a trader right now.
I mean, I feel like I saw a lot of hubris from MKOI, but still, last game, let's be real, MKOI had a massive goal lead in the early game, and I feel like they kind of fumbled on the finish line, and I do think that so far in this series, MKOI has been the better team on the map. But when it comes to be together as a 5-man unit, this is where Fnatic has shined.
We also have to really look forward to that top lane as well. We still highlighted this as a potential key to success for Fnatic specifically because they do love going towards that bot lane. And so far, it's paid off.
Exactly, because coming into this series, I thought that Oscar was going to be the underdog. Even sure, he had the Game 2 stinker where I felt like he wasn't really doing much. But in this Game 4, I feel like the pick that he managed to find, the mechanical execution around the team, around the Drake team fight, that nails them the Hextech Soul is super important. And right now, it will come down to individual performance from the top and the ADC.
Yeah, and I mean, just to be honest, I think Mirwin had kind of a better game than Oscar in this one, but he's playing Rek'Sai top. Just doesn't scale nowhere nearly as well as this Sion that just became unkillable. And you could see later on that Fnatic could play these really long extended team fights, and that's exactly what they needed.
Going into Game 5, I also wonder now, what's going to happen because now I feel like it's in the weak zone of MKOI because we're going to probably having these Enchanter supports, and I feel like this is just Upset and Mickey's playground.
Yeah, and I feel like it's so important to draft yourself engaged from some kind, and it's gonna go into that jungle position, and that is where Elyoya really hasn't really shown cadence to, because he's played the carries or the Kiana or the Bruisers, hasn't really shown the Maokai or the Sejuani, and I think those are the kind of picks that kind of gonna come through now as the supports gonna lose their engage opportunities.
But Finn, it's Game 5 that you can't find engage anymore. This is just gonna be all hell breaking loose, and everyone just playing probably for Silent, for 1v1, for strong lanes. It's gonna be absolute bloodbath.
And which one do you trust better for the 1v1, the MKOI or the Fnatic so far?
Yes.
upset. It's always upset.
It's upset. I trust Fnatic, but at the same time, I do remember Game 5 Fnatic, Jarvan, Lulu, MF, just absolute
Don't remember that. Don't remember that. Don't remember
there
that.
There are certain doubts at the back of
you
my
are
mind.
a Fnatic supporter. You have to wipe that from your memory. Okay?
I will.
Full
call. Fnatic win.
But either way, when we're looking at this game, this is the final chance, well, for them to directly qualify to Worlds. The loser is going to have to go down into that lower bracket. The winner, you're going to Worlds. You're going to Madrid, which for Fnatic as an organization is an international that they have not missed since 2016. The pressure is insane.
Come on, Fnatic seller.
I mean, Fnatic are going to make it. They always make it, as Ginny said. Upset's looking clean.
But will they
that's all
make
you
it
need.
here?
They will make it here
directly.
Today.
MKOI, on the other hand, have not missed Worlds since inception. There's only 3 slots.
Well, even though, so let's be clear. I think the Fnatic's gonna win, even if the MKOI didn't miss Worlds. They still will maybe have a chance next week, most likely.
I disagree.
I strongly disagree.
Yoya is the captain of this ship, and he has sailed it for victory so many times. And I think coming into this Game 5, it's all going to be about team cohesion. Which team comes together as 5 better? And so far, throughout the history, I feel like MKOI as a 5-man has been stronger.
I wholeheartedly agree. And as well, when we're looking at MKOI, this is a roster and a project that has been doubted many times. And time again, they have proven why they are not someone to mess with.
Well, now is the time, because I'm on the Fnatic side and they really need to shut me up. And honestly, if they do, I'm going to be really happy, because that means that MKOI finally pulled out a rabbit out of the magic hat and do something extraordinary.
Some roads lead to him, and this road might just be the one.
Ooh.
Am I surrounded by 2 Fnatic fanboys? I feel like, have you not watched the same series I have? I feel like most of these games, MKOI has been directing the pace of the game. I feel like they have been more consistent in their Dragon setups, on their map setups. Maybe not the Dragons last game, but in general, I feel like MKOI has been more proactive on the map.
I think at this point, I'm a little too scared to ask here when it comes to the predictions, because I know which way you both are leaning, but I still want you to put your money where your mouth is and tell me directly who's winning the series.
I think Fnatic's going to win. It's going to be through upset, carrying once again, run it back with a similar draft, put all the eggs in that basket.
I think it's going to be MKOI. I think Yoya is going to find the engage opportunities and push the team forward.
I've been many times with upsets in the game, and I do know that when Game 5 comes in and the enchanters are out on the table, he's the one to carry.
All right, thank you guys so much for your predictions. We're gonna see which one will pan out in the final game of this best of 5. On the line, a direct qualification to Worlds, but also a ticket to Madrid. Both of these teams looking to not ruin their team's history when it comes to these internationals. Which one will be able to do it? We'll find out.
Oh yes, we will. Thank you very much, Desk on stage. Thank you very much, stage. This is a Game 5, hopefully to be remembered. Game 4 felt like that. Koi had a 5K gold lead at one point, almost 6. They had an insane Kiana. Well, Yoya, you know, the first 10, 15 minutes were miserable. And then it changed. And then Fnatic came back, they found their moments. And that guy, the greatest of some time, was the greatest of now. And Poby, his stopwatch insane. Mickey, that man who's locked in. He hit some beautiful hooks. His Nautilus great. His engage always that good. And we're obviously looking up to Fnatic after that last game, but it is Koi who've had the ringer for the past 3, if you consider the first 15 minutes of that one. Game 5, all 40 champs, Dagger, if I'm not mistaken, plus another 10 coming up, are going to be taken off the board.
I mean, you can see the banner at the top of your screens. It is whittling when it comes to champions. Azir is still going to be taken away. Still things like the Mbessa around. I think it's really the AD carry pool that I'm going to be looking at. Like, Sivir still up in a actually, sorry, Sivir's even gone. So it's like, the champions you have, realistically, are like Jhin, Lucian, which is banned, and we've seen some Zarya and Ziggs. Like, this is now really starting to get into new territory. So, not going to be the easiest times for either side of the draft, but Yunara still going to be continuing to take it away. I'm 90% sure we'll start to see things like the Mbessa really be targeted for top lane, and it'll be like Maokai Sejuani that be getting towards the jungle.
Maokai Sej, basic champs, basic tanks. I think Sejuani with Yone usually be the value, but that's taken away.
Jace is still an option.
Jace, Renekton options as top as well. I like that you also brought out the EU tree. Jace is gone, yeah, good call. Maybe they're fishing for a Gnar. Maybe that's a Gnar B1 for MKOI. Are they going to go standard? I mean, that's a bit early to call. Let's see. I like that you did bring up MKOI, though, coming back to it. Jungle, very important here.
So Rumble gone. Yeah, Enchanter supports are kind of where your eyes are going towards. Ambessa, we were saying, already a very strong pick. I think you can answer it here with the Renekton for Oscarinen, and he still should be fine. And looks like that will be immediately the pick that's taken. And now it's a Sejuani Renekton, very strong combo that we've seen across multiple different regions. And I'd imagine that's probably where we're going to see Fnatic go to, just to provide that strong front line, strong skirmishing power.
It won't be the Zed, surely. Yeah. I mean, it would be throwing everything in the early game. The Zed has been seen internationally, as we said. Razork loves it in solo queue. MKOI just hovering it for now. Let's find out. I mean, it would be a heavy AD topside, but I don't know. Running into a Renekton, he just stands there and presses W, and you kind of just cop it.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be the Zed.
That
it'll be the Sejuani answer.
Yep.
We just go back to basics. And then, I mean, it's been so long. Like, Hui, maybe. LeBlanc's mid, maybe. There are a lot of champions are starting to disappear. Sylas, also another pick that we could potentially see in towards the mid lane, especially with the MKOI or the opposite side, and the Sejuani there as well. But do you really want to blind Sylas and end up getting counterpicked by something like a Hui that just hits you from a million miles away?
Jin does that. Zeri, not so much, but hey, with Zap, okay. We've got scaling. MKOI front to back brewing. Fnatic, do they want to match scaling with scaling here and give their top side some kind of transition to the rest of the comp? Right now, that's what you're thinking of Fnatic as they hop on the Smolder, where it's the last one there. They played Twitch last time. It's not going to be a cog. It is going to be the Smolder locked in.
So Fnatic going with a similar game plan. Try and play for a scaling from the AD carry and set up a ring of protection around him. And now, if I'm MKOI, I'm trying to get rid of enchanters that can enable the Smolder. Things like the Lulu, because we're going to be on second rotation for MKOI on that support role. And I imagine that's where Fnatic are going to be putting a lot of the pressure. For Fnatic fans, I think it's difficult. I imagine, like, do you end up leaving the counter pick for the support, or do you leave it for mid lane? The Sylas ban, to me, says they're more than likely just going to try and slam something for Poby on this next rotation and leave Mickey for the support counter pick. Because let's be real, if there's a man who has weird champions in the support role, it's probably Mickey.
It is probably Mickey. You're right. Caitlyn taken away in case they were thinking of some kind of like Caitlyn Lux, Caitlyn Morgana maybe as an option as well. Dagda, I know you've been talking about his solo queue. You told me today, you're like, have a look at his Nidalee game. So that's also there in case we get very weird, and it is a heal for a Smolder, but there is also things like the Lulu available as well if we go a little bit normal. But let's see where else we go, because that Sylas ban, I'm trying to think of what it fishes for here, as Milio goes along with it.
It's a good answer into the MKOI, and again, that enchanter that can work well. So basically MKOI aren't certain that Smolder is not going in the mid lane. You've got that AP damage coming from the MKOI, so you're happy enough to take an AD mid laner if you want to. And then Upset can try and go for a Caitlyn or one of these longer range AD carries on the bottom side. And I think that would fit into what Fnatic have found success on in that game 4, which was looking for stronger team fights and looking for stronger late game carries through that double AD carry composition. The Blitzcrank ban is good from MKOI though, because again, we are kind of saying, hey, you can go for slamming something for Poby here, wait for an enchanter and go for the Blitzcrank after.
Yeah. Is it going to be MKOI support? Sort of in the LPL just today. If Trundle gets picked in, great option into Sejuani.
Okay.
Good tank shredder. Actually, this is sneaky from Fnatic because the MKOI goes support here. A little bit of disengage for Fnatic as MKOI are looking at what option could pull the trigger.
Yeah, I don't mind the Bard just to try and get some lockdown, because you imagine there's going to be some sort of relatively immobile AD carry in the bottom side. If it's the Smolder, he's got flop, but it's still not ideal. And Bard can be just very good at enabling the push on the bottom side, but Ziggs coming through from Jojo here.
Is that going to be locked in? It is. That's a Ziggs mid. Most likely, unless we go back to the Zeri mid days, but a bit of scaling, a lot of scaling here for Movistar Koi. But what helps line up the Ambessa?
It's going to be the Bard. Okay, so basically the plan is Bard ult on top, Ziggs to follow and hope he can blow someone up. And then we get to see exactly where this Smolder is going to go. I think he can be fine in the mid lane, just scaling against the Ziggs.
Hold up, guys. Hold up, hold up, hold up. LeBlanc into Ziggs. Poby slaps the LeBlanc in Game 5 to go to Worlds. These solo lanes mean business in the laning phase.
Yeah, Fnatic have definitely gone for a, hey, we want a hard win solo lanes, and then having the jungle matchup in their favor as well will make things a little bit difficult for MKOI in the early stages. If MKOI can get to the later portion, though, I think they've got good lockdown.
Yeah.
They've got the opportunity to try and play for Ziggs and Zeri to kind of carry fights alongside the Bard and Sejuani to keep people in check for them. It's still not easy. Like, one of the things I look out for with LeBlanc is how much easy lockdown do you have for her? And there's not a huge amount. And you've got some nice targets that you can look to blow up in both the Ziggs and the Zeri. So we're going to have to see if Fnatic can play through these strong solo lanes into a win.
Yep.
Or if MKOI can try and play for strong team fighting and find that success.
A lot of MKOI fans would say that this should have been their series. A lot of people as Poby. Could you imagine? Well, Jojo, it's been a long year. He's already made an international for the LEC in his second split. Poby would do it in his first. One game to send Poby to Worlds, where he could be facing down Faker for all we know. That would be incredible. That would be a story for Fnatic. But for MKOI, the story continues. Are they once again in the upper echelon of the LEC, split after split? The top laners have had beautiful series. It's up to you at home. You can vote who will go to Worlds. You can type in the chat now, MKOI or Fnatic. People in the arena, you can just scream it and we'll pretend we add the votes in, don't worry. I think the crazy thing about this series is I would love both at Worlds, okay? I think both of them have been insane in their unique and respective games. Kishi, I agree. I think we can NPC it up. Both teams deserve a little bit. Obviously, the Spanish fans want to see MKOI again. I mean, it would just be crazy to, like, both these teams always make Worlds. They've always made Worlds. MKOI since inception and since 2016 for Fnatic, they always just find a way. They're both inevitable in their own rights. Is it going to be the greatest of some time, or is it going to be the Movistars returning to a screen near you? Let's go. Invade attempted by Oscarina. He just wants to see what's up with the blue buff and be annoying, but it's just information given over to Fnatic.
The question for me is how this jungle matchup now starts to play out.
Okay.
It is, apart from the last game, felt very much Razork favored when it came to getting the early pressure, getting the early kills. I mean, we've seen Fnatic at least been able to transition that into wins, whereas for MKOI, Yoya not being able to transition from the last game has definitely put a question mark onto where things stand. And now when you look towards how strong this LeBlanc can be in the 1v1, the domination you can have for Oscarina in the 1v1 as well, I think Razor is going to have to be the focus here.
Yeah.
Try and see if you can play 4 invades off of this top side. Look for early skirmishes. Just try and find the early wins that Fnatic have, but it's a different ball game for Fnatic. They have been playing through upset. That has kind of been their win condition. But to me, this draft says leave upset on his own, win elsewhere, and have him as that late game insurance.
I mean, you'd think, you know, upset gets to that smiting stage of the dragon, and Jojo and Super are going to be in for a world of hurt with a rapid fire cannon and Shun picked up. Top is going how you'd expect. I mean, any top laner would tell you that Ambessa definitely hates things like Vi top, which Baus would probably pilot, but Renekton sucks to go into. One of the best laners in the top lane, and it can match your range, and especially early when Ambessa has so much cooldowns, Renekton feels super easy, being able to trade through the minion wave and just abuse any kind of advantage of getting near the minions. Bot keeps being in push out, by the way. Alvaro and Super feeling pretty good so far, as you'd expect with the Bard using his range advantage as well.
Yeah, Marion just has to be careful that he doesn't take too much damage on the top side and set up for a dive from Razork. Both junglers on opposite side of the map, and you can actually look at Ayoya, realizing maybe he has to be in a similar position, but bot lane.
Alvaro in trouble, Alvaro in trouble. Flap, 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 Alvaro might be dead. The breath is bellowing. Upset, first blood of game 5. But is he going to get out? Super with the slow, flashes on top. The smash down, Mickey tries. Is it 1? It's 2. Super duper, the party pooper.
It looked like Alvaro might have made a bit of a whoopsie, but it's a double kill for Super in the 2v2. Fnatic couldn't keep pace, and it's Super who comes out on top.
600 gold. He just got a BF sword. Fnatic thought they were smart, but they committed so hard, and Super with the punish. Gigantic. That is a volume increase if I've ever heard one.
And Alvaro steps forward, takes a little bit too much damage, but the follow-up from Upset as he has to flash over the wall, but Super is churning out so much damage. This Zeri in the early stages far outmatches Upset. And here as well, I want to see what happened to Mickey, because he looks, I think he could have just got the knockback and flashed away, but maybe fumbled it a little bit. And that's the double for Super.
He's riled up. That's gigantic. What a punish. What a punish. Lane swap time, Super in the 2v1, and Renekton hates lane swaps. Like, this is perfect for MKOI's early game. Mirwin will scale up, he'll be an ult bot, he'll be able to spin and win. That Renekton, he's got time on his side.
But it's the fact you have a BF sword to a couple of long swords. Always when you're hitting a tower now, Super's just going to out-trade you. And that puts so much pressure on Fnatic for trying to match plays, trying to match trades. And Mickey, going to try and cut off the... Oh, actually just going to spot out. I wasn't sure if he's going to cut off the wave, because I was looking at where Razork was positioned, and maybe they want to look for potential dive.
It is easy with MKOI, who can reset aggro. Bramble Smash doesn't connect though, and the big wave is now shredded. So Mirwin's fine, picks up most of it, if not some of it, and while Dragon's being done by Razork quite easily, Elyoya is moving down to stop any kind of follow-up play, or maybe get in the way of Dragon. Magical Journey taken, Razork pillars up. Alvaro's now caught out here and might have to burn his summoner, but he's got none of it. Bramble Smash brings him back, and a kill over to Razork. A blind Magical Journey that was. They thought, yeah, let's go to Dragon.
Alvaro thought he could get the double stun through the Dragon and get away with it, but ends up delivering himself into his doom. And now you've got an early kill again coming across the Dragon, still going to go the way of Fnatic. And it paid off in the first trade for Alvaro. This time around, not so much.
The last play was great. This one, you're right. Hope he just gets chunked a little bit here. Mirwin's getting TP'd on. This is finally going to be the 1v1 that Oscarina needs. If you're at home and wondering how the lane swaps are going, if Renekton's against Ambessa, it is good news. However, for the time being, Oscarina is down in CS, but that's only because he's got a full wave here. He'll get level 6, he can stand and do what he wants with it. He'll clear it out for the time being, but Mirwin's backing away, and they're going to try and miss-swap again, Dagda. You see Super already on the way.
Renekton should be able to clear out this wave, though, and then back off. So I'm curious if Fnatic just hard shove this top wave and try and again reset into each other, but it is going to be difficult. You're kind of just trying to play catch up the whole time now as Fnatic, and a lot of that again coming off the back of that early trade that went so poorly.
So far though, mid is actually going okay. I think for Jojo, he should be happy with where it's at. Kobe not really getting much with the Sigil combination, as Mickey is trying to steal this with a Bramble Smash, but Smite comes in first. Elyoya now looking for an Arctic Assault. The flail is going to come out. Permafrost not far behind. Good damage as, look, Mirwin's on the way. Mirwin has ulti. Heal burned by Mickey, one of his available summoners. He does get out of there, but at the cost of something, to say the least.
So they're kind of losing control. Like, it's cheeky from Mickey, but ultimately it means that Mirwin's able to handily get this top wave. Should actually set up a little bit of a freeze for himself, which is perfect in this sort of situation for Mirwin. Whereas when you look at the bottom side, it's Oscarina who's been zoned off of those creeps in the bot lane.
Where the Koi fans at? Hang on a minute. Yo, the crowd is not happy with that one. That's fair. But Fnatic, I mean, this is an organization that's been around since the dawn of time, the dawn of League of Legends. I told you, 2012, 2016 are the only 2 years that missed of Worlds. That's crazy. It's just 15 years worth of League. Tower plating going to be taken, and Oscarina getting a good trade here. TP being burned, but Oscar just getting the wave. That's what you want to see as Alvaro uses his TP to get back bot, give a mismatched lane, and make the Renekton's life hell.
Mickey's hiding on top side, though, alongside Poby. Could end up flashing on towards Mirwin, who's relatively low. Poby just looking to get some trades down, but looks like he just used the ultimate, so I don't think the kill pressure is really there. At least it does mean Fnatic can continue on the objective stacking.
So Oscar plays the weak side in the meantime. Cleanse used, but the lightning surge comes in. Super with good damage. Alvaro Cosmic Binding connects, but dominance. Oscarina survives. Health advantage given back, and Super does get himself some time alone with the turret. That's the cost of these grubs. So all three to Fnatic, but look at the game Oscarina now has to play. Interrupt, just gets vision, but still Oscar stopped his back.
Mickey wants to try and force his way onto the tower here.
Going for an engage. Bramble smash there, but Oscar, even though he has flash, he doesn't have ulti. Mickey has played this ambitiously close to the chest. Elyoya coming in with a glacial prison. All it takes is a launch into Mickey, who flashes right into it. Super with 3.
Fnatic trying to force their way back to the wave and get that CS for Oscar Rinnan, but it doesn't work out, and now Oscar might be in trouble once again.
There's an ignite on this Sejuani. Alvaro takes it, Elyoya takes it, launches the ignite. No dominance, remember. And the Trundle, he's far behind, needs the clear, gets the heal though. Alvaro pill it up, but that saves him in the end. Super got another kill. Razork flashes in, subjugates Alvaro. He's healed up with a cuppa, but he's dead. But when Super's getting all the kills, you got to say it's worth it. Upset is too far back in the lane. 4-0 at 9 minutes.
Super's getting the kills, but Oscar Rinnan is getting none of the CS, none of the experience, and Mirwin is starting to come out ahead of this simply because he's been able to get access with the way MKOI have set it up. But Elyoya still in position here, Upset just looking for the play.
And now that Upset's here, I mean, Jojo's just hitting mid by himself. Jojo is up 500 gold almost from 3 plates. And that'll be in satchel range pretty soon as well. Teleport going to be burned by Poby to get back in the 1v1, but like, look at the CS leads, not just in Super with this gold lead that's gigantic for Azeri, but mid, top, like MKOI again, this feels like another macro early game where they're really matching lanes well. Now, Mirwin could be in trouble. Dominus is available, but Oscar expends the Rain of Anger for the Cold Meek. Super gets interrupted, Ruthless Predator, excuse me. But ulti from Upset, that does slow things down onto Super, who wants to swap into that top lane again.
I think it's just trying to delay the reset for the Dragon. 15 seconds on that.
Too, yeah.
And should be, like, you kind of want Super to be back on this bottom side of the map with both TPs available for the top laners. So you get the push on the wave, you can move over. Trundle going to get access to that entirely by himself.
That's why you delay the reset. Look at it. He's got Berserkers and Yuntal.
Yeah, not bad for 11 minutes into the game.
You need to get distracted and get out.
Get rid of this. Alvaro needs to try and get out of here.
They just grabs. Poby comes in as well. Great satchel charge flush away from Jojo. Tempered Fate does nothing. That's a 2-man road. The satchel bomb sent up as well. The Glacial Fish are already sent out. Fnatic running for their lives. That's it. But Fnatic takes so much damage in the process.
In the 3v4, Super had gone bot lane and just pushed in that wave. So now it's actually going to be MKOI who are on that position. And great play from Jojo. The satchel interrupts Poby on the distortion, forces him to drain flash to try and follow up. But the damage from Upset isn't coming through yet. And there's just nothing that Fnatic can really answer for, despite how much they invest in play.
Satchel missed time there from Jojo, but regardless, that turret is in satchel range. So Jojo can one-shot that get first turret before the 14-minute mark. And Dragon, that was started by Fnatic after the health bar disadvantage, MKOI are going to equal up. Another great early game, but this time with a very different composition.
And I think it's been Fnatic who've been trying to overforce things. Poby now going to walk away, but
turret.
Mickey trying to force into the top side ends up giving a ton of space then for MKOI on the top lane, and then trying to hard force Oscar and back in underneath the tower after he'd taken too much damage meant that they end up falling as well. Like, it's, and even in the initial trade in the early stages is a flub from, like, Mickey has not been having the best of games here for Fnatic, and it's Super who's been collecting them every single time.
Again, Super, just hold these, Mickey. You just said caught out. This is an easy kill. 5 to Super. Vamos!
And MKOI, again, like this Zeri is going to be massive. Fnatic are just running out of positions on the map that they can look to try and play for. And immediately, Oscar Rinnan is the next port of call.
It's going to be a Glacial Prison sent out. It's going to be simple. It's going to be gnarly. Oscar Rinnan hit again. And every kill is going to the superstar. How easy this game now seems for Moby Starkoi.
MKOI are coming out swinging, and Fnatic just look lost. They haven't been able to find success pretty much since the get-go. Super was really meant to get Mickey.
I mean, he's got flash, he's got cleanse, there it is. Glacial Prison sent out, Cosmic Binding gets the slow. Mickey might be kill number 7. Twisted Bands to get him out. Mickey flashes over the wall. Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit, but Now Mickey sends a sapling out. Razork coming in. Fnatic trying to turn this in their favor. With Nate just grab onto Elyoya and a pillar. Okay, Bramble Smash helps out. Razork helps as well. And Mickey helps lock down the kill. Razork wants more as Oscarinen. He doesn't have flash, but a magical journey. Alvaro laughs and dances his way out of the play.
And Mirwin is spinning and dancing on the bottom side as well. He's just been pushing this whole time. Oscarinen committed the TP top, so now Fnatic feel forced to continue this push on the top side to get something out of the forced TPs alongside that kill for Elyoya.
Sharing 4 bits of gold of this turret plating, and it's about to fall asunder as well. 5 seconds and it's gone. They're really trying. They've got 1 second. I don't know if they hit on the mark, but regardless, Fnatic gets some gold back. However, as you said, bot, now mid, every other lane looks fine for MKOI, and it's about a 3k gold lead.
Everything for MKOI is on towards Ziggs and this area. Perfect if you're MKOI. For Fnatic, it's Razork. And this is not going to be the easiest of times for Razork to try and get in and take these fights, right? You set up a Trundle Pillar, it only backfires on yourself because you've got the Bard that can keep you at bay. Mirwin, who can buy access to the backline. And Upset is so far away from being relevant. He's at 94 stacks at this stage. Like, he is just not going to be a threat for such a long portion of time in this game.
Super has a Runans at 14. Like, this is a solo queue game where you're close to just wanting to FF at 15 because the 80 carry is so large. Now we know, granted, like MKOI had such a big lead in game 4 with the Kiana, but it was a draft that could fall short if they didn't keep the speed up. This game, they have Sejuani, Ziggs, Zeri, and an ult bot who can be top lane, right? Like, and Bessa is so great with the jewels, went Death's Dance instead of a clip.
She's not even behind. She's up 400 gold because of the way they've set it. Yeah.
The swaps were great. So good.
So everyone essentially on MKOI side is fine, apart from Elyoya, who is just going to be an ult bot tank and will probably die to Razork because he gets ulted. Actually, to be fair, it might even be a benefit that he doesn't have any stats that the Trundle can steal. So,
True.
You know, it's
just smart play against the Sedge, or the Trundle, isn't it? Oscar, will he get this turret? I mean, they got 3 grubs, so it should be a little bit easier for the Renekton, but he's just picked up Eclipse. Yeah, he will get it. Bone plating helps out, but look, meanwhile, Poby tries to jump in, stop this play, but Herald's going to get a charge. Getting close they are, but it's dead. Pillar doesn't do it. Pillar does not work from Razork, and that's an inner gone at 15.
A minute until this next dragon will be the focus for MKOI, and you're going to back. You've got 2 items complete on all your carries. Mirwin probably going to finish off one for himself as well, and you're struggling with scraps for Fnatic after that first item completion. I don't see the world where you're able to hold on.
So difficult. I see it 2 items, Ziggs, by the way, who, as well as that gun, with the Hex deck in pocket too, like those 2 items, it's insane. When he hits from a screen away as well, not only do you have permanent wave clear against the LeBlanc, you also just have so much burst this early on. Orcs would be fuming. Oh, he'd be happy, I guess, I don't know. But Dagda,
I mean, he's probably a Poby fan, right?
He's a Poby fan, so he wouldn't be happy with how it's going. But I tell you what, I think a lot of people would be a JoJo fan after watching this series. Super's been getting the kill credit, but JoJo is just styling as well. Now, meanwhile, Dragon's going to be started up. 3rd Dragon of the game. But 2nd over MKOI. Fnatic's only holding fact is that they're able to deny a Dragon early, which means it's not a total walkover just yet. But as we said with the comp, like there has got to be something magical that's pulled out of the hat this time.
I just don't see how you do it. The people that face check are very difficult for you to try and pick off. It's going to be pretty obvious which lane Poby is in most of the times, and he's kind of the main person you got to be worried about executing Alvaro or assassinating someone. And with Razork having all the kills, again, he's just not that threatening at this stage on the Trundle.
As you said, it's up to Upset. Upset needs to stack. 136. He's so far away because of the state of this game. Upset, he's the one who just needs to keep picking up pretty much every minion wave possible. Getting towards 2nd item soon as Poby looks for Super. Good damage, hits the chain. That was max range there. Poby picked up this LeBlanc in a final game. And now that he's got 2 items, he's got to start picking off Super. If they can get the shutdown from Super, then Dagda, that's the maybe I'll start with for now.
Even then, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm really reaching here, Dagda. You got to work with me.
If it was like say in the last game for Fnatic, right, it was a bit more of like a single, you had the Poby was doing well, right? But like, if you pick off the Twitch, then I'm like, okay, maybe.
Yeah.
But you've got both Ziggs and Ambessa that are still incredibly strong relative to the game. And they're going to be fine, right? This Ambessa has not been set behind at all by this Renekton pick. She's going to scale great into the game. So even if you pick off one, I feel like you've thrown everything in the kitchen sink. And it feels very similar to kind of what we saw from G2 yesterday when they had the Blanc as well. It's like, sure, you can kill someone, but having that follow-up then for the rest of us feels a little tough.
So we're reaching at straws. Essentially, Atakan up in a minute. That has been under contention in this series, and in many more. Atakan has been a stressful one. Let's see how Movistar Koi approach it as no real item surge at that time. Super's going towards an Infinity Edge, but he won't have it by the play. The real question is, how can Fnatic delay it as long as possible? As Super is face-checking by himself, he just doesn't care.
I mean, would you at this stage? Like, Super is playing with confidence, and I feel like that has kind of been the story of this man for most of summer. Him stepping up in confidence in team fights, showing what he's capable of. And now for MKOI on the brink of taking down Fnatic to try and move on towards both playing Madrid and Worlds. Off the back of this man feels nearly poetic because Razor...
He's walking in a wave. Look, there's Super again. He won't pop the ulti though, but his damage, that was a couple of autos. Razor gets punished. He gets a bit of help from the minion wave thanks to his passive, but Fnatic are scrambling to get the Jets and get in this designated brush. Clearing a ward for Mickey, that's nice, but Alvaro still reigns control. Saplings are helping out a lot, but Koi just keep pushing this bot wave, and now that Atakan's there, the threat has arisen.
Fnatic trying to re-establish the vision control, but MKOI started up immediately. Reset from Jojo to try and TP back in. Same story for Poby. But I don't think he can get access as Fnatic.
Super's just going to do this damage way too quickly. Mirwin hovers around the edge. Fnatic group up as 3. Jojo's now here. Look at the Hextech minefield. Teleport going to be burned, but Fnatic can come late to the show. 6k. As Redemption does a bit of damage. Poby onto Mirwin's going to get a stun up, but Fnatic need more than that. Sigil, another chain, half HP, but a 3k. Atakan on the edge. Razork needs a steal, but LEC holds Tempered Fate, dodged away from running in. No reset yet, running in for the steal, and Razork takes it, but Super gets over the wall. Upset gets out. Razork now has to die for the cause. Poby still in trying, but as Razork runs for his life, someone needs to kill him. Successfully, Fnatic are down to 2, but Razork has given Fnatic fans life again.
I managed to get the kill onto Yoya as well in the midst of everything, so 2 for 1. Fnatic somehow sneak that away.
Razork has 2 items, but Poby didn't back away. Jojo needs to get out of there. Satchel charge. Upset also got out. And we'll look at this again because, again, Atakan.
Poby getting on towards Mirwin here was huge because it forces MKOI to really back away and try and support their top laner, which gives Razork past this choke point, which was really the crucial point that MKOI wanted to hold. The ult's missing from Alvaro means that Razork can get in. The steal as well, and then finding this kill onto Yoya thanks to that subjugate with the flash forward. Sets up at least for that trade, and Poby coming in there trying to help out at the end. But again, you can kind of see Fnatic, without Upset being online, just don't really have the damage after Trundle falls or after Poby uses his combo.
I mean, they did stall the game out a little bit with the Atakan. We talk about it being like a 3k thereabouts gold injection, but for now, as you said, MKOI still in the lead, still in charge. Dragon up in 20 seconds and Upset at 186 stacks. 2 items on the Smolder, he's getting there. But when I say getting there, Super's about to have an Infinity Edge.
Yeah, that's the kind of nail in the coffin, it feels like, for MKOI. Sure, you've got the ticking time bomb and Smolder, but it feels like Super has all the tools he needs to dissuade that and defuse it. As MKOI, South Dragon, 3rd one, completely uncontested from Fnatic.
Let's not forget Jojo with the Flooding Jewel as well, by the way, if we're talking about items. Also Spirit Shojin for Mirwin, he's going to start dancing. This Renekton might start outliving the usefulness, as this game is leading to a soul, a Chemtech soul in 5 more minutes. I think Fnatic can count their lucky stars. This was not like a Hextech soul with a Zeri, right? It was not a Cloud soul with this comp 2. I think anything would have been worse than where we're currently at. I think Fnatic have been given a lifeline, but again, for MKOI, now that Infinity Edge is there, Super could just be showing us this final Game 5 fight. When we get there, of course. But I think it's going to come off the back of him, Dagger, obviously.
Just how do you survive as Fnatic? Anyone walking into that, you're an Eclipse and some pieces for Oscar Renan.
Yep.
Razork at least has the Randuin, so he'll be a little bit tankier, but anyone else just gets chopped down by Super. And like Baron is in 2 minutes time.
Yep.
it feels like you're just kind of holding off in the map state for Fnatic until that happens, and then MKOI just rush it and you are forced to fight.
Upset is going to be given this blue buff, by the way. So that is a nice stack. He's got this wave, 206. He needs rapid fire cannon to be able to stand his ground and stand back. Oscarinian shadowing for the time being. You can see Fnatic put all their eggs in his basket. Look, Raptors now,
yeah,
Upset, take this, take this. He is getting fed. How much are we at? 215. Getting close. And he might even have the rapid fire cannon with those full stacks as well. Next wave should do it. It's a cannon wave as well. So I'm counting 6, 7. That in a bit. All right, Bagden. We hold. Baron up in 50.
Mickey needs to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught out again.
It's been a bit.
But MKOI just happy to collect waves at the moment. There's no real threat on the map for them. They're just extending the gold leads on both of their carries, keeping things going.
Just waiting. Upset. 1 minion. 1 minion. Oh. 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 Hey. There it is. Okay. Now, will it make a difference? Super face checking into a LeBlanc. Poby does it. In goes Razork. Super flashes out. Mega Blast Cone saves his life because Mum was upset. Alvaro flashes out as well. Hang on. Super face checking into a LeBlanc with almost 3 items.
I have never seen a Smolder hit 2-2-5 and the entire team go, right, we're going.
We're going to go in. Now's the time.
But again, as you say, Super overextending that little bit, giving that window for Fnatic to try and make the play. It's flash burnt on towards Super. Still timing on Fnatic until they can really force anything on the map. Like, everything was pushed in onto their side. And it's kind of more of a slap of the wrist to MKOI rather than actually getting anything fruitful.
Maybe Pope with the 3rd item. Rapid fire now picked up. Upset can range, but there is a bit of XC in Super's inventory as well. Anti-healing on the way too. Mirwin might be a pick. Pillar's going to be out. Ulti misses. Good sidestep from Razork. Subjugate there as well. Flash over the wall. Oscar still gets the stun off though. He has his flash, but he will not follow. Mirwin without now as MKOI going to start up the Baron. Razork is on the bot side of the map.
They do it so quick thanks to Super. Fnatic trying to move in.
Alvaro slowing him down through the mid lane. Alvaro slowing him down. Nature's Grasp going to be used. They're going to look for the fight after the fact. Baron going down, but Smolder execute. Upset in a choke. Super gets pillared. Poby goes in! And the Protege of Vega opens up the map. Razork burning down. It's a shutdown already. Mirwin goes over, but Upset still a ticking time bomb. The little dragon is soaring. Mickey in the way. Bramble smash, but it's not enough. Upset's not there yet. He'll burn a little bit more as Mirwin gets close. Mum gets called, but the execute is off time. In the end, Mickey dies, Super dies, but Baron over to MKOI.
MKOI managing to find exactly what they wanted off the back of it. Super does fall, but the push in mid is going to be deferred thanks to MKOI TPing in to hold on to this. Dragon in 50 seconds, and now Super is summoner spell list, but you'll see the play here, you called it. Hysterics, Alvaro doing the hero's work, everything to keep Razork out of the pit, and MKOI think they can take the thought after, but Poby blows him up.
It's happening again. It's a short magical journey. Upset's got him over the wall. Poby's there. He might be exhausted, but he's got a chain out. Alvaro is destroyed, deleted. Fnatic are finding ways back into this game.
Super was still coming out of the base. MKOI didn't expect Fnatic to be en masse coming in towards the river. And now, down Alvaro, down that ultimate, they will have to look for this dragon.
They want to fight.
It's sold for MKOI. But do you just give it at this stage?
You feel like it, right? Look towards mid. Super and Jojo getting the wave. Jojo getting range. Fnatic have river.
Razork still has the ultimate available. He can absolutely dismantle Elyoya as he moves in.
Poby's over the wall. Poby's over the wall. He's looking for Super. The flank from Poby. Look at him. The greatest of some time. He's going over. He finds himself a chain. It's a root. It's a Nature's Grasp. It's an execute. Fnatic find another after another. Meanwhile, Jojo's opening up mid for the cost of Dragon. Jojo knows that he's got mid under control.
Jojo just needs to run for the hills. He's got away with that tower.
He's
the
out.
Dragon falls in lieu of Elyoya. But still, you're going to be happy with that as MKOI. You've cracked open the base. It's a little bit messy with the way that things have been going, but 50 seconds on the Red Bull Baron power play. They're still in the positive, just barely.
The first LEC Worlds for both these mid laners. Both imports Both want it so badly. They've got a low kill score, a low credit score here. But they're doing so much work. And yes, Jojo, 2,000 gold ahead. He's got a Rabadon's on the way forth, I'm sure, after that Void Staff. But Poby somehow so relevant when we said this game was so damn hard for Fnatic to play out.
And level 16 now here for the LeBlanc as well. That double damage, or sorry, that double ultimate damage is going to be doing so much work when you look towards like the Sigil of Malice that you can use, or even just the double distortion can do so much damage in a team fight. But Fnatic again, it's feed the dragon and hope that he can carry.
A BF sword should turn into an Infinity Edge. That could be a 4th item here on Upset. Then he will unleash the damage. And then it should be more than, you know, a 6-7 shot like it is now. It's slow to whittle down some of these carries on MKOI, as you see in the fight. But given enough time, he can do it. Fnatic still on the defensive, though. MKOI still have the gold lead in this game. They still have control, as you can see. And defending in a turret in bot right now is Fnatic's new mission. Razork in the bush, satcheled out. He wanted the pillar, but they're not going to let him.
There's not really any TP wards for Poby to try and threaten onto the side. Doesn't have the TP open available quite yet as well. So Fnatic kind of just have to accept this. And this poke from MKOI is absolutely insane.
Yeah,
Thanks to Jojo.
Jojo's insane, landing most of it as well. Glacial Prison is now down from LEC, but a shorter cooldown. Mickey zoning off Oscarin and getting hit by the poke. Look at it with blue buff. It's just unfair. Poby going to try and jump in, but with a satchel charge, it's down in a turret dead. 5k, the new lead.
Fnatic creep back out onto the map, but it's looking darker and darker for them for each passage of play. A 5k gold lead still for MKOI. And you can see once they're able to set it up for the siege, they're in such a strong spot. But now, it kind of just gets easier for them to do it.
Yeah.
There's nothing really stopping them. The vision is constantly being cleared out. At this stage, you kind of need some creative TP flank wards for Oscarin and Poby.
Yeah.
But MKOI are doing their due diligence. They know that this is their ticket to Worlds. They know that this is their ticket to be playing in front of a Spanish crowd in Madrid. And they just need to close this game out.
Because you talk to players, you hear from them, and they say, like, MSI is an international. It's still important, but Worlds is the big ticket. Worlds, there's multiple teams, harder competition because those 2nd, 3rd seeds, even some region with the 4th seeds, like, the teams are insane. Poby might be caught out. Poby might be caught out. He's exhausted. He's got to run, Rabbit, run, but Super slows him down, runs back to the clone, but Poby, as he gets permafrosted, has just died. It's a minute before Baron, but it's still opening up the map a bit.
Betrayed by his own clone, but Mirwin was open to try and get involved there. The clone doing him dirty.
True.
And now you get the push on the bottom side. Down that, honestly, that tricky member from Fnatic that could threaten Supa as he starts to try and siege on towards some of these objectives. That mid tower already gone. Leaves that inhibitor exposed for MKOI to take, but they're still hesitant.
A bit scared. They're worried about the Smolder, I guess. He's got GA now. He didn't go for the Infinity Edge.
And we kind of say, look, Supa has been doing a phenomenal job. He has been fantastic in these fights. But the gold is starting to dwindle between the two of them. And also, you're just hitting the point where Upset is matching the items, right? Like, you're one item away from full item on both of these carries.
Yeah.
Upset is still a major threat. I think the beauty of it for MKOI is that you do have Jojo on the 6. You can still do a lot.
Mickey flashes to get Jojo's Nature's Crash. They're running him down, and Upset's alongside it. Super getting zoned off, but Mickey went a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast. Tempered Fate gets the Smolder. 4 members waiting now. 5 rooted up. Razork instead. Upset survives, but it's a messy fight. Fnatic are definitely losing out as MKOI launched, and Fnatic was scared to follow.
Fnatic were hoping they could find that pick onto Jojo because Baron is up and available. MKOI turns towards it. They can continue to burst this down.
They're scared of the poke. Jojo, though, low on mana, but he's got some letters top side of the river there. MKOI burning down Baron. Mirwin at full HP on a flank. Running in as the Smolder. Upset. Fears no one with the GA at 5.5k. MRD resists as the ulti from Mirwin. He gets exhausted, but LEC is in there as well. Kiting back. They're blowing up in a second. Upset doesn't get a chance to stay in the fight. He's going to get 1 execute. Make it 2. But in the end, the GA's popped. Oscar can't provide much. He gets a 3rd. Yes, but MKOI are going to run down Oscarin, but Dagda, you know the crazy thing is, I think this game still keeps going on as Oscar runs for his life.
This game definitely keeps going. Oscarin doesn't even have to burn flash to try and get away from that one.
I think Super saved the game. I think Upset, excuse me, saved the game with that final execute.
Yeah, the fact that he just barely manages to get the kills. Like, look at the engage onto Upset here. So Poby doing his due diligence to keep Jojo out of the fight, but you end up with everyone jumping on towards Upset, but they just can't quite get him down. Alvaro can't get the stun, and it's Upset who ends up falling to Mirwin, but the GA setting up and buying time where Super can't actually push forward to deal with Oscarinin. And Oscarinin just able to barely escape off the backline.
Somehow, I think that saved the game, as I said. And Dragon Soul was taken in the meantime by Super. So MKOI are running into this fight with an advantage.
But everything in the kitchen sink was used by MKOI. There's no summoner spells for this fight, and it's Mickey and Oscarinin who are the only ones with them.
And Upset's nowhere nearby. He's got to run out of base. Magical Journey taken. Jojo gets in range. Tempered Fate. Away goes Oscarinin. Mirwin is face checking for the time being. At 5k, they need Upset. Mega Blast going, but a Mega Inferno Bomb hits bigger. After Baron, they say no. Let's go for the fight. Mirwin's getting executed. Baron's doing good work again for Fnatic. Super is low, but Baron goes down. Upset needs executions, but MKOI won't give him the 4 left remaining.
MKOI are not letting Razor close to the pit to look for steals. Mirwin goes over the wall and gives his life to keep Fnatic at bay. And it's just these small windows of time where Fnatic haven't quite set up that are buying that time for MKOI. Look at where Upset is. He's only coming into this fight, which means as Mirwin goes over with Jojo, there's a ton of damage that's going onto the front line of Fnatic. And look, like just how close these health bars are. The Baron nearly taking down Super on the back end of that.
Hobie helping out as well. He's doing a lot in these fights, but again, the burst is not enough. Razork trying to get his own camps, but a Mega Blast Cone gets him to safety. It's Baron, it's Soul. The gold is in their favor, and yes, gold is starting to mean less and less, but it's still at this point in the game adding something to MKOI. It's just the base in the way. Teleport going to be channeled top by Mirwin. Upset does a lot of damage here with another BF in inventory, but Fnatic need to hold the fort, or MKOI will be going to Worlds.
MKOI now starting to get the siege, the damage. Absurd there.
Hobie in, double sigil.
There you go.
But Super's got GA now.
But he still doesn't have flash, and Cleanse is nearly back up and available. So Fnatic just trying to use that as they can, but everything is falling in their base. Hobie just looking to land that poke.
It's the last defense, but the Spaniards are so close they can taste it. Yet another Worlds in the organization's history. Double inhibitor drops. It's getting closer. They can taste it. Hobie goes in, tries. With Baron, this is the hard defense. Their wave clear is up to Upset and Oscar in their melee range. It's finally gone. The pillar's out. Satchel, though, makes it difficult. Fnatic has 4. Tempered Fate. Mega Inferno Bomb discoordinated, but Mickey setting up the Nature Strike. Hobie's trying to get on in. Lands everything, but is that enough? Mum gets called in, but Upset's nowhere near the fight. Mirwin, he's frontlining for now. Hobie almost dies in the meantime. He gets out if only just. Fnatic, the health bars are burning. The Nexus is about to be exposed. The movie stars, they just can't stay away from the big screen. Ulti from Super. Fnatic getting wide. They've never missed Worlds, and they won't start now. There's one execute. It's into a GA, but Movistar are 5 strong, and Upset gets blown apart. You can love them or hate them, but in the end, MKOI are inevitable.
MKOI will make it to Madrid. They will make it to Worlds. And they will make it so Fnatic will drop down into the lower brackets. What a series from both these teams. But MKOI, when the chips were down, it was Super on this series who stepped up.
They had to work their ass off for that series, for that game. For each game, it felt like a series to go down in history, surely. Your player of the series, vote now. Mirwin, Elyoya, or Super. They're going to Worlds again. They cannot be stopped in Elyoya. Why would he start missing out now?
But across the board, like, there are only 3 people you can vote for there, but everyone stepped up on MKOI today.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible stuff. I am so excited to see what this team can achieve as they start to go forward. Facing off against G2 now in that upper bracket as well. It's just going to be such a banger to see these 2 teams face off.
And I can't believe it. Jojo in his debut year goes to MSI, goes to Worlds. Right now, upper echelon of mid lane talent, you know the top 2. It should be someone like Caps, should be someone like Jojo. Of course, he's earned it. He had an insane series. It's a shame not to see his name there, but like, it's such a hard task. when the individual pop-offs were nuts.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? But I do, I think Super just played this so well.
Super got 10 kills and he delivered. He delivered.
Especially because there was so much pressure. Like, Poby was trying his damnedest to kill this area as the game went on, but just wasn't quite enough. And now MKOI find themselves a well-earned win and a well-earned ticket to both of those trips.
I mean, honestly, like, World's going to be great from our perspective. G2 firing on all cylinders. MKOI, like, position, you know, games like that. And they were really difficult games. Like, they were really hard. And Fnatic, granted, like, they were so close in that game. They needed that small scale. They needed their moment, but they didn't get off the ground in the early game. Yeah, incredible series. And Elyoya's standing by with Law for insights in the returning Jungle King, who's going on Worlds again.
He did it again! He did it again! It cannot be Worlds if Elyoya is not part of it. Welcome to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in, Elyoya. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again, Madrid, Worlds, everything. How do you feel right now? Because at the beginning of the day, your top laner told me this is going to be a 3-1, which got me surprised because I was like, you should have the confidence to take them down 3-0, but in the end, 5 games, talking through the series.
Well, we believe that right now getting a 3-0 in Fearless is something really hard because there is always one draft that they will have prepared or they will have some picks that are really strong. So I think right now, I mean, also stats by getting 3-0s is really weird unless there is a quite big disparity in teams. But yeah, I mean, today, I think we had some shaky performances. Like I would say game 4, we were really ahead and we couldn't really close out. Same for game 1, we were in a good spot, but we didn't manage to close this game. So I'm happy that we could beat Fnatic, but it's going to be really good games to review.
Absolutely, and I want to talk about that game 4 because I was so happy that you brought back Kiana. Actually, the last player who played this was inspired ages ago against Razork as well. So funny about this and the fact that you, Mirvin, played Rek'Sai top lane too. What didn't work here, as you said? Couldn't football that league, huh?
My team, basically, is what didn't work.
Okay.
Like, as you know, I mean, or as people know, my Kiana is undefeated in the jungle, only lost in mid lane. Now my team made it loss, so I didn't lose with it before. I only put the blame on the other players then.
Of course, it is the teammates' fault here. What feedback are you going to give them, actually?
What feedback, what?
Are you going to give them, actually, for ruining your win rate like that?
Yeah, I mean, the Rek'Sai needs some work.
Yeah, Rek'Sai needs some works. Maybe let's put Mirvin on a leash for a bit and maybe some more conventional champions. K'Sante, K'Sante duty for you, Mirvin. But talking about your improvements and everything, you guys made it again. You made it to Madrid. I know that you guys were really critical with your early performances. Maybe training and practice wasn't working so well. Have you changed anything in your approach for the past weeks to get ready?
Yeah, for sure. We have changed still things, but I would say we still need to work on. At the end, we knew that this split, we were going to ramp up, and that's what so far we are doing. I think right now we're in a phase in which we still have to figure out some things and to really play as a team during the whole game, because there is some parts that we seem a bit more disconnected with each other, or some people want to do some things, but others have different things in mind. But yeah, I'm really confident that in these 2 weeks we're going to fix this, and coming into Madrid, we will have our best shape for sure.
Now, focusing a bit more on you, as I said, Worlds wouldn't be Worlds if Elyoya wasn't part of it. You made Worlds every year since you entered the league, and I think about so many players chasing that dream, making it once, twice max. You made it every time. What sets you apart from the other players, you think?
I mean, I think there is many things, obviously, but if something stands out to me, I would say ambition is the main thing. Like, I'm always chasing for improvement. Well, as a team, I mean, either as a team or as an individual, I think I never settle down, or I'm never comfortable with my own performance. Obviously, some games I'm happy, or like there is points in which I'm always confident, but I always look to improve and to be better. So I would say that, and also the fact that I got some luck. I think it's also, for sure, a matter of luck that I had always a really good team, a really strong team with me. So I think both things combined, we just made it.
When it happens so frequently, it's not luck, Elyoya. It's hard work. And we keep on seeing this often with you. Now I want to comment on something that Supa said in a podcast with Jordi, if I'm not mistaken. The fact that at International, because you guys are going to go to Worlds again, There's a trauma after losing the first game, usually at internationals, and that Europe needs to overcome this. You've been part of every Worlds iteration you've participated in. What do you think of this? Is there a trauma from Europe, you think?
In a way, there is. I think unconsciously, your brain, when you've lost so many times into Asian teams, which is a reality, I've lost many times into Asian teams, there is some unconsciously, call it block, call it barrier. There is some mental barrier that you need to overcome because during so many years, it has been really hard to get a game of them. So unconsciously, it creates a barrier. So it's something that you for sure need to work on, at least in my case. It's something that I've worked on, and I could figure out something that helped me in the eSport World Cup. So I think it's a real thing, yeah.
All right. You're the Kia player of the series here
I
today.
am?
So you are? Oh, that's a surprise. What surprises you with that?
I wasn't that happy with my performance, but I guess my fans got me, you know. Like at the end, I'm happy. I'm getting 3 MVPs. I can now blame all of my team again. So, and now I have something to back up my Kiana loss.
Perfect. Yeah, and the fans got you, of course. Actually, your bot lane is standing right in front of you. For PGL now, do you have a message for them, maybe, as the captain and player of the series?
You guys got my first Kiana loss. Álvaro, I'm coming for you.
Coming for you guys. Elioya, gracias por la entrevista.
Thank you
so much. Congrats for making it to Madrid as well. And Ginny, over to you in PGL with the bot lane.
Thank you so much, Laure and Elioya. Welcome, everyone, to PGL. I'm joined with Jack, Alvaro, and Supa. And let's start there. He said he's coming for you because you gave him his first loss on Kiana.
I mean, I don't know. I play Leona. I hate this champion. And also playing into Fnatic when they're permanently going together. There is one time that you're gonna die if you get a slowed or hook, so that's life.
It is what it is. That's all you have to say, which is fair enough. I would really like to celebrate this win because it means so much for you guys as individual players, but also for the organization. You're going to Madrid, you're playing in front of your home crowd. Again, you're going to Worlds. Supa, you're smiling. You've had a great series as well, even though they were like focusing you so much. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm pretty happy because we get to play in Madrid. I think when we play in front of crowd, I really feel like we have 100% win rate, at least with our fans. So this means we are going to win LEC again.
Oh, I love the confidence, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that. I mean, I want to ask you guys, how do you feel like now you've had some time to kind of process MSI and EWC? Do you feel like going into Worlds, you have a much clearer picture of what you need to work on and how you can do really well?
I mean, I think for sure, like all of the things that we have learned from MSI and LWC, they're slowly getting into our head. And I think in that sense, it's as, for example, Joya said, I think it's also about ramping up. In this case, I think coming into Worlds, we already have many ideas of what we want to do different and approach. So I think in this case, it's going to be even better.
You're talking about what you want to do differently at Worlds. We also have a quote from an interview that the director of operations has had, who was like, okay, like we are ready for Worlds. We are going in with a different approach. We're not just ready to win the summer split. We're actually ready to make a mark on internationals. What do you think, Supa, is different between the MKOI that was sent to MSI and the MKOI that is now being sent to Worlds?
I mean, the big difference is we have more experience. We already know what went bad, what went good in the MSI. So this is really important for us to, from the beginning, know these problems are going to happen. These things we need to be really focused on. And I think we are going to skip the time that I think we need because I feel like in EWC, we were much better than in MSI. So if we use this, I think it's going to be way better.
Do you think that, like today, I felt like a big difference between you guys and Fnatic was the macro? They were perma going 5. While you guys were more willing to play like the 1-3-1 with the Ryze and the Yorick, and just trying to play for sides and just playing normal League of Legends. Do you think that kind of comes from that internationals, or do you think that's just a Fnatic Group 5 thing?
I think we still have the bad habits. Like I can remember, for example, there is some games that I legit don't need to do anything. I can just press S key because I know that they're in that boost, but I'm still trying to go for an extra. And I think, yeah, as I said, I think Fnatic is one of their strengths that they look to play like this. But if you actually respect it and you play them up and you play, as we have learned also from international, it's making a difference that basically you're going to get a lead already from playing them up.
Yeah, that makes sense. And speaking of that, do you think this Fnatic iteration with Poby is stronger or weaker than with Humanoid?
I mean, I think it's different.
It's different?
Yeah, I mean, I think they are more solid.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel like their games get too much volatile. apart from this last game. So, I mean...
It looked pretty volatile.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my point of view, I think...
I guess it's even more with Humanoid.
They get less volatile, but I think it's still the same team. I think they want to play for the same. They still have the same strengths and weaknesses, so it's kind of similar.
Play for upset every game.
Yeah. How was that for you guys being in that bot lane? Because it's like, you're in bot lane, you're minding your own business, you want to go get a minion, you're like, oh wait, Razork is here again. And then this just kept happening. How do you as an AD carry not tilt out of your mind?
Okay. When I did my preparation, I know, I wrote in my notebook, they're gonna be on bot, these guys doesn't know how to play.
You have a notebook?
Yeah. These guys doesn't know how to play bot lane if they can't kill you.
Oh.
I knew it. So, you know, I'm playing the game, in the Saya game. I have Prayo, they are cooked because they don't have tempo even passing to bot. I know. Jungle is here, I the gank. Aphelios, the same. I'm trading, I don't know if I told to Alvaro. I know they are there. We still eat it, and I told to Alvaro before the last game. This time, even if they gank us in bot, they die. They didn't, so they die. So
yeah, they passed off this game.
Do you feel like you've cracked the Fnatic code, Alvaro?
I mean, I feel like we knew how they're gonna play, and we knew how they're gonna come to this series, but still, for example, as Supa said, like we even have jokes with our coach Thef that he was saying they're gonna combo, they're gonna actually gank you, and we were still dying. And Thef say, what do I do even as a coach, you know, if I'm actually telling you what they're gonna do? But yeah, I think it's also as well like the bad habits, as I said, that you try to play it when in reality you don't really need, because yeah, you can just respect it and you're gonna get an advantage.
You said now, Supa, that if they're not getting ganks, then they're gonna struggle. So do you think, like, I thought that for me, Upset and Mickey has been one of the best bot lanes in the league. Who do you think is like the best bot lane in the league? Apart from, I mean, yourself, I'm guessing you'd say
I mean, I think playing 2v2, they are probably the stronger with the G2 bot lane. But I think the Fnatic bot lane miss the part that this is not about killing or taking CS lead anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that's the difference with the G2. So that's why I would say the G2 is better than...
Speaking of G2, you guys are going to be playing them next week Sunday to see whether or not you're going to be advancing straight to the finals of Madrid in front of that live crowd, or if you're actually going to have to go through that lower bracket. We've seen MKOI G2 quite a few times over the last 2 years, especially this iteration of the roster. We've seen it this year as well, and last time you guys lifted a trophy. Are you bringing that exact same confidence into the next matchup? Because it does feel like G2 has leveled up. They finally found the thing that was missing, that final click.
I mean, I would say, just a simple answer, we have the instinct anyway, so we are going to win.
And I think they actually got better and they really improved from the international experience, but we are playing at home, so be ready.
Ooh. I like that. I really do, because I mean, as you guys touched upon earlier as well, you have 100% win rate when it comes to having the crowd there, when it comes to having the fans. You'll be on home soil as well when it comes to Madrid. So a little bit of a cheat code for you both. What do you think has been the biggest improvement from the side of G2 that does maybe worry you a little bit, Alvaro?
I think they play better around the jungle, and I think this is really important in the early game, and they improve in how they want to win the games. Like they make a solid, clear plan how they want to win games, and they replicate really well. They are, I would say, the more consistent team in the league. So I think this is really important, that I think sometimes G2 was failing in what G2, I think, was always being good.
Do you think Melset has like looked at some of G2's structure? Because I feel like that's a big thing that's made G2 so well over the years, right? Throughout different rosters. I mean, Caps as well is a pretty big cheat code. But still, that they're able to bring in rookies like Yike, like now Skewmond, and just kind of get them up to a high level so fast. Do you think that Melset has taken some of those learnings that G2's been trying to implement?
I mean, I have no clue about that. This probably you need to ask him.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Maybe he has, he has the secret.
Yeah, I mean, it's not casualty, that basically they always work. So I think probably the structure around G2 and also the players that have been there before, they for sure make them work. And right now we are seeing a better version of that team. So yeah, both Skewman and Labrov, which were the new additions, they're also playing better. So I think this is a big part of responsibility on the G2 coaching staff and probably on the players that were here before.
We're also seeing a better and improved version of MKOI. Like you guys, after every split, you're leveling up, you're getting better, you're getting better. Besides the international experience that is obviously a part of this because you get to go play against other teams and you get to have that, how has it been like internally in terms of the vibes with the players? Because you guys are always laughing together, always having a good time. It seems like you're very close and you've grown closer and closer as the year went on. Would you agree with that?
I mean, of course, I think there is problems. We have a topic in our team that basically the team that doesn't come mental boom will take the summer split. But I think, I mean, being honest, even if we are actually happy and everything, I think there is sometimes problems of, I wouldn't call it fully ego, but I think there is sometimes, yeah, problems of attitude and everything that, of course, it's part of the progress and part of the process. And yeah, you just need to minimize it and not let it affect. But I think it still happens in every team. It's not something that you can really control since you are also sharing the same office with the same people for a long time. But anyways, I think we also have the cheat code that we meet, like we know each other for a long time already. And I think even if we go through the bad times together, we actually become stronger.
That's some very kind words that you guys have for each other. It's just great to see the camaraderie that's going to carry you guys, hopefully, towards the LEC finals. When we're looking at the schedule as well ahead, we have Vitality against KC that are going to be playing on Saturday. We have GX against Fnatic on Monday. So from Vitality, KC, GX, Fnatic, who are we thinking is going to be able to make it forward into the bracket? Supa, I'm going to start with you.
And I will take the Giants Fnatic because I like people from these rosters. So since I like the Gen GX screaming, okay. I wish they keep going. So I will go for a 3-1 for Gen GX.
I think it's going to be 3-1 for KC into Vitality. GX Fnatic will be a 3-1 or 3-2 for GX, and GX will win 3-2 in Madrid to KC.
So that's like GX going Worlds.
I think so.
Wow.
And I trust my Charisma.
That's very exciting.
I mean, we've seen GX improve as well over the years, so I am excited to see what they're going to be bringing out. But before we close things out, you guys also have, you might not be in Madrid, but you still have your fans here as well that have been cheering for you the entirety of this series, which was crazy, by the way. And you also have the fans at home. So if you guys could maybe look directly into the camera and send them a message, whether you want to do it in Spanish, whether you want to do it in English, go crazy.
I mean, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the Game 5. I told to reset before the series start. I'm going to make it to Game 5. I'm sorry. It's the rule. I need to keep going for the last round of playoffs. Game 5 into Game 5 into 3-1. So I'm sorry for making it painful, but we are going to win LEC, and thank you for cheering for us.
I mean, from my side, we have Skin here watching our games, and all of the fans cheering for us. So thank a lot for the support from the people also at home that cannot come here, but still they're supporting behind the camera. And yeah, I mean, of course, you know, a Fnatic KOI, it's always a banger, Game 5. Usually it happened also last year. And what else can I say? You know, like
and Worlds.
I mean, yeah, on Worlds. For me, it's also exciting because I think we will get to China now, and we will actually have a pretty decent experience. And I think that all of the fans will actually cheer for us, and we will have this experience together. So thank you a lot for the support.
Thank you guys so much for taking the time for PGL. And once again, congratulations on this very hard and well-deserved win against Fnatic. You're going to Worlds. You're going to Madrid. Okay, let that sink in. Take some time off. Enjoy it. We, however, are going to be back next week for round 2 of the LEC Summer Playoffs. We're going to be seeing you on Saturday. Thank you, everyone, so much for watching. Have a good night, and we'll see you next week.
And Oscar's full HP is the first to look at. Shockwave, 2 members, fight from Oscar! I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game!
Guys, no flash. Kill Nico, kill Nico. Guys, no flash, okay? One behind.
Go no flash, okay?
Please low. Okay, guys, no flash.
MKOI, masterclass. Mickey with a pop blossom on 3, but is it enough? The ult, the fake, seal space, nothing, but still a knockup comes in afterwards. Oscar lucky to be alive until the spear. This is the heart of Fnatic faithful.
Azure no E, Azure no E, Azure no E, Azure no E. no E. Boot fight, no E, no flash, no flash, no flash. Has E now, no flash. No flash, Cassante, no flash, Cassante. I have redemption.
We turn on them.
Yeah.
We on Leona. Brexit.
Yeah, I kill him.
Nice.
I'm here.
Fight with me.
I shield you.
We win.
I block you.
Yeah. We win. We can enter.
Holy, I protect you so much.
Oh shit.
Kobe.
Upset first blood of game 5. But is he going to get out? Super with the slow flashes on top. The smash down